Chapter 1, Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The waste dump at the back of Iron Peak sect smelled of failed pills and rotting herb refuse, and Shinwuk had been sitting in it for 6 hours. He wasn't searching for anything useful. He wasn't cultivating. That was no longer an option, as of 3 hours ago, when Elder Crane Mao had pressed his palm against Shinwuk's meridian network during the annual assessment and done something careful, deliberate, and irreversible to the channels inside. Shinwuk had felt each one close. Not violently, the way a severed artery closes. Gently, the way a door closes when someone on the other side doesn't want you to hear the latch click. He had been at Qi Gathering Level 7 that morning. By the ceremony's end, he was mortal shell. The disciples who witnessed it had gone quiet in the particular way people go quiet when they're watching something shameful and don't want to be associated with it. His friend Wei Ting, the closest thing he had to one, had looked at the ground. His cultivation partner from joint exercises, a girl named Bao, had taken 3 small steps backward. The other disciples had moved aside as he walked through them afterward, careful not to touch, as if misfortune was something they might catch by proximity. The outer disciples' area was empty now. No one wanted to be seen near him. He turned a piece of rubble over in his hands. The waste dump was technically prohibited territory. The sect's failed experiments and discarded gear accumulated here without formal disposal, a gray space between the official grounds and the mountain beyond. He discovered it 3 years ago when he was new to Iron Peak and looking for somewhere to cultivate in peace. The qi density was actually decent, fed by a natural spring beneath the accumulated refuse. He had cultivated here in the early mornings before any other disciple was awake, drawing in the ambient energy that no one else thought to want. He had been methodical about it, patient, and the results had shown in his advancement speed. That methodical patience now felt like a particular kind of fool's investment. He had no family to return to. His mother died when he was 4, a fever, or so the neighbors had told him. His father disappeared when he was 12, leaving behind a room full of research texts and a note that said only, "I'm sorry. I'll explain when I can." He never had. What money Shinwuk had accumulated went into sect fees. His cultivation was gone. Elder Crane Mao's formal declaration, read in front of 60 witnesses, stated that Shinwuk's meridian network had self-corrupted due to improper cultivation practice, a clean, official lie that no outer disciple would challenge. Challenging an elder's formal declaration required evidence, a sponsor, and a cultivation base sufficient to survive the political consequences. He had none of the 3. What improper practice? He asked the rubble, very quietly, because it was the only question he had that didn't have an obvious answer. The answer was none. His cultivation had been careful and clean. He'd followed every technique precisely. He'd advanced from Qi Gathering Level 2 to Level 7 in 3 years, which was fast for an outer disciple with no clan backing and no master. Fast enough, evidently, to attract the wrong kind of attention, which was, he now understood, exactly the problem. He had been advancing too quickly. Someone had noticed. And whoever had noticed had decided that a fast-advancing orphan with no connections and no safety net was the perfect person to make an example of, or to remove, or to use for something he didn't yet understand. He set the rubble down. He should leave. The sect had no formal obligation to house mortal shell individuals, and by tomorrow morning Elder Crane Mao's assistant would probably come to inform him of this politely, with paperwork in triplicate and an escort to the outer gate. He had nowhere to go and nothing to go with. The mountain beyond the sect's wall was cold and empty and indifferent. So was everything else. He told himself this for 6 hours. He sat in the refuse and told himself there was nothing to do, no path forward, no version of this situation that ended anywhere useful. He'd been good at being still since he was small. His father had taught him that. Sit with what you don't understand, his father used to say, and wait until it answers. He had spent 12 years sitting with his father's disappearance, and it had never answered. So perhaps the lesson was only a lesson and not a method that actually produced results. He breathed in the cold smell of the dump, failed alchemy, rotting herbs, the particular tang of discarded formation crystals leaching their last dregs of qi into the soil. He thought about what he would do next. He thought about it the way he had always approached problems, slowly, without forcing, turning the situation over and examining each face of it. He had no cultivation and no resources. He had his mind and 12 years of quiet observation in a sect that had never taken him seriously enough to hide things from him. That was, he realized, not nothing. His hand landed on something that wasn't rubble. It was a scroll, bamboo cased, bound in cord that had gone gray with age, sealed with a dark wax stamp he didn't recognize. Not any sect seal he knew. not any clan's mark. He'd seen hundreds of sect seals and clan marks in his 3 years at Iron Peak. This one was different, older feeling, as if the conventions that produced sect seals and clan marks hadn't existed yet when this was made. It wasn't dirty the way everything else in the dump was dirty. No herb stains, no pill residue, no dust accumulated in the way dust accumulates on things that have been untouched, as if it had been placed here recently, or as if nothing in the dump had dared come near it, which was an absurd thought and occurred to him anyway. He broke the seal. The scroll opened on its own. The characters inside were not standard cultivation script. They moved slightly as he looked at them, reorganizing, as though the text was deciding how to present itself to him, deciding what he was ready to see, and in what arrangement. After a moment they settled into something he could read, and the first line said, **, the Vow Sovereign Primer. For the one the primer has waited for. **. Xianxia looked at the scroll. The scroll, in the particular way text cannot look back, but sometimes seems to, looked at him. *That's dramatic," he said. His voice came out steady, which surprised him. He read the next line. *, this primer reshapes cultivation through forged oaths. It does not restore what was taken. It builds something new. The prerequisite is simple. You must have something worth binding. *, he thought about that. He had 6 failed cultivation levels, a pile of rubble, an empty ring finger where his spatial ring used to be, and a growing suspicion that Elder Crane Mao had deliberately targeted him for a reason he didn't yet understand. He also had 12 years of his father's absence, and a note that promised an explanation that never came, and a mind that had been trained to sit with questions until they answered themselves. "I have questions," he said. "That is sufficient," the primer answered, and the characters shifted again, beginning to arrange themselves into a proper text with a table of contents and chapter headings and everything that suggested someone, somewhere, had spent years building this carefully and deliberately, for a specific person, for a specific moment, for exactly this night. He sat in the waste dump until the stars came out over the mountain range, reading. The primer described a cultivation system that used sworn oaths as cultivated energy, not metaphorically, but mechanically, the oath becoming a physical force that could be channeled through purpose-built meridians called vow meridians. He read about soul bonds that formed permanent threads between the people who forged them. He read about sovereign resonance, which grew with each additional vow and fed back to all active partners in a compounding effect. He read about a cultivation apex called Vow Eternal, which the text treated with a kind of reverence he found both impressive and unsettling. Most of this was beyond anything he could fully process in a single sitting. But one section stopped him entirely. *, the first vow must be forged with a soul whose resonance aligns with your fate thread. This cannot be manufactured or arranged. When the soul is present, the primer will recognize it. *, he was still turning that over in his mind, holding it up from different angles to see what it implied, when a scream cut the night air, sharp, female, and coming from the direction of the sect's punishment grounds, which were not far from where he was sitting. He stood. The punishment grounds were near the outer disciples' residential area. He had no cultivation. He had no weapon. He had no legal standing, as of 3 hours ago, to involve himself in sect business. Whatever was happening over there, he was in the worst possible position to help with it. He ran toward the scream anyway, because the alternative was sitting in a waste dump listening to someone suffer, and he had never been able to make himself that kind of practical. The primer rolled shut and tucked itself into his inner robe as if it had always lived there, warm against his ribs, patient, waiting for whatever came next. In the darkness between the refuse piles and the sect's lit corridors, he realized his hands had stopped shaking at some point in the last hour, and that the weight in his chest that had been his constant companion since the assessment had shifted slightly, not lighter, but differently placed, as if it had found a purpose to organize itself around rather than simply pressing down. And that difference, small as it was enough to keep his feet moving forward, toward the scream still cutting through the cold air, toward whatever Elder Crane Mao had set in motion by destroying his cultivation, toward a primer that was already showing him the first line of a path that changed everything. Chapter 2. The punishment grounds were a square of packed earth ringed by spirit lamps that burned cold blue, the color chosen to make the monitored space feel clinical rather than ceremonial. 2 outer discipline guards in sect uniforms stood at the entrance. Inside the square, visible between them through the blue light, a woman in gray disciple robes had been chained to the punishment post by her wrists. The chains were standard iron, enforcement grade, with suppression talismans wound around each link that applied continuous pressure to the cultivation base. Xianxia had seen them in use once before, during another disciple's punishment 2 years ago. He knew what they did. Each talisman squeezed the meridians gradually, like a hand closing on a bruise, slow enough to sustain, consistent enough to make the person constantly aware of it. Not enough to kill. Enough to remind someone that an authority had decided they should feel helpless and wanted to make sure they knew it and wanted the lesson to take. He approached the guards at a measured walk, not rushing, not hesitating. "What did she do?" he asked, keeping his voice neutral. Curious, not challenging, not carrying any particular agenda. The nearer guard looked at him with the expression people reserve for outer disciples who have clearly not yet understood their station. "None of your concern, disciple." I heard screaming from across the grounds. I was nearby. Both true. I thought I should check. If there's been an attack on the outer boundary, other disciples should be warned before they stumble into it. There was no attack. The guard was not interested in further conversation. "Return to your quarters." Xianxia looked past him at the woman at the post. She was not screaming now. She was breathing carefully, chin down. The way you breathe when focus is the only thing keeping pain manageable, short, deliberate breaths, each one placed like a step on unstable ground. Her hair was ice pale, the kind of pallor that wasn't dye. Natural, the mark of an ice attribute cultivator whose chi manifested in their physical appearance over years of cultivation work. The suppression chains were working hard on her meridians. He could see the frost formations in her wrists flickering, trying to resist and losing, the ice chi dispersing against the talisman's pressure before it could fully form. She was still fighting. Even now, even like this, she was still fighting against the suppression. He noticed that specifically. The difference between someone enduring and someone actively resisting. She was the second kind. He said, "I'm being expelled tomorrow." The guard blinked. "What?" "Elder Crane Mao. Assessment today. My meridians were declared self-corrupted. I won't be a disciple of this sect after tomorrow morning." He kept his voice flat and informational, stripped of anything that could be read as threat or desperation. "I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that I have no remaining investment in how Elder Crane Mao perceives my behavior tonight. None whatsoever. Whatever I do in the next 10 minutes won't affect anything that matters to me anymore." The guard stared at him. "Who authorized her punishment?" Xianxia asked. "Elder Crane Mao. She killed her master." Xianxia guessed. The guard's expression shifted, something moving behind the eyes that hadn't been there a second ago. "How did you?" "Because he used the same framing on me this morning." He said it without heat, without any particular inflection. Same structure. Self-corruption or self-destruction, depending on who he wants removed. I imagine he wanted her removed for a similar reason. "What would it cost me to have 10 minutes of privacy here?" There was a pause. The second guard, who had been pretending to watch the perimeter, was now openly listening. Xianxia took the spatial ring off his finger. It held 4 mid-grade spirit stones and a few remaining cultivation pills, everything he hadn't already spent on sect fees. His entire remaining material worth, all of it, the sum of 3 years of careful saving and careful spending. "These won't be of use to me after tomorrow morning." The guards looked at each other. He watched the calculation happening behind their eyes. He was a mortal shell disciple being formally expelled. He was not worth the political exposure of a confrontation. The spirit stones were worth 3 months' wages each. The guards walked to the far end of the perimeter and became extremely interested in studying the mountain ridge. Xianxia walked to the punishment post. The woman's eyes opened when he crouched in front of her. They were pale gray, the specific gray of ice over deep water, and they were not frightened. They were assessing him with sharp precision even through what the chains were doing to her, cataloging, evaluating, deciding what kind of situation this was, and what kind of person he was, and what options she had. He had the distinct impression that she was already building a response plan before he'd said a word. "I'm going to try to release these," he said quietly. "I have no cultivation currently, so I can't break the suppression talismans directly. But I've examined these chains before, and I believe the latch mechanism is physical, not a cultivation seal." "The latch is physical," she confirmed. Her voice was controlled and very low, the voice of someone expending as little energy on non-essential outputs as possible. "It requires a matching key impression. You won't open it without one. Do you have any residual ice chi you can shape into a precise form?" A brief pause. "Some. Not much." "What form?" "A flat bar, 3 inches, with a rectangular notch at one end." The suppression chains are suppressing your cultivation chi, not your physical body. If you can form it slowly, without triggering the talisman's pressure threshold at any point, I understand what you're describing. She was already doing it. He watched the chains flicker as she drew on ice chi that must have felt like pulling silk thread through a needle eye, given what the suppression talismans were doing to her meridians at every moment. Each fractional expenditure of ice chi pressed against the talisman's response mechanism, and she navigated around that pressure with a precision that spoke to years of learning exactly where the edges of her control were. After 90 seconds, a thin blade of solidified ice, precisely dimensioned, lay in her palm. He inserted it into the latch. The first chain released. Then the second. He worked quickly, not looking at the guards, who were extremely interested in the mountain. The third chain gave way, and she stood immediately, not shakily, though he could see her legs adjusting carefully beneath her. She was taller than he'd estimated. Her posture was the posture of someone who had trained in a formal combat style for years. Weight balanced, hands loose, instinctively defensive without being aggressive. Ready to move in any direction, committed to none. "Who are you?" she asked. "Xianxia, former outer disciple of this sect, as of this morning." "You, Lien Frostmere, former outer disciple as of 12 hours ago, when they arrested me for a murder I didn't commit." Her gray gaze moved to the guards at the far end of the perimeter, then to the gate beyond them, assessing sight lines and distances. "You have an exit that doesn't involve the main courtyard?" "Through the waste dump in the northwest quadrant. There's a drainage channel on the north side that lets out below the outer wall." She studied him for 2 seconds with those pale eyes, and whatever she was measuring for, he apparently cleared the minimum threshold. "Lead," she said. He led. They were through the drainage channel and into the mountain darkness beyond the wall before the guards finished their study of the mountain ridge, and by then the first stars had spread fully across the sky, and the cold wind off the peak cut through his scholar's robe, and he didn't care at all. They walked in silence until the sect's spirit lamps were small cold blue sparks behind them. He pulled the primer out as they moved and turned to the new section that had appeared while he was at the punishment post. He read the first 2 lines and stopped. Asterisk, "The first vow key is present. She has been walking toward you since before you found this scroll. The resonance between you began the day her master first read your father's research notes, 12 years ago, in a reading room in Iron Peak Sect's outer library, when a man named Elder Frostmere opened a book and understood what he was looking at and chose to protect it." Asterisk. He closed the primer. He walked in silence. The mountain cold pressed on them both, and the stars were very clear, and somewhere in the connection between his father's research and this woman's murdered master and the primer warming against his ribs, something large was taking shape that he was only beginning to see the outline of, and the outline was bigger than anything he'd expected when he sat down in the refuse pile that evening, and it was moving faster than he was ready for, and the primer was still warm, still open at its next section, already waiting to show him what came after. And if his father had planted it here for this night, for this woman, for this exact sequence of events, then somewhere ahead of them was a path his father had already mapped, and at the end of it, Elder Crane Mao was going to understand, too late, exactly what he had set in motion by pressing his palm against those meridians. Chapter 3. They made camp in a hollow between 2 large boulders where the wind broke against the stone and the cold was at least consistent rather than gusting. Lien built a small warmth formation from ice chi arranged in a paradox configuration, ice shaped in the precise geometry that reflected rather than radiated its cold, directing ambient heat inward rather than outward. It was elegant and functional and showed a level of formation mastery that Iron Peak's outer disciples weren't taught. "That's elegant," Xianxia said. "Efficient," she replied. She settled cross-legged within the formation's warmth. "Waste nothing. My master's first rule." Something in her voice when she said it was different from the clipped precision of everything else she'd said. More careful. The way a person handles an object that matters. He sat across from her and opened the primer to the section that had appeared during the walk. He read it twice, then looked up. "The scroll I found tonight, the Vow Sovereign Primer. I need to explain what it says to you, because part of what it describes involves you specifically, not in a general way, specifically, by name, through a connection to your master and to my father." She studied him with an expression that contained no warmth but considerable attention. "Go on." He told her everything the primer had shown him that night. He described the oath cultivation method the primer described, how sworn oaths became cultivated energy rather than symbolic gestures, how vow meridians, new channels distinct from anything in standard cultivation anatomy, could be opened through genuine resonance with specific souls. He described the soul bond mechanics, the permanent thread that formed in the soul layer, the life force awareness that came with it, the feedback effect he would later understand as sovereign resonance. He described what the primer called vow keys, 7 souls whose innate Daos were 7 primordial forces older than the current cultivation order, and he described the primer's indication that she was the first of them. He told her all of this clearly, without dramatizing, because she had the manner of someone who responded better to information than to persuasion. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment, the quiet of someone processing rather than reacting. "Then, that's a considerable amount of claim for a scroll found in a refuse pile." "I know. and the primer is indicating that we should forge a vow. It's indicating that the option exists, and that you're the one it has been waiting for. The decision is yours, in both directions, entirely. The primer specifically notes the vow cannot compel action from either party. What does forging a vow cost? Practical, not wary. The question of someone doing actual due diligence. He checked the text. A fragment of the outer soul shell. Permanent. Both parties feel each other's life force afterward. If one nears death, the other knows immediately. He paused. It's irreversible. And you gain a new cultivation meridian. Yes, drawn from your ice Tao. The primer calls it the vow of stillness, ice and temporal possibilities. She looked at the warmth formation for a moment, then back at him. No, I understand. Not tonight. Not until I trust you. She said it plainly, without apology or explanation. I have no reason to trust anyone right now. Trusting my master's judgment kept me alive for 3 years and cost him everything in the end. That's reasonable. It is. She settled into cultivation posture, beginning the careful work of assessing the suppression damage the chains had left in her meridians. Then, without looking up, tell me about your father. He blinked. What? You have a practiced calm for someone who had their cultivation destroyed 8 hours ago. People with that kind of calm were taught it young. Who taught you? He considered the question honestly, turning it over. My father, I suppose. He was a researcher. He studied cultivation theory rather than practicing it at high levels. He said the most interesting questions were at the edges of what the current system could explain, not at its center. He was patient in a particular way. The patience of someone who genuinely doesn't mind sitting with a problem for years, because the problem is more interesting than most other things. He paused. He disappeared when I was 12. I don't know if he's alive. What did he research? Shinwuk looked at the primer resting on his knee, at the warmth formation between them, at the mountain darkness beyond the boulders. I'm beginning to think I know. He returned to the primer and read everything it would show him. Lien cultivated in silence, working carefully around the suppression damage the chains had left. The text seemed to know the difference between what he could use and what would overwhelm him. It opened sections as he was ready for them, not before. This patience in its design reminded him of his father in a way he couldn't explain. His father had been like that. He never told you more than you were ready for. He waited until you'd worked up to the next question, and then the answer arrived as if it had been waiting all along. The primer had been built by someone with that same quality. He thought about what it meant that his father had built something that reflected his own patience so precisely, and filed it alongside everything else he was learning to think about differently. He was thinking about the connection between his father and her master when he heard movement in the dark beyond the boulders. Multiple footfalls, coordinated, not trying to be silent, either because they didn't think they needed to be, or because they wanted to announce themselves as a pressure tactic. Lian's eyes opened. She'd heard it too. "For?" she asked, voice barely above the wind. "At least, they traced our exit through the drainage channel faster than I expected." He was already studying the terrain, the boulders behind them, the slope down to the right, a narrow defile between 2 rock formations on the left. If someone moved through that defile at the right moment, they'd be invisible to 3 of the 4 guards for approximately 20 seconds. For outer discipline, guards with weapons drawn emerged from the dark. Their leader wore a senior disciple's badge, the color of Elder Crane Mao's personal unit. He looked at Shun Wuk and Lien with the satisfaction of someone who'd been looking forward to a particular outcome all evening. "Outer disciple Lien Frostmere," he said formally. "Fugitive from sect justice." And he squinted at Shun Wuk. "The expelled one. You're being added to the report for obstruction of sect authority." Shun Wuk assessed the terrain in a rapid sweep. He tilted his head very slightly toward the defile. Lien's eyes moved to the guard's positioning, to the defile, and back to him. He saw her understand. 30 seconds, he murmured. 20, she said. He stepped forward and raised his voice. "Senior disciple, I have information about the Frost Sovereign Seal. Elder Crane Mao wants it recovered, correct? I can tell you what Lien told me tonight." He kept talking, moving slightly right, drawing all 4 pairs of eyes to track him. "I'm being expelled regardless, so I have nothing left to protect. But I want formal amnesty documented. Elder Crane Mao made a procedural error in my assessment that I can demonstrate given the opportunity. I want cleared status and restoration to my former rank." That seems like a reasonable. He heard the sharp crackle of ice forming behind him and moved hard to the right. Lien hadn't waited for 20 seconds. She'd used 11. The ice formed under their feet, smooth, perfectly flat, in less than a heartbeat. All 4 guards went down simultaneously, legs going in different directions on frictionless ice, weapons clattering against stone. Shinwuk had already turned. He picked up a fallen guard's baton and used it to tap each guard on the temple in the specific way he'd once read about in a discarded medical text, the nerve cluster that caused temporary unconsciousness without lasting damage. For guards. For taps. 15 seconds. He looked up. Lien was watching him from across the iced earth, her reserve of ice, chi clearly depleted, her expression doing the thing it did when she was revising her assessment of something. Decent, she said. They ran. The senior disciple had triggered a communication talisman before the second tap. A report was already sent, a larger response being organized. Behind them, a message was reaching Elder Crane Mao's desk, and the elder was reading it with the cold calculation of a man who does not like having his plans disrupted by people he's already written off as finished. But Crane Mao didn't know yet what Shinwuk was carrying. Didn't know about the primer, or about the Frost Sovereign Seal's location, or about the connection between his own vault and his father's research and the ice pale woman running beside him into the mountain dark. And by the time he found out, they would be somewhere entirely different from where he expected them to be, and the window to stop this quietly would already be closed. Because the window had been open when Crane Mao pressed his palm against those meridians, and Crane Mao had just watched it shut from the wrong side. Chapter 4. The village at the eastern base was called Pinyon, and it had the quality of places that survive by not asking too many questions. An inn with a creaking sign. A market row where half the stalls were shuttered for the season. A spirit lamp post at the main intersection that flickered because the formation crystal inside had needed replacement for months, and no one had gotten around to it yet. The innkeeper gave them 2 separate rooms and charged iron coins rather than spirit stones, which Shinwuk took as a sign that the man had learned, from experience, that travelers who looked like they'd been running through mountains were more likely to pay in iron and less likely to cause problems if they weren't asked to explain themselves. It was a pragmatic assessment, and he respected it. Shinwuk's room had a small window facing the mountain. He sat at it and read the primer by moonlight, letting his eyes adjust to the pale illumination because lighting a lamp felt like unnecessary exposure, and because the moonlight had a quality that the primer's text seemed to respond to. The characters looked sharper in it, more settled. The Vows section was extensive. He read it with the careful, building attention he'd once given to cultivation techniques, the kind of reading that holds every line until it connects to every other line, constructing a mental structure that mirrors the structure in the text. The primer had been designed for exactly this kind of reading. He could feel the text organizing itself for him, presenting information in the order that would let him understand it rather than the order that might seem logically sequential but would leave gaps. The vow required genuine resonance, not manufactured emotion, not performed trust, but authentic alignment at the soul's outer layer. Both parties had to speak a truth they had never spoken aloud to anyone. The primer was explicit about the mechanism. The truth was the ignition. Without it, the resonance wouldn't form regardless of intent or willingness or how badly either party wanted the vow to work. He thought about what truth he had that would qualify. He had several candidates. He set the most obvious one aside and examined the second, and then the third, and then returned to the first, and understood why the primer's mechanism would require that one specifically. The one that had the most walls around it, the most practiced deflections developed over the most years. The one he'd built an entire personality trait around not saying. He was still examining this when a knock came at his door. Lien stood in the doorway holding 2 cups of something hot. Her dry clothes, provided by the inn, still bore the careful crease lines of someone who folds their clothing precisely even when exhausted. She held 1 cup out without comment. He took it and stepped back. She came in and stood near the window rather than sitting, looking at the primer on the table. "Tell me what it says about the consequences," she said. "Not the benefits. The risks specifically." He appreciated that she asked for risks first. He told her. The vow couldn't be broken by death alone, but if her soul dispersed past a certain threshold, the vow would collapse and the power he derived from it would be lost with her. There were stages to soul dispersal, thresholds, not a single event, and the vow persisted until the final one. The primer described this with clinical precision, and he relayed it with the same precision. She listened with both hands around the cup, not drinking, watching him with steady gray attention. "And if I forged the vow and then decided I didn't want the connection?" she asked. "The primer says it can't be undone, but it also says it can't compel action. You'd feel my life force and I'd feel yours. Neither of us could choose when to be perceived by the other." He met her eyes. "That's the part I'd find most difficult, I think. Not the power dynamic, not the soul thread, the inability to choose when to be seen." Her expression changed, just fractionally, a small reorientation of something behind the steady gray. Something about that answer had been the right one, or at least the honest one. My master hid the Frost Sovereign Seal's first half in the northern roots of the dead pine tree at the sect's waste dump, she said. You likely walked past it tonight while you were sitting in that refuse pile. She said it without looking at him. I'm telling you because you freed me when you gained nothing from it, and you're carrying a primer that says our fates are connected, and I have to begin trusting someone. She finally drank from the cup. This isn't the vow. It's a test. What are you testing for? Whether you'll tell someone. I won't. I know. She looked out the window at the mountain. That's the test result. He looked at his cup. Mountain herb tea, pine, and cold air in it. The primer references Elder Crane Mao's name in connection with my father's disappearance. There's a passage I haven't fully decoded yet, but the connection is there. She turned from the window. My father researched the Vow sovereign system, he said. I think that's why he disappeared 12 years ago. And I believe Crane Mao was involved in making him vanish. He looked at the primer. I want the other half of the seal. Not only for you. I believe what's in Crane Mao's vault connects to my father's research, and I need that connection. She was quiet for a moment. Going back into the sect is not a small risk. No, but it's also where we need to go. Yes. Not yet. We need preparation, not impulse. Tomorrow we assess what we have. Tonight we rest. She moved to the door, paused without turning around. You're not frightened. I am frightened, he said. I'm just better at being frightened quietly than most people. She turned slightly to look at him over her shoulder, those pale eyes steady. So am I, she said, and went to her room. He went back to the primer, and in the mountain village inn with the flickering spirit lamp outside his window, he read until he understood exactly what the Vow sovereign system asked of him, and then he read further, and in the last accessible section before the text closed for the night, he found a passage his father had written into the primer's framework, threaded through the main text like a hidden signature. Asterisk if you are reading this. What? Then you found the primer, and you found the woman. The woman with ice in her eyes. Yes, I know there is one. Don't rush her. She'll know when she's ready, and when she does, you'll both feel it. The system wasn't built for people who make rational decisions on schedules. It was built for people who know when something is true. Asterisk, he set the primer down. He looked at the ceiling. His father had been gone for 12 years, had disappeared leaving only a note in a room of research texts and 12 years of silence. And he was still here, somehow, in a primer in a waste dump, in a village in window, in the careful architecture of a plan that had apparently been running since before Shin-Wook knew there was a plan to run. He thought about his father's handwriting, which he knew as well as his own. He thought about the word Wook in that note. Asterisk, I'm sorry. I'll explain when I can. Asterisk, he thought about what it meant that his father had known about a woman with ice in her eyes, had known to build patience into the system's requirements, had known, somehow, that the most difficult thing would not be the dangers outside but the willingness to be seen. And somewhere between all of that and the cold mountain air coming through the gap in the window frame, something he had been carrying for 12 years shifted and changed shape, and he wasn't sure yet, whether it had gotten lighter or whether he had simply gotten better at carrying it. Chapter 5. The morning brought frost on the window glass, and, before Shin-Wook had finished his first cup of the inn's thin tea, the sound of multiple sets of boots on the village road below. Not from Iron Peak, from the mountain itself, in the person of Crane Mao's son. Crane Shui was 23, broad across the shoulders, and had inherited his father's self-certainty without doing the work required to actually earn it. He arrived at the inn's front with 3 disciples at Foundation Establishment, 1 at Lesser, 2 at what Shin-Wook estimated was close to Foundation Establishment Middle, and he stood in the road as if he owned it, which in practical terms, this close to Iron Peak sect, he very nearly did. He had the bearing of someone who had never had a problem that raw cultivation power couldn't eventually resolve, and who had never had to learn how to resolve problems any other way. The innkeeper came to Shin-Wook's room with the expression of a man who understood that this particular visitor was going to be bad for his business. He didn't say anything. He just stood in the doorway and looked at Shin-Wook and then at the window, and then back at Shin-Wook, and Shin-Wook understood. He knocked on Lian's door. Company. Crane Mao's son with 3 Foundation Establishment disciples. How quickly can you move? A brief pause. Already dressed. The door opened. Options. Engaging them directly is a loss. Foundation Establishment versus my current cultivation is not a contest. He described the north yard and the ravine beyond it. What he'd observed about the ice surface and the color difference that indicated thin coverage, the angles that would matter when weight was applied to the right section. 1 strike. That's all we need. She considered for 2 seconds, the brief, comprehensive stillness of complete concentration. All right. Kitchen exit. They moved down through the kitchen, past the genuinely startled cook, and out the north side into the yard before Crane Shui had finished positioning his disciples at the front. For minutes bought. Shinwuk walked the ravine edge and identified the thin section precisely, a 6-meter stretch of ice over faster water, the surface slightly grayer than the properly frozen sections on either side. He memorized the sight lines from the ravine's edge, the angles that would matter, the distances involved. He had done this kind of environmental reading for years in the waste dump, mapping space for tactical purposes against a future need he couldn't specify. The habit had survived the loss of his cultivation because it had never been a cultivation skill to begin with. Then he stepped into the open and called toward the inn. Crane Shui, boots on packed earth. The young man appeared around the inn's corner, his 3 disciples spreading to flank positions behind him with the practiced efficiency of people who'd done this many times and expected it to work the way it always had. You want the fugitive, Shinwuk said. She's behind me. He stepped back, toward the ravine, putting himself between Crane Shui and Lien. Come and get her. Crane Shui studied him with the dismissiveness of someone who'd been informed this person wasn't worth effort. You're the expelled one. Wuck. His tone had genuine contempt, the contempt of someone who'd never had to think about what it felt like to lose everything in an afternoon, and who saw someone who had as evidence that the person deserved it. Step aside. Come and get her, Shinwuk said again, and kept his voice mild. Crane Shui came. He moved like foundation establishment, fast, with the certainty of force behind each step that comes from knowing you're the most powerful person in any situation involving a mortal shell opponent. He sent 2 disciples to flank and walked straight at Shinwuk himself, which was exactly the error Shinwuk had been counting on. It focused all 4 pairs of eyes on him, not on Lien. It moved Crane Shui into the direct line between the inn's corner and the thin ice zone. He threw himself flat to the left. Lien's ice formation released not at Crane Shui, but at the ravine's surface behind him. She'd been gathering it in thin threads while he was talking, warming the ice to structural failure under a specific weight threshold. The surface cracked in a chain reaction faster than Crane Shui's combat reflexes could process. He went through. Not all the way. The ravine was deep enough to be serious, but the water beneath was shallow and swift. Crane Shui hit the ice water to his chest, which shocked the cultivation confidence completely out of him, and scrambled for purchase on the broken ice edges with his foundation establishment strength working at full capacity just to keep his feet under him in the fast-moving current. His disciples reversed course to help him. Shinwuk and Lien were already running north along the ravine's edge. He'll be out in minutes, Lien said, keeping pace with an ease that made his breathing sound loud to himself. Yes, but we have directional advantage now, and no tracker on us. I saw his belt when he crossed the yard. No spirit tracker pouches. He kept running. He's relying on network communication, which takes time to organize. She looked at him sidelong. You learned all that from a belt. Observation is free. He didn't slow down. Cultivation cost me years, and they took it. I decided to invest in what can't be taken away from me. Behind them, Crane Shui's voice echoed off the ravine walls, furious, impotent, and already calculating. He would not stay in the river long. He had foundation establishment strength, and he had his father's organizational resources, and he had the particular motivation of a young man who has just been made to look foolish in front of people whose opinion of him matters. That combination meant the next team that came would not be 3 disciples. It would be organized, equipped, and led by someone who had studied the terrain. Shinwuk had made Crane Shui fall into a river, and he had done it in front of witnesses, and he had done it on purpose, and there was a cost to that choice that was going to arrive later in a form he couldn't yet fully calculate. He'll send a message to his father the moment he's out of the water, Lien said. They were still moving north along the ravine's edge, putting distance between themselves and the village. I know. We have however long it takes a soaked foundation establishment disciple to dry off and write a communication talisman. 15 minutes, possibly 20 if he's sufficiently furious. He paused. We need to be in different terrain before the organized response arrives. Mountain routes, not road routes. Agreed. She looked at him sidelong. You knew this was going to escalate when you called his name. Yes. You did it anyway. We needed to be somewhere other than inside the inn when he arrived. The alternative was waiting for him to find us in a building with one exit. He kept running. Escalation was the better option. She was quiet for several strides. You make those calculations quickly. I've had to. He paused. The waste dump. 12 years of being somewhere that didn't officially matter, watching how things actually worked. You learn to calculate outcomes fast when the margin for error is small. She was quiet for several strides. Smart, she said. Very briefly. He filed that alongside decent from the night before and kept running, because behind them Crane Shui was already climbing out of the ravine with the expression of a man who intends to make someone understand the cost of this specific humiliation, and that expression meant a communication talisman was burning at his fingers right now. and his father would read the message at his desk in Iron Peak. And Elder Crane Mao would look at the description of what had just happened and understand that the expelled disciple he'd dismissed as finished had just made his son fall into a river in front of 3 Foundation establishment witnesses, and whatever patience the elder had left for handling this quietly would be replaced by something considerably less patient. And the hunter team Elder Crane Mao dispatched next would not be 3 Foundation disciples under his son. It would be something considerably worse. And they had exactly however long it took Crane Mao to read his son's message before it arrived. Chapter 6. They walked through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon, moving north and slightly east, away from Iron Peak's most predictable search corridors. Xianxia's feet hurt in the specific way scholars' feet meet mountain terrain. An honest, consistent pain he wasn't going to mention because mentioning it wouldn't change whether they walked. He'd trained himself out of unnecessary complaints at 12, when complaining had served no function, and had never retrieved the habit. Lian described her master as they moved, in the careful, modulated way of someone who has gone days without speaking about something and finds, when they do speak, that the words come more readily than expected. Not pouring out, flowing, the way water moves when the obstruction has been partially removed and the path remembers where it was going. Elder Frostmere had been an outer elder at Iron Peak, not powerful enough to hold a senior position, but respected enough to be tolerated. A formation specialist, an ice cultivation theorist, a man who had apparently spent the last year of his life excited about something he'd been careful not to explain in detail to the student who depended on him. He had colleagues, she said. He never named them. He called them researchers. He corresponded with them regularly, and in the last year, he said they were close to something important. He would come back from his correspondence sessions looking different, more alert, more engaged, like someone who has been working in the dark and has finally seen light. When did he die? 3 weeks ago. And before that, in that last year, did he ever mention anyone named Xianxia? The pause stretched over several steps. My father's name, Xianxia said. He was a cultivation researcher. He disappeared when I was 12. She stopped walking. He stopped beside her. My master mentioned a Shun, she said slowly. Not a full name. He called him the theorist. He said the theorist had discovered the key to an old system and been silenced for it. Her gray gaze met his steadily. He was grieved when he spoke of it. He said it was one of the field's greatest losses, that the theorist had been the only person in a generation with the right kind of mind for this particular problem. Xianxia breathed cold mountain air and let that settle inside him. His father's name, carried by a dead man he'd never met, grieved by someone who understood the work. This was not coincidence. This was the shape of a plan his father had laid 12 years ago, and the people in it were meeting each other on a mountain road because the plan was finally running. The Frost Sovereign Seal's first half, he said. What does it actually do? It purifies corrupted cultivation bases. That's the description my master gave me. He said it was designed for something older and more specific, something he was still working to decode. She resumed walking, slower. He said if both halves were reunited, it could restore something that had been lost. Something essential to the old cultivation order. The old cultivation path, he said. My father researched it. I believe the primer I found is connected to his work, possibly built from his work. Your master and my father were studying the same thing, and they were both silenced for it by the same faction. He showed her the passage his father had written into the primer's framework. She read it. Her face didn't change, but he'd begun learning to read the subtle registers, the slight tightening around her eyes. The breath held a half-second longer than usual, the particular stillness that was different from her normal stillness. The 7 keys are also targets, she read aloud. The faction hunting my father will hunt them, he confirmed. Which means you were already in danger before Crane Mao knew anything about the Vow system. He may have killed your master simply because Elder Frostmere knew enough about the research to be a liability, not because of the seal specifically, but because of what your master knew. And the other half of the seal is in Crane Mao's vault. She closed her eyes briefly. Not grief exactly, but the thing grief becomes when it's been pressed into a functional shape for days. When she opened them, something had shifted in her expression. Both halves are essential to the same goal. So we need both, he said. Which means we go back in. She said it without hesitation. When can you cultivate again? A different path entirely. It builds something new rather than recovering what was closed. But I need time to understand the technique. He paused. The primer says I begin from first principles. There's a method I can practice while we walk. Practice it. We slow our pace for 2 hours. She adjusted her stride. Tell me what you need from me, specifically, to move forward. He told her. She listened without interrupting, and when he finished, she said, I won't forge the vow yet. I know, but I'll acknowledge that what you're carrying is real. She looked at the primer. My master believed the Vow sovereign system existed and was worth protecting with his life. If you're xianxia's son and you found this primer the night you were expelled, then either the universe has a very specific sense of convenience, or this was meant to happen. I suspect both, he said. He practiced the technique for another hour as they moved, getting the feel of what genuine invitation required as distinct from performed openness. The difference was subtle and difficult to fake. Genuine meant not knowing what the answer would be, only being willing to receive it. Performed meant already having decided what you wanted the chi to do, and then trying to make your intent look open. The primer could apparently tell the difference because chi could tell the difference, and chi that had been building for centuries in a system designed for authenticity wasn't fooled by approximations of it. Something changed, Lien said, watching him without breaking her own stride. In the last hour, your cultivation. Yes, the technique clicked. There's a difference between understanding a method intellectually and actually doing the thing it describes. He examined the thread in his dantian, cleaner than it had been an hour ago, more solidly shaped. The primer says this is how the Vow system's chi always builds. Not quickly, but it accumulates without the plateaus and resistances of standard cultivation because there's nothing fighting it from inside. Nothing fighting it because it's genuinely yours. Yes. They walked on, and the mountain terrain gave way to foothills, and somewhere ahead of them a traveling apothecary was making tea by a fire and waiting. Though neither he nor the apothecary knew yet that waiting was what was happening. And the world kept doing what the world does, which is move forward with or without the people in it understanding why, and sometimes the not understanding was part of the design. She almost smiled. The shape her mouth made was close enough to count. He filed it alongside everything else he'd observed about her in the past 20 hours. The way she fought the chains even when fighting was futile, the way she built warmth from ice, the way she'd handed him tea in a mountain inn and asked for risks before benefits. The primer's assessment had been right about her in ways that had nothing to do with cultivation levels or Tao resonance, and everything to do with what kind of person she was. They walked north, and he practiced the reconstruction technique, and the small thread beginning in his dantian felt different from anything he'd had before, shaped from the inside out, made of what he actually was. And somewhere behind them, a message was being composed that included the phrase made crane shue fall through river ice in front of witnesses, and the person receiving it was not going to find it amusing. And what Elder Crane Mouse sent next would be larger and better organized and aimed specifically at them. And this time it would be led by someone who had studied the primer's implications rather than simply receiving a report about his son falling into a river. Chapter 7 The primer's chi reconstruction technique was nothing like standard cultivation. Standard cultivation described chi gathering as breathing, drawing ambient energy inward through the meridians in rhythmic flow, filling the dantian in layers. The primer dismissed this as a downstream method suited for systems that didn't use Vow meridians. Not wrong, the text said, but incomplete. A method built for a constrained purpose by people who'd forgotten what the unconstrained version looked like and had stopped asking why it had been constrained. What it described instead was closer to construction than breathing. You didn't draw chi in. You extended an invitation, a genuine invitation, not a technical approximation of one. And chi that aligned with your authentic intent accepted it, while chi that didn't align passed through without accumulating. The result was slower to build initially, but what accumulated was precisely calibrated to the Vow system's requirements. Chi that would channel through Vow meridians without friction. Chi that was, in a sense, shaped by what you actually were rather than by what technique you were applying. Shinwuk practiced this for 3 hours as they walked. He failed repeatedly in the first hour, kept trying to force the chi rather than invite it, the way years of standard cultivation technique had trained him to approach this kind of work. The force didn't work because the intent behind forcing is closed, and the system required openness. He adjusted in the second hour, stopped trying to make the invitation look right, and made it actually right, genuine rather than performed. In the third hour, a small thread of chi began to accumulate in his lower dantian that felt different from anything he'd had before. Cleaner, more precisely shaped, almost warm in a way that standard chi hadn't been. By the time they reached the foothill's lower edge, where the mountain terrain leveled into cold plains, he had the beginning of something real. Not much, but real. He was examining this with the attention it deserved when Lien stopped. There, she said. He followed her gaze. In a small depression between two low hills, where winter-bare trees provided windbreak, a figure sat before a small fire with a traveling apothecary's cart nearby. An old man, short, with the posture of someone who'd spent decades bent over work tables. He was grinding something in a small mortar with practiced, unhurried movements, not looking up. An apothecary, Shinwuk said. He's building his fire with pine resin in a specific ratio to minimize smoke. That's not standard practice. That's a trained technique from formal alchemy training. She studied the figure carefully. He doesn't want to be found. But he lit a fire. He wants warmth more than invisibility. He made a calculated trade-off. She looked at him. Someone who makes that kind of trade-off consciously is worth talking to. They approached in the open, walking slowly and visibly. No sudden movements, no cultivation flares, hands where they could be read as non-threatening. The old man looked up when they were 15 meters away. His eyes moved to Xianxia first, then Lian, then back to Xianxia. Something in his expression shifted, not dramatically, more the way a fire shifts when it receives a specific kind of wood it was waiting for. You have his eyes, the old man said. Xianxia stopped walking. What? The Shen look. Your father's brow exactly. I worked with xianxia for 7 years, spent more hours in the same room with him than I could count. He set down the mortar with careful hands. Sit down, boy. You look like someone who has been running on mountain terrain in scholar's shoes, which is exactly as bad as it sounds. They sat. His name was Zhao Benming. Old Zhao, he said, as if the title had long since become the name. Third-rank alchemist, former sect alchemy hall practitioner, forced out 18 years ago. Traveling apothecary for the past decade, following the mountain circuits, selling remedies to villages that couldn't afford sect medical care, making himself small and useful and not worth hunting. He had the weathered quality of a man who'd been carrying grief for a long time and had found a way to live with the weight. Xianxia, Xianxia said. You worked with him, knew him, worked alongside him, watched his research develop from theoretical framework into something real and verifiable over 7 years. He paused. I haven't spoken that name aloud in 6 years. Became dangerous. He's connected to the primer's system, Xianxia said. Old Zhao looked at the primer on Xianxia's knee. The old man's eyes widened fractionally, not with surprise, but with something older. The recognition of someone who spent years believing something was gone forever and is now looking at evidence that he was wrong. He found a working copy, Old Zhao said quietly. He said he was close the last time I saw him. He had that particular excitement, the kind he only got when something was genuinely real rather than theoretically possible. He looked at Xianxia. And you're going to tell me you found that in the Iron Peak waste dump? I am. He planted it for you. Old Zhao nodded slowly, as if confirming something long suspected. He said he was making contingencies. He knew they were coming for him, and he wanted to make sure his son had what he'd need. He stopped, breathed. He talked about you more than almost anything else. He said you had the right mind for this kind of work. Patient, observational, willing to sit with what you didn't understand until it answered you. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. The small thread in his dantian felt, somehow, more stable. Tell me about the faction that took him, he said. Old Zhao told them everything he knew. It was an old coalition, older than Iron Peak sect, older than the current cultivation orders arrangement. A network of powerful sects and clans that had agreed, centuries ago, to suppress specific research threads because they threatened the established power structure. The Vows sovereign system was one of their primary targets. Not because it was dangerous in a hostile sense, but because it produced power through connection rather than rank. In a world organized around cultivation hierarchy, a system that scaled through relationships rather than individual achievement was a threat to the entire framework that kept power consolidated. Elder Crane Mao was a mid-level operative in the northern region. Useful, not a decision-maker. Which means the faction already knows evidence exists, Old Zhao said. And they'll keep looking. Then they'll come here eventually, Lian said. Eventually. Old Zhao looked at her carefully. You're Frostmer's student. He wrote about you. He said you were the most capable student he'd had in 20 years. A pause. He was worried about you. He knew you'd be in danger when the faction connected the research to him. He wanted to prepare you, but he didn't know how to do it without making you a target earlier. Lian's face remained still, but he saw the small, involuntary movement in her throat. Old Zhao gave them the Qi reconstruction accelerant vial, the sealed message for his contact in Ganyu, his father's compass built to follow the cultivation resonance of the old system, and a flat sealed packet his father had left with him years ago, 3 sheets in his father's dense, cramped hand, including the passage about the Frost Sovereign Seal's second half being placed in Crane Mao's vault as camouflage. He also gave them one more thing, a small jade fragment, separate from the packet, wrapped in preservation silk. When Xianxia held it near the primer pulsed. Once. Clearly. He said it was the key to reading the jade tablet when you found one, Old Zhao said. He calibrated them to work together. One without the other is just stone. That night, reading by firelight with Old Zhao sleeping nearby, and Lian in cultivation across the fire, Xianxia found a new passage in the primer, And in the margin of his father's research notes, in slightly different ink, he found Lien Frostmere's master's name, and beside it, asterisk, she will understand. She already does, in the way that matters. Asterisk, he said nothing. The ground beneath them was already shifting, and he needed to be certain of his footing before he showed her how far the roots went, because if he was right about what that margin note implied, it meant their meeting tonight was not the beginning of this story, but the middle of one that had been running for 12 years, an understanding that changed the meaning of every moment since the waste dump, and it changed the meaning of what came next, too. And old Zhao's steady sleeping breath in. The firelight felt, suddenly, like something to be grateful for rather than simply noted, because gratitude was something he had not had much occasion for lately and was learning to recognize when it arrived. Chapter 8. The next morning was clear and very cold, the mountain air crystalline from overnight wind. Old Zhao made tea from a folding kit that contained half an apothecary's supply in compressed form. The tea was excellent, warming herbs with a trace of qi enhancement that wasn't quite a pill, but more than nothing. The taste was pine and cold air and something else underneath that he couldn't name, which old Zhao confirmed was a trade secret and a point of genuine professional pride. He read the cheery construction accelerant vial's composition from the markings on the glass. Second grade, not powerful enough for high-level cultivators, but more than sufficient for someone building from the foundation level the primer's method had established. He cross-referenced it against the technique and confirmed compatibility. He took it. The effect was quiet rather than dramatic, not a surge or a rush, but the small thread in his dantian receiving better fuel and burning at its proper intensity. Steady growth. The qi accumulating in the precisely calibrated configuration the primer's method established. He could feel the difference between this and the forced gathering of standard technique. This qi fit had been shaped to exactly the right dimensions by the invitation method, slid into place rather than needing to be pressed. Like the difference between water that flows into a prepared channel and water forced against a dam. By mid-morning, he was at qi gathering level 1 by his own assessment. By old Zhao's apothecary check, 2 fingers against his wrist, 30 seconds of careful attention, thin level 2. Rebuilding is different from building from nothing, old Zhao said. The meridians remember. In your case, the primer's method is reshaping them as they rebuild, which creates friction. But your base is clean, no residual suppression damage. Crane Mao closed your meridians. He didn't corrupt them. He wanted them intact for some purpose he intended to use later. He looked at the primer, which is itself a piece of information worth considering. Xinwuk filed that unsettling thought alongside others and returned to the text. He spent an hour reading the sections the primer had newly opened, pages on the relationship between the carrier's authentic intent and the qi's quality, pages on the way the vow meridians differed in structure from standard meridians, pages his father had embedded with marginalia in the private shorthand that Xinwuk was learning to read as fluently as standard script. Lien sat nearby and worked through her own cultivation cycle, repairing the suppression damage the chains had left in careful layers. She didn't ask to see the primer, but he noticed she watched him read it the way someone watches a text they're curious about and choosing to approach at their own time. My father's notes, he said. There are layers built into this text structure, his research embedded in the primer's framework. The primer reveals them as the carrier becomes ready to receive them. He put years into that project, old Zhao said. He said the most important discovery wasn't the cultivation system itself. What was it? That the system had already existed long before the current order. That what we call cultivation now is a constrained, diminished version of something older and broader. Old Zhao wrapped his hands around his tea, looking into it with the expression of a man reviewing things he has reviewed many times. He said if the old system were truly re-established, the entire hierarchy of sects and clans and cultivation ranks would need to reconsider itself. Power through connection doesn't accumulate the same way as power through individual achievement. It threatens different things. It makes different things possible, which is why they had him removed, Lien said. And your master, old Zhao confirmed. And others I knew whose names I won't speak because those names still carry danger, even now. He was quiet for a moment. He knew the risk and took it anyway. That kind of person, the methodical, patient kind, when they decide something is worth the risk, they're usually right. He was right about the system. He was right about you. I think he was right about her, too. He looked at Lien without further explanation. I want to tell you something about the day your father left, old Zhao said. He said it quietly, the way a person introduces a topic they've been carrying long enough that bringing it out feels like setting down something heavy. Not everything I know. I don't know everything. But the part one was present for. Xinwuk looked at him. He knew they were coming for him. He'd known for about a week. He spent that week doing 3 things. finishing the primer's core framework, setting up the contacts and the compass, and writing the letter for you. Old Zhao paused. He also spent one afternoon teaching me everything I needed to know to recognize his son when I met him. The Shen look, yes, but also the way you approach problems. The patience, the willingness to sit with what you don't understand. He looked at Shen Wuk steadily. He said, if he's found the primer, he'll be here. If he's here, help him. He'll know what to do with what you give him. Shen Wuk breathed cold morning air. He was not surprised, Old Zhao said. He was prepared. That's different. Surprise means you didn't expect it. Prepared means you expected it and did everything you could about it before it arrived. He picked up the mortar again, not grinding anything, just holding it. He was the most prepared man I ever met, and the most deliberate. When he set something in motion, he had thought through 10 steps and prepared for the 11th. What you're carrying is the 11th. Old Zhao stood and refilled their cups from the small pot. Before you go, he said, there's something practical I should tell you about the accelerant. Second-grade qi accelerants of this type have a specific interaction with intent cultivation methods. The standard practice is to avoid second-grade materials when using advanced cultivation techniques, because the impurities in second-grade work create static in high-level meridians. But I'm not at a level where that matters yet, Shen Wuk said. No, but the primer's technique also changes what impurity means. In standard cultivation, impurity is a qi quality mismatch, foreign energy patterns that interrupt the cultivator's native qi flow. In the primer's method, qi is shaped by intent, which means the impurities in the second-grade accelerant are actually just qi without shaped intent behind it. Neutral rather than mismatched. He looked at Shen Wuk steadily. This means you can use materials that would be problematic for standard cultivators without the usual costs. You have advantages in resource efficiency that you may not have calculated for yet. Shen Wuk filed that information carefully alongside the other things Old Zhao had given him. Not just objects, then, but knowledge of how to use the objects correctly. His father had built the network to provide exactly this. Not just tools, but the context for using them effectively. They left Old Zhao at midday. The old man stood by his cart and watched them go with the expression of someone who has finally passed something heavy to hands more suited for carrying it. A specific relief that is not happiness, but is related to it. They were 2 hours down the road when the organized footfalls reached them from behind, more coordinated than anything that had followed them so far, coming from 2 directions simultaneously, because Crane Mao had received his son's full report and was no longer treating these 2 fugitives as a manageable embarrassment. The sound was larger and faster, and it was coming from angles that meant someone had studied the terrain and made a plan, and the plan was better than Crane Shui's had been. And they had exactly 90 seconds before the 2 lines of approach intersected at their position, and the rock cut on the left hill was the only viable option, and they were already running toward it, because Shen Wuk had mapped it 3 hours ago when they passed it. And preparation always beats reaction when the margin is thin enough. But the formation at the rock cut entrance was not going to hold forever against 8 disciples who had orders and a reason. Chapter 9. The rock cut was narrow enough that they had to turn sideways to enter, which made it narrow enough that anyone following also had to turn sideways. This meant they couldn't maintain a formation, couldn't bring multiple combatants to bear simultaneously, couldn't leverage their numerical advantage in any practical way. From the perspective of 2 people with limited power defending against 8 with considerably more, it was nearly ideal terrain. 8 disciples, 3 at Qi gathering upper levels, and 5 at Foundation Establishment, the highest of them at Foundation Establishment greater. They spread across the hills face outside the cut, and their leader, a woman in the orange-trimmed robes of Crane Mao's personal household guard, called into the cut with the voice of someone accustomed to complete compliance. Shen Wuk, Lian Frostmere, you are to return for questioning under sect authority. This is your only offer. Shen Wuk called back. What are the terms of questioning? A pause. She hadn't expected a question in return. Standard holding procedure. Standard holding procedure for the same kind of cultivation damage framing and prisoner processing that was applied to us both in the past 48 hours. I want to be precise about what I'm declining. He kept his voice even and reasonable, the voice of someone genuinely clarifying rather than stalling. Though he was also stalling. He watched his own qi state while he talked. The reconstruction accelerant was still working through him. He could feel the level climbing. He pulled the primer out and checked a combat application he'd been studying since noon. The primer called it an intent disruptor. Qi shaped by genuine purpose rather than technique form, projected at a formation structure. In theory, it shouldn't function at his current level. In theory, the primer's cultivation didn't follow the same power tier rules as standard cultivation. He was about to find out which theory was right, and the entire situation depended on the answer. 10 seconds, the guard leader said. Thank you. Shinwuk said, and nodded to Lian. She released the first ice formation, not at the disciples, but at the frost seams in the rock walls on both sides of the cut's entrance, which she'd been warming to structural failure while he was talking. The rock didn't collapse, it cracked, and the cracks spidered outward in the pattern that caused the stone above the entrance to tilt. Not fall, tilt, creating a narrower gap and sending gravel skittering toward the disciples outside. Two disciples stumbled back. One raised a defensive formation array that occupied both hands. Shinwuk stepped to the cut's edge and released the intent disruptor at the guard leader's formation array. His current chi level wasn't enough to shatter the array, but the intent-driven quality resonated with the array's structure in a way that destabilized it briefly, like a vibrating string setting off a sympathetic resonance across a room. The guard leader lost 3 seconds of formation focus. 3 seconds was enough for Lian to step past him and release her ice strike at the leader's feet. A 6-sided cage structure, precisely contoured, done in less than 1 second. The leader went nowhere. The remaining 7 hesitated. Their leader was captured, their formation was broken, and the mortal shell target had done something that hadn't been briefed. 3 seconds of hesitation in any engagement is enough for a lot of things. Go back to Elder Crane Mao, Shinwuk said from the cut's edge. He was breathing harder than he wanted to admit. Tell him we declined his offer. Tell him we know what's in his vault, and what the seal is for, and why he had my father removed. And that knowledge is now walking freely outside his control. The 7 hesitated for 3 more seconds. Then the senior of them took the guard leader's arm, and they retreated in good order. Shinwuk sat down against the cut wall. His legs had made their own decision. You reached level 3, Lian said. She was standing beside him, ice crackling faintly at her fingertips, watching the slope. I felt the shift through the proximity resonance the primer establishes. I think so. He could feel it. The thread in his dantian visibly thicker, more solid. Combat stress acceleration. The primer described it. The intent-driven method responds to genuine need. A chi gathering 3 cultivator destabilized a foundation establishment formation array. She looked at him. The primer's technique is structurally different from anything in the standard system. Yes. I want to read it. He held it out. It will show you whatever it decides you're ready to receive. She took it and sat against the opposite wall, cross-legged, and read. He leaned his head back and let his chi settle and thought about the next stage. The vault, the seal, the research notes his father had apparently built into the primer's framework. He thought about old Zhao's words. Asterisk, he was right about you. I think he was right about her, too. Asterisk, he thought about what it meant to be right about a person, what that required. Not just intelligence or capability, but the capacity for the kind of trust the vow demanded. He was building a picture of what that meant in practical terms, and the picture kept matching the woman reading his father's work across the cut from him. When she handed the primer back 10 minutes later, she said, "There's a passage about my master. It says he was one of your father's original collaborators. It says they intended the combined seal to serve as a specific tool for the Vow Sovereign System's re-establishment." Yes. He never told me. She looked at her hands. He was protecting me from information that would have made me a target from the beginning. Yes. I've been angry at him, she said, for dying without telling me what mattered to him most. I've been carrying that anger for 3 weeks. A pause. I'm not certain the anger is wrong, but I understand now why he made the choices he did. Tell me about the Vow Meridian, Lian said. They were still in the rock cut, the afternoon sun warming the stone above them, the distant sound of the retreated pursuit growing fainter. The intent disruptor you used, you said that should have been too weak. But it worked. The primer's technique is structurally different, he said. Standard cultivation power scales with level. A chi gathering 3 technique is weaker than a foundation establishment technique by definition, because the chi available is less. The primer's intent-shaped chi doesn't follow that rule because it's not competing with the formation on the formation's terms. It's resonating with the formation structure from outside the hierarchy. Like a key that doesn't force the lock, but fits it. Yes, exactly that. He looked at the new level settling in his dantian. The Vow Meridian will work the same way. Whatever ability the first vow gives me, it won't scale in the standard hierarchy. It will operate in a different register entirely. She was quiet for a moment. That's why the faction has been trying to suppress it for centuries. It's not just that the system produces power. It's that the power it produces is structurally outside their control framework. You can't counter a key with a better lock. No, you can only prevent the key from being used. He looked at her. Which is what they've been doing, and which is what we're undoing. She looked out at the slope beyond the cut's entrance. The retreated disciples were gone. The mountain was ordinary in the afternoon light. Good, she said. He said nothing, because some things don't require a response, and he had learned, at 12, The difference between silence that is absence and silence that is presence. The seal, she said finally. Both halves together are the anchor for the first vow. Without it, the vow works, but it's vulnerable to disruption by anyone with sufficient power. With both halves, permanent. Beyond any disruption at any cultivation level. She stood. Tonight we plan. Tomorrow night we go in. And we have one day before Crane Mao organizes something more thorough than today, because after that message reaches him, the elder will understand that small teams aren't sufficient, and what he sends next will be led by someone who won't retreat when their formation gets broken, and we need to be inside that vault and away before that person arrives. Because once Elder Crane Mao sends someone who understands what the primer is and what the seal does, the kind of quiet infiltration they were planning becomes impossible. Chapter 10. They reached Ganyu by nightfall. The contact old Zhao had mentioned. A former sect administrator named Woman Tung who ran a cloth merchant shop, asked no questions about travelers who looked like they'd been running through mountains, and gave them a back room, hot food, and the information that old Zhao had sent ahead by Spirit Hawk. Crane Mouse search teams were concentrating on the main roads. They were not on the main roads, and hadn't been since leaving Iron Peak. Woman Tung was 50, brisk, and possessed of the economy of movement of someone who had navigated between competing interests for decades without being caught by any of them. She brought food and a lamp and left them to work. When she set the lamp on the table, she studied Shinwok for exactly 2 seconds with the expression of someone who has been waiting for something for a long time and has just confirmed it has arrived. She didn't say anything. She went back to her shop. He filed that look for later. Shinwok and Lian spread the mountain map on the table. The compass pointed northeast, toward Iron Peak. The inner sanctum, he said. I was never inside it. You have been, once, delivering my master's quarterly report while he was unwell. She traced the map with one finger. The vault is in the eastern quadrant, behind the alchemy hall. 2 guard rotations and 2 formation arrays. Both arrays run continuously. Continuously sustained formations have maintenance cycles. The chi crystal inside needs to refresh at intervals. No exceptions. He studied the map. How often? She thought carefully. The outer formation, near the alchemy hall, refreshes every midnight. I remember because the lights flickered during my visit. A pause. The vault's inner formation, I'm not certain about specifically. If both refresh at midnight, there's a window between them. A competent formation master would synchronize them for maximum security. An average one would set them both to midnight out of habit and convenience. Is Crane Mao a competent formation master? She thought. Competent enough to be dangerous in application. Not creative enough to think about offset timing as a deliberate security feature. A very slight pause. That's my assessment. Good enough to plan around. He spent the next 2 hours studying the map and cross-referencing it with the primer's passive formation reading techniques. Methods of reading formation structures through their chi signature without inserting his own chi into the array and triggering any response. He found he could reconstruct the patterns of the 2 arrays he'd been near during his time at Iron Peak, from memory of the formation signatures he'd noticed without understanding at the time. The primer's technique made retrospective sense of observations he'd made without knowing why he was making them. The patterns were consistent. The work of the same formation master, with the same structural habits. If that master had done Crane Mao's vault arrays, they would follow the same maintenance timing. Lian read his notes as he wrote them, asked 4 precise questions, and offered 3 corrections based on her observation of the inner sanctum during her single visit. They work together in the way that happens between people who have similar analytical habits and don't feel the need to perform for each other, efficiently, without filling silences that didn't need filling. By the 2nd hour past midnight, they had a plan. He wrote it out in 3 stages, with contingencies for each decision point. She reviewed it, added 2 contingencies he'd missed, and crossed out one that she identified as redundant. He considered her changes and agreed with both additions and the removal. Tomorrow night, he said. Tomorrow night, she confirmed. Rest and rebuild tomorrow. We go in at the 4th hour before midnight. That gives us positioning time before the outer formation's maintenance cycle. She looked at the compass. Tell me the rest of your father's notes. All of it. He told her everything, including the jade fragment and what it implied about the jade tablet they'd find in the vault. He told her about the primer's careful implication, understated, but present, that his mother had been one of the 7 keys, that his father's connection to the Vows system ran through her. He said it plainly, without softening. Lian was quiet when he finished. Outside, Woman Ting's shop did its evening business, the muffled sounds of commerce and conversation drifting up through the floor. Somewhere in the street below, an ordinary transaction was occurring between people who had no idea that 2 expelled disciples were sitting above them with a primer and a compass and a plan to break into a sect elder's vault. Your father researched the system because of your mother, she said. And then she died, and he spent the rest of his free life trying to understand it and preserve it. Yes. The whole project was grieving, she said, and trying to make sure it wasn't lost, trying to make sure someone could carry it forward. Yes. She was silent for another long moment. Then, that's not what I expected. What did you expect? Academic motivation. Intellectual ambition. She looked at her hands. Not grief, turned into purpose. He looked at the compass. I didn't expect it either, he said. But it changes how I think about the primer. It's not just a cultivation system. It's what he built because he loved someone, and she was gone, and this was what he had left of what she'd been. Woman tongue, he said, as she was preparing to leave after bringing the lamp. Old Zhao's message said to find you if I needed help. He didn't say why specifically. She paused with her hand on the doorframe. I was at the same sect as your father. Briefly, a long time ago. I left before it became unsafe, which was fortunate for me. She looked at the compass on the table. I knew what that compass was made for when I saw it. I built a cloth merchant shop and kept my head down and waited. A pause. 18 years. Some things take that long. Why did you stay? You could have moved further away. Because the circuit comes back around eventually. Because the people who are supposed to carry this forward have to be able to find the people who remember. She looked at him. Because your father asked me to, 12 years ago, when he was still here to ask. She went back to her shop without waiting for a response. He looked at the lamp on the table and thought about the network his father had built. Not just the primer and the compass and the jade fragment, but the people. Old Zhao in the mountains. Woman tongue in Ganyu. Contacts in other towns and cities he hadn't encountered yet. Each of them waiting. Each of them positioned where they needed to be. Each of them patient in the particular way that people become patient when they're waiting for something they believe in. 12 years of this. His father had spent 12 years in hiding, building and maintaining a network of people who remembered, so that when the time came, the path forward would already exist. She said nothing for a long moment, and he could see her thinking about her own master, about what her master had built and why, about the shape of that grief pressed into formation work and cultivation theory, and years of correspondence with researchers whose names he wouldn't say aloud. Get some sleep, she said finally. We need everything we have tomorrow night. And Crane Mao is going to realize very soon that something important was taken from that waste dump, and once he decodes even a fraction of what he absorbed from your father's notes, he'll understand what the primer is and why he cannot allow it to reach a second vow, and everything he does after that realization will be faster and more decisive and aimed specifically at us. And if he reaches that understanding before we reach the second key, we lose the only advantage we have. Chapter 11. Woman Tang's back room had a loft that smelled of silk bales and mountain air and was perfectly quiet. Shen Wuk slept deeply and woke at noon to find Lian already in the loft's small window, her cultivation running in the quiet, precise rhythms he'd begun to associate with her mornings. He watched for a moment. The way she worked with iced qi was architecturally exact. Each thread of energy placed like a load-bearing beam in a structure calculated to bear specific weight. Nothing wasted. Nothing included for appearance. Everything with a structural function. He'd never seen this particular style of cultivation before. It was her master's teaching embodied in her practice, and it was one of the most elegant things he'd watched anyone do. Your master trained you that way? He asked. Each movement purposeful. She didn't look away from her cultivation. He said elegance without function is decoration, and decoration is waste. He had no patience for waste. A pause. He was right. I spent the first year frustrated with him for it. I spent the next 2 years grateful. How long were you his student? 3 years. He took me as an outer disciple when I was 17. He said I had good instincts and poor habits, and that good instincts could survive bad habits for a while, but eventually the habits would win, so he intended to fix the habits first. She paused. He was right about that too. Was he right about most things? She considered this. He was right about the things that mattered and frequently wrong about practical details. He would give me perfect theoretical guidance and then give me incorrect directions to the market twice in the same week. Something shifted in her expression, very brief, very specific. I missed that about him. The combination. He sat with that. Outside, Ganyu's midday sounds drifted up, merchant calls, cart wheels, the ordinary industry of a town that wasn't paying attention to two fugitives in a loft above a cloth merchant's backroom. They ate the food woman tongue left outside the door, reviewed the plan in every detail, and spent the afternoon in careful cultivation work. By evening, he was solidly at Qi gathering level 3, not combat stress spikes, but a settled, stable base, the kind that had been built rather than seized. He could feel the quality of it, different from what he'd had before, cleaner, more precisely calibrated to the techniques the primer described. as if what had been taken from him was being replaced by something better suited to what he was becoming. During a quiet period between cultivation cycles, Lien said, "The truth requirement. For the vow. Yes. The primer says it has to be the one most defended. Not the biggest secret, the most defended one. The thing you've built the most internal walls around, not the thing you simply haven't said aloud." "Yes. I've been thinking about mine," she said. "Since the punishment grounds. Since the moment you told me what the vow required." He waited. He had learned, in 24 hours, that she said what she was going to say when she was ready and not before, and that waiting was not just courtesy but respect for the way she worked. "The morning my master was killed," she said, "I was supposed to be at the sect. He'd asked me to help him with something. Reviewing a formation array he was mapping, work I'd done with him a dozen times before. I told him I was doing a survey of ice deposits in the northern face, which was true. I did go to the northern face. But the reason I chose that morning specifically was that I was tired. Tired of always being needed. I wanted to be alone, and I chose that over being there when he asked me." Her voice was level. "If I'd been there, I might have been able to protect him. I might not have. I don't know. But I would have tried. I wasn't there because I chose myself over him that one morning." He sat with what she'd said. He felt the weight of it. Not of the choice itself, which was human and understandable and not the simple failure it might look like from outside, but of the fact that she'd been carrying it for 3 weeks without putting it down, pressing it into the shape of her anger and her grief and her determination. "The vow requires a truth," he said. "Not a confession. Not a verdict." "I know." Her gaze settled on him. "Your turn." "I let Elder Crane Mao do what he did to me at the assessment without fighting back," he said. "Not because I couldn't have tried to resist. I could have. I knew what he was doing while he was doing it. I felt each meridian close, and I knew it was deliberate." He looked at his hands. "I didn't fight because I was afraid that if I fought back and failed, there would be no one left to know what had actually happened to me. So I let it happen to make it official and witnessed and documented. I've told myself it was tactical, but it wasn't tactical. It was fear dressed up as calculation." Her gray eyes found him for a long moment with those steady gray eyes. "That's real," she said. "Yes. So is mine. Yes. After we get the seal," she said. "After we have both halves and we're on solid ground. That's when I'll say my truth the way the primer requires. Not because what I said just now wasn't true, but because the primer says genuine condition, and genuine means not in the middle of planning something dangerous." "I understand that," he said. "The note your father left," Lien said. "The one that says to keep her safe. All of them." She looked at the primer. "That's not a cultivation instruction. That's the whole point." "Yes. He didn't build this to produce a more powerful cultivator. He built it to produce a different kind of relationship between power and people." "Yes. The faction suppresses it because they understand that." She held the primer lightly, her fingertips on the cover rather than opening it. "They've been managing this world according to the principle that power belongs to whoever is strong enough to take and hold it. The vow system says something different. It says power grows in proportion to what you're genuinely willing to protect." She paused. "That's not just a cultivation philosophy. That's a different answer to the question of what power is for." He said, "My father researched it because of my mother. But I think he also researched it because he genuinely believed it was the right answer. That the world built around it would be better than the world built around what replaced it. And he spent 12 years in hiding to preserve the possibility of it." "Yes." She set the primer down carefully. "Then we should make sure it works," she said. "I know you do." She looked at the primer on the table. "Read it tonight. There's a section about what happens when the seal is active during the first vows forging. Your father left notes there that I found this afternoon while you were sleeping." He picked up the primer. The section she meant was immediately accessible. New text, freshly visible, that hadn't been there before today. His father had left a note specifically for the moment after the first vow was sealed with both halves of the ancient seal, written to a carrier who had already spoken a truth and had a woman with ice in her eyes. And the note said only, "Asterisk, when you read this, you'll understand why I never stopped working on it. Keep her safe. Keep all of them safe. That was always the point." Asterisk, he read it 3 times. He set the primer down. He looked at the ceiling for a long time, thinking about his father's hands writing those words, thinking about the 12 years since, thinking about a note that said asterisk, "I'm sorry. I'll explain when I can." Asterisk, he had never stopped wanting that explanation. He was beginning to understand that he had been receiving it all along, one piece at a time. And somewhere in the primer's newly opened pages, a passage about the second key described someone who had been alone in an ancient forest for 200 years, waiting without knowing she was waiting, and the faction that had been suppressing this system was already moving toward her. Chapter 12 Iron Peak Sect had no wall that was truly uncrossable. Every boundary built by human hands had the flaw of human assumptions, and human assumptions were most reliably wrong about what constituted a real security risk. The servants' entrance was too visible. The main gate was too well monitored. The outer disciples' residential area was too populated. The inner sanctum was considered too well guarded for anyone to attempt without overwhelming force. The waste dump was technically prohibited territory, which meant the sect had no formal patrol assigned to it, and relied on the prohibition's existence to keep people out. That was an assumption. Assumptions had gaps. The drainage channel had taken them out. The same channel could take them back in. They entered at the 4th hour before midnight, enough time to position before the outer formation's maintenance cycle. The channel was narrower than he remembered. They went through flat, arms ahead, moving with care. He listened to the sounds above them. The cultivation droned from the outer disciples' hall, the steady hum of the perimeter formation, a distant voice giving a shift handoff in the practiced cadence of someone who'd done the same handoff many times before and had stopped expecting anything to vary. They emerged in the waste dump and held position behind the refuse pile, listening. 3 minutes. Normal patrol rhythms. Nothing spiked. He signaled to Lien. She nodded. Ice chi gathered into a flat, dampening field around her feet that reduced her movement sound to almost nothing. He moved beside her, using 12 years of walking these grounds to navigate by the patrol gaps he'd memorized. The 3-second windows between the western patrol and the southeastern rotation, the gap in spirit lamp coverage near the storage building. The point where the inner sanctum's outer boundary was visible, but the monitoring formation had a blind spot in its eastern arc due to a damaged crystal that the sect had been waiting on a replacement for since autumn. The inner sanctum's outer boundary was a spirit lamp corridor, a row of formation lamps that both lit the path and monitored it. The outer formation's maintenance cycle should begin in approximately 40 minutes. They waited in the shadow of a storage building, still, quiet, patient. A patrol passed twice. Lien held her cultivation aura down to a thread. He held his reconstruction-calibrated chi in a state that was more intention than presence. The primer described this as the carrier's chi becoming indistinguishable from ambient intent field, which was not the same as having no chi. It was having chi that didn't register as foreign because it resonated with genuine purpose rather than cultivation technique. He had been skeptical when he read it. He was less skeptical now. Both patrols passed without stopping. The outer formation's lights flickered. 2 seconds of variance, he counted. They moved. The inner sanctum's gate was secured with a physical lock and a cultivation touch sensor that recognized only Elder Crane Mao's spiritual signature. He'd anticipated this. Lien was already at the gate's hinge side, not the lock side, running one fingertip along the hinge mechanism. Physical mounting. The hinges are iron, not a formation seal. She was already working. The cold she applied was surgical, just enough to contract the iron fractionally, loosening the hinge's interface with the stone mount. The gate tilted very slightly, on the opposite side from the lock. The gap was 4 inches. 4 inches was enough. They were inside. The alchemy hall's inner courtyard was lit by sustained spirit lamps. He navigated by memory from the map, through the storage corridor, toward the secondary courtyard. They were crossing the secondary courtyard when voices reached them from the hall to the left. Not patrol voices, but ceremony voices, low and formal and resonant with the cadence of cultivation ceremony language, the kind used when knowledge is being transferred at the soul layer. He moved to the hall's window and looked through. Elder Crane Mao stood at a central altar with 6 inner disciples behind him. On the altar was a spread of documents that Shun Wuk recognized even from this angle. His father's particular handwriting, the specific diagrams that appeared in the primer's framework, the marginalia in the private shorthand he'd been learning to read. His father's research notes. He gripped the window frame with both hands. His hands were steadier than he expected, which surprised him. Crane Mao was pressing his palm against the documents and drawing the chi-embedded knowledge into his own cultivation base. An absorption ritual, consuming the research rather than studying it, making it inaccessible to anyone else by making it part of himself. A desecration dressed as ceremony. Years of his father's work, the careful architecture of 12 years of exile and silence and purpose, being consumed by the man who had helped create the conditions that required his father to go into hiding in the first place. He watched his father's life's work disappear into someone who didn't deserve it. He followed her through the secondary courtyard and thought about what he'd just seen through the window. His father's research notes. The years of careful work, the marginalia, the specific shorthand he'd been spending 3 days learning. All of it going into Crane Mao's absorption ceremony, becoming part of a man who had helped create the conditions that required the research to be hidden in the first place. It was a particular kind of loss. Not the loss of an object. The loss of a voice, his father's voice in those texts, the specific shape of how his father thought, the private conversation encoded in the margins that was meant for someone who understood the shorthand and had earned the right to read it. He considered what his father had kept from that night. The primer, the jade tablet, the fragment, and the box. The things that mattered most, Crane Mao would not have. The things that could actually be used, the tools rather than the research records. Those were in his inner robe right now, warm against his ribs, waiting. He kept moving. The vault's outer boundary came into view as they crossed the secondary courtyard. 2 more minutes to the door. 1 minute for Lien to read the lock. However long the ice tools took. He had planned for 20 minutes. The outer formation's maintenance window gave them 30. He could afford 20. They reached the vault without incident, passing 2 more patrol routes by using the gap patterns he'd memorized, and staying in the shadow of the storage corridor where the spirit lamps didn't fully illuminate. He counted their footsteps against the distance from the alert he'd triggered mentally. 42 paces from the secondary courtyard to the vault. 2 more minutes before the outer formation's maintenance window closed. They had time. Not much, but enough. He stood at the vault door and steadied his breathing. He thought about his father standing here, years ago, calculating whether to place the iron box in Crane Mao's vault. The audacity of it. Hiding the most important tools inside the enemy's own storage. Knowing the enemy wouldn't examine what was already his. Knowing that the person who needed those tools would have to break in to retrieve them. His father had thought 10 steps ahead and prepared for the 11th. And the 11th had been, put it where they'll never look, which is right in front of them. Lien's hand closed around his arm. Not tonight. We came for the seal and the box. The rest comes after, when we're stronger. She said it quietly and firmly, and she was right. And he knew she was right the way you know things that are true regardless of how much you don't want them to be. He breathed and followed her to the vault. And he did not look back at the window, but he noted what he'd seen, cataloged it with precision, and added it to the list of things that were going to be answered in full when the foundation was strong enough to bear the weight of the answers. That day was coming. His father had planned for it. He was going to make sure his father's planning had been worth the cost. Chapter 13. The vault's inner formation was a response formation, not a continuous field. And that was a problem he hadn't planned for. He'd expected a continuous formation with a maintenance cycle he could time. A response formation had a trigger threshold instead. It activated when it detected unauthorized chi signatures rather than running continuously. Different mechanism entirely, requiring a different approach. It reads chi signatures, he said, studying the faint blue shimmer over the vault door's frame. If I suppress my chi entirely, I'm unreadable to it. But entirely suppressed chi means I can't use any technique at all, including the lock mechanism, including anything active. He thought through the primer's formation sections carefully, reviewing what he'd read about Ice Dao's natural properties. But your Ice Dao reads formations through tactile feedback, your Dao's natural sensitivity to physical structure. What's the vault lock structure? She examined the door, fingertips moving along the frame with the focused attention of someone reading text in a language they know well. She moved slowly, precisely, building a picture from what her fingertips told her. He watched her work and understood, not for the first time, how much she was carrying in that precise Ice Dao. Not just power but a way of reading the world that was different from his own and complementary to it. Physical mechanism with a formation overlay. The two components are independent. The physical can be operated without the formation, but the formation won't deactivate without Crane Mao's signature. So if we could operate the physical component without introducing a foreign chi signature into the formation boundary, we need to touch the lock from inside the boundary as a physical mechanism rather than a chi technique. She studied the shimmer. The formation boundary is approximately 2 inches in front of the door. He thought, ice. Your ice formation work operates through ice as a medium. Ice isn't a chi signature, it's a physical substance. If you shaped ice into tools and extended them through the boundary as physical objects, not as chi techniques, she saw it. The formation would read an ice crystal, not a cultivator's chi. Ice crystals occur naturally in mountain stone. They're not foreign signatures. Exactly. She studied the vault door for a long time, longer than anything she'd done since he met her. The assessment was total, the concentration absolute. He stood beside her and waited, and did not speak, because she was doing something that required everything she had, and the only useful thing he could do was not be in the way. Then she began shaping ice not into formations, but into tools. Thin, precise instruments of frozen water, shaped through the exact application of cold, extended through the formation boundary as physical objects with no chi signature attached. The work was painstaking and required an exactness of control unlike anything he'd seen from her, different from combat work, different from defensive formations. This was ice as a craftsman's medium, each shape built to a specific dimensional tolerance and adjusted incrementally when that tolerance proved insufficient. It took 20 minutes. He counted each one. The physical lock turned. The response formation, having detected no unauthorized qi, remained dormant. The vault opened. Inside, shelves of sealed containers, cataloged artifacts, the accumulated hoarding of a sect elder who understood the value of keeping certain objects close. And at the back of the left shelf, the familiar shape of the two-part seal's second half. Lien moved to it without hesitation, pressed both halves together, and a brief flash of light resonated between them. The combined seal fit in one palm and pulsed with a quiet, steady warmth distinct from any cultivated warmth he'd encountered. "It works," she said. He watched her work and thought about what she was doing in terms the primer had given him. The ice Tao's natural relationship to physical structure. It wasn't just that ice could be shaped into tools. It was that ice Tao cultivators had a sensitivity to physical material that translated into extremely precise manual control. Where his cultivation gave him a relationship to intent, hers gave her a relationship to the physical world at a molecular level. He could feel qi. She could feel stone. They were different capabilities, and they fit together in a way that the primer's design had apparently accounted for, which told him something about what his father had understood when he built the system's requirements. The ice tool touched the lock's inner mechanism. He heard a very small sound, the almost inaudible click of something fitting into exactly the right shape. Lien didn't move for 3 seconds. She was reading the mechanism through the contact, understanding its interior through her fingertips, building a picture of what the next step required. "Second component," she said very quietly. "It has a secondary rotation, counterclockwise, 3 degrees. He watched her adjust the tool. The ice shifted fractionally, a change so small he wouldn't have seen it without looking for it. But she could feel it. Her Tao made her feel things he couldn't, and the fact of that gap was not a weakness in the system, but a design principle. The Vow system was built for people whose different ways of reading the world completed each other rather than competed. The vault opened on silence. The silence after the lock opened was complete. No alarm, no formation response, no sound from the alchemy hall beyond the secondary courtyard. The plan had worked exactly as designed. He held still for 3 breaths, listening for any alert sound, any change in the formation status indicator above the door. The shimmer held blue. Dormant. They were inside. The vault was organized with the careful efficiency of someone who valued precision and storage as much as an acquisition. Sealed containers labeled with cultivation script identifiers. Cataloged artifacts with provenance notes attached. An elder's life of accumulation, arranged as if for inspection. He scanned the shelves with the primer's passive technique, reading qi signatures without inserting any of his own. There, back left shelf. The combined seal's second half had a signature unlike anything else in the room, older than the vault's other contents, with a resonance that the jade fragment in his pocket answered immediately. He could feel it from 8 feet away. 200 years of careful work, to have separated and stored by people who understood their value and chose to suppress it rather than use it. He moved to the right to let Lien reach it. She crossed the vault in 4 quiet steps and pressed both halves together. He looked at the combined seal in her hands. Both halves together, the frost shimmer visible even in the vault's dim formation light. His father had placed the second half here deliberately, knowing that the person who needed it would have to come to Crane Mao's vault to retrieve it, hiding it in plain sight, in a location that required breaking in. His father's logic was impeccable. No one looks carefully at what they already own. Yes, the vault was secured. The barrier had not triggered. He found the iron box on the next shelf, his father's private shorthand etched into the face. 3 characters for urgent and important and mine. He pressed his thumb against the recognition indentation on the bottom. The box recognized him. The seal cracked open. He looked at what his father had left him. 3 items. All of them important. All of them requiring time he didn't have right now. Because as he was reading the first line of the first item, the formation shimmer above the vault door changed from blue to the deep orange of active alert. And Crane Mao's voice echoed from the alchemy hall, sharp and immediate, issuing orders with the precision of someone who had planned for breach scenarios and was now implementing his response with the particular efficiency of someone who has waited for exactly this moment and prepared everything it required. And there was no more time, and everything depended on the next 40 seconds, and they were already moving. Chapter 14. The box held 3 things. A jade tablet, flat and finger-length, covered in characters dense enough to require context he didn't have yet. But the jade fragment from his pocket was already resonating with the tablet's presence, the key and the lock recognizing each other through layers of clothing and night air and years of separation. A primer fragment, 3 sheets in his father's hand, rolled and sealed with a thread of cultivation chi that had maintained its integrity for however long this box had sat on a vault shelf, waiting for the right thumbprint. Dense, condensed. The writing of a man summarizing years of work into the minimum space necessary. Writing as if he understood he would not have many more opportunities to write. And a note on a single sheet, ***. If you're reading this, the system worked. I'm proud of you. Read the primer fragment first. It's urgent, even if the urgency has been waiting years to be felt. The jade tablet will explain the rest when you have the key. He read the primer fragment in the vault, moving fast. It described the 7 keys in more detail than the main primer had shown him yet. Their regents. Their elemental Daos. The fact that the faction had decoded the first level of his father's research years ago and had begun positioning against the keys, not knowing why they were important. Only knowing they were marked as significant in research they'd partially captured. They know the keys exist. They don't know what the keys are for. When they understand the Vow system well enough to understand that, when they decode the deeper levels of what I left encoded, they will move faster and harder than anything you've encountered so far. The window to reach all 7 before the faction does is not infinite. Move quickly. Be kind to them. They didn't choose this any more than you did. He closed the box and tucked it into his inner robe. We need to leave, Lien said, already moving toward the vault door. Now. How? We didn't introduce a foreign chi signature. The box did. Your blood opened it. The recognition mechanism released a blood chi signature that the response formation read as unauthorized entry. She was at the door. We run. They ran. The inner sanctum lit up behind them. Cultivation scents spreading across the courtyard like a net. The ceremony in the alchemy hall broke off. Crane Mao's voice, sharp, immediate, organized. Not panicked. This was a man who had planned for breach scenarios and was implementing his response precisely. But the response formation was designed to contain the breach zone, not to chase through the entire sanctum. It locked down the vault and secondary courtyard, creating a perimeter around the zone they'd left. They were already in the main courtyard by the time the lockdown sealed the area behind them. Through the inner gate, Lien had pre-cracked the hinge on the way in, knowing they might need a fast exit. Through the inner sanctum's outer boundary, across the main courtyard at a dead run, through the patrol gap, through the waste dump, down the drainage channel flat and fast, out beneath the wall, into the mountain night. They ran for a long time without speaking. The mountain's dark received them with complete indifference. When they finally slowed, dropping into a dry riverbed far out of the sect's patrol range, Lien stood with the combined frost sovereign seal in both hands and the resonance visible as a thin frost-colored shimmer. I need to read the jade tablet, he said, breathing hard. Daylight, she said. Distance first. She pressed her hand against his inner robe, once, over the box. He planned this 12 years ago, and it worked exactly as he designed. Every piece, every contact, every timing. Yes. He knew you'd be here, on this mountain, on this night, with this box. He read the primer fragment in the vault, moving fast. It was dense, and he couldn't absorb every detail, but the structure was clear. His father had spent the last years of his freedom mapping the 7 keys by Dao signature rather than by appearance or location, which meant the map was more durable than any physical description could be. Dao signatures didn't change with appearance or circumstance. They were intrinsic. You could disguise a person, but not their Dao. The primer fragment also contained something he hadn't expected, a note about the carrier's own Dao. Not about Shen Wux's existing cultivation, about what would develop through the Vow system specifically. The carrier's Dao was not fixed, the note said. It would be shaped by what the vows required and what the vows received. The carrier's cultivation would become, over time, a reflection of every person they'd bonded with, a synthesis rather than a single unified path. The Vow Sovereign's Dao was, by design, not a Dao of his own but a Dao of connections. He had not read that before. He filed it under things to think about carefully later and kept moving. He closed the box and tucked it into his inner robe. We need to leave, Lien said, already moving toward the vault door. Now. How? We didn't introduce a foreign chi signature. The box did. Your blood opened it. The recognition mechanism released a blood chi signature that the response formation read as unauthorized entry. She was at the door. We run. They ran. The inner sanctum lit up behind them. Cultivation scents spreading across the courtyard like a net. The ceremony in the alchemy hall broke off. Crane Mao's voice, sharp, immediate, organized. Not panicked. This was a man who had planned for breach scenarios and was implementing his response precisely. He was also a man who had just absorbed years of research and was going to spend the next day or two integrating that knowledge. And once he integrated it, he would understand what was in the iron box and what it could do. And the urgency with which he pursued them would escalate dramatically from the current high baseline to something beyond it. They had a window, the time it took for absorption to become understanding, and the window was not large. But the response formation was designed to contain the breach zone, not to chase through the entire sanctum. It locked down the vault and secondary courtyard, creating a perimeter around the zone they'd left. They were already in the main courtyard by the time the lockdown sealed the area behind them. Through the inner gate, Lien had pre-cracked the hinge on the way in, knowing they might need a fast exit. Through the inner sanctum's outer boundary, across the main courtyard at a dead run, through the patrol gap, through the waste dump, down the drainage channel flat and fast, out beneath the wall. They ran through the inner sanctum's outer boundary and across the main courtyard with the cultivation sense sweeps behind them growing more focused, and he ran and held the box against his chest and thought. He didn't know what his father looked like now. He didn't know if his father was alive. But the box in his hands had been waiting, had been patient, had kept its contents intact for however long it had sat in that vault. And now it was open, and he was holding it, and his father had been right about everything, and that had to be worth something. Yes. She looked at the combined seal, at both halves together for the first time in years, possibly ever, pulsing with the quiet warmth his father had built into them for this exact purpose. Then let's make sure he was right to plan it, she said, and behind them Iron Peak's night bell rang once, deep and cold, and then again, and then a third time, because Elder Crane Mao had looked at his empty vault shelf and understood that the two outer disciples he'd dismissed had just taken the most important objects in his possession, and that everything he'd been managing for years had just begun to come undone, and that someone had been planning this for a very long time, and the plan had worked, and he was going to spend the rest of his considerable resources making sure it stopped matching. Chapter 15. They ran for 2 hours before the mountain allowed them to slow. Not figuratively. The boulder field forced careful navigation in the dark. Lien moved through it without hesitation, her ice sense mapping the ground through frost feedback in the stone, reading the surfaces the way a reader reads text, quickly, fluently, without having to spell out each word. He followed her path exactly, trusting her reading of surfaces he couldn't see. This was itself a kind of trust, he noted. Smaller than the vow, but real. He had been following her through physical space since the punishment grounds, and it had not once been wrong. Behind them, cultivation sense sweeps flickered over the area twice. High-level searches, spirit opening, or above. Each time, Lien pulled her chi down to a thread, and he held his reconstruction-calibrated chi in a state that was more intention than presence. The primer's method made his cultivation signature harder to distinguish from ambient chi, not invisible, but blended, the way something made from genuine purpose blends with the authentic rather than standing against it. Both sweeps passed them without stopping. By the time the boulder field ended and they came out on a clean slope facing east, the pursuit had lost the trail. He sat on a flat stone. His legs had made their own decision about stopping, and he agreed with them. He breathed in the cold air and felt the quality of the night, the particular quiet that comes after sustained effort and managed danger, the way the body relaxes one careful muscle at a time when it finally believes the immediate threat has passed. Chi gathering level 5, he said, reading his own state. Another stress breakthrough. The combat run, the vault work, the sustained intent work under pressure. He could feel the quality of it, the new level settling into the configuration the primer had described, the chi threading through the preliminary structures of Vow meridians not yet open, but already forming. Lien sat across from him, frost dissipating from her hands. She studied the combined frost sovereign seal in both palms. The shimmer settled to a steady, faint pulse. It's fully active, she said. Both halves together. She looked up. My master said the combined seal would recognize the sovereign carrier. He meant your father. But the seal's pulse directed itself, briefly, towards Shenwuk before settling again. It recognizes me, he said, through the primer's resonance. The two recognized the same carrier signature. Without it, the first vow works, but it's vulnerable, she confirmed. With both halves, permanent. Beyond any disruption at any cultivation level. She paused. My master died to keep that possibility intact. She said it simply, without performance. He received it the same way. Some facts are large enough that they don't need additional framing. She set the seal on her knee, and they sat in silence for a moment on the flat stone, and the mountain was cold and dark and indifferent to the fact that something that had been planned for 12 years had just successfully happened, and neither of them needed to say that, because they both knew it, and they were both learning that some things are more real when they are simply present rather than spoken. The truth requirement, she said. I'm ready. Not when we're planning a vault infiltration. Not when we're running, now. on solid ground, with the seal in hand, and know where we need to be for the next hour except here. She told him her truth, the same words she'd said in the loft, but different now. Real in a different way. The way things become more real when you say them with intention rather than testing. When you say them to the specific person and not into the general air. He listened with complete attention and said nothing afterward because nothing needed to be said, and she didn't need him to say anything. Then he told her the fear behind the calculation. The choice he'd made in front of 60 witnesses and told himself was strategic. He said it plainly, without softening or elaborating. The way you say a thing you've been carrying for a while and are finally willing to put down and let be seen. The seal glowed brighter. That's the condition, she said. Yes. He sat on a flat stone. His legs had made their own decision about stopping, and he agreed with them. He breathed in the cold air and felt the quality of the night. The particular quiet that comes after sustained effort and managed danger. The way the body relaxes one careful muscle at a time when it finally believes the immediate threat has passed. He thought about his father's note. Asterisk, the system worked. I'm proud of you. Asterisk, he turned those words over in the mountain dark and tried to understand them from the position of a person who had written them, knowing he would never know if they were read, never know if his son had made it to the vault, never know if the primer had found the right person on the right night. His father had written those words in faith, into a box that might never be opened, for a son who might never arrive, and still meant them. That was a particular kind of love, not the kind that required certainty, but the kind that prepared carefully and then let go and trusted. Chi gathering level 5, he said, reading his own state. Another stress breakthrough, the combat run, the vault work, the sustained intent work under pressure. He sensed the quality of it, the new level settling into the configuration the primer had described, the chi threading through the preliminary structures of Vow meridians not yet open, but already forming. He sat on a flat stone. His legs had made their own decision about stopping, and he agreed with them. He breathed in the cold air and felt the quality of the night, the particular quiet that comes after sustained effort and managed danger, the way the body relaxes one careful muscle at a time when it finally believes the immediate threat has passed. He thought about his father's note. Asterisk, the system worked. I'm proud of you. Asterisk, he turned those words over in the mountain dark and tried to understand them from the position of a cultivator who had written them, knowing he would never know if they were read, never know if his son had made it to the vault, never know if the primer had found the right person on the right night. His father had written those words in faith, into a box that might never be opened, for a son who might never arrive, and still meant them. That was a particular kind of love, not the kind that required certainty, but the kind that prepared carefully and then let go and trusted. He thought about that kind of trust. It was different from the trust the vow required, but related to it. The vow required truth, which was a specific kind of vulnerability. His father's note required faith in an outcome you might not live to see, which was a different kind. Both of them asked you to be open to being seen and to be willing to act before you knew how things would turn out. Chi gathering level 5, he said, reading his own state. Another stress breakthrough, the combat run, the vault work, the sustained intent work under pressure. He perceived the quality of it, the new level settling into the configuration the primer had described, the chi threading through the preliminary structures of Vow meridians not yet open, but already forming. They looked at each other across the flat stone, with the combined frost sovereign seal between them and a faction's hunters somewhere behind them, and a primer that had been waiting 12 years for exactly this moment. And the mountain was cold, and the stars were clear, and the distance between what they were now and what they were about to become was exactly the width of a question that both of them already knew the answer to. Show me, she said, how to forge a vow. Every cost and consequence and what comes after. Don't spare anything. Chapter 16. He read the forging process to her. Every detail, nothing softened. She listened without interrupting once. The process was simpler than he'd expected. The primer acknowledged this directly in a marginal note. Asterisk, the complexity of the result does not require complex initiation. Power through genuine connection requires only genuine connection. Simplicity is not a flaw in the design. It is the design. Asterisk. They faced each other on the flat stone. The combined frost sovereign seal rested on the stone between them, pulsing with the quiet warmth of two halves finally together. He held out his right hand, palm up. She placed her palm over his, flat together, the seal's edge touching both their palms where skin met stone. The contact was steady, deliberate, and he could feel through it the quality of her cultivation, the architectural precision of the ice Tao, the suppression damage still healing in the background, the particular shape of a person who had been through 3 weeks of grief and danger and had not bent under either. The truths were the ignition, he said. I can feel the resonance already forming. This moment is where it becomes permanent. I feel it too, she said. It's been forming since the punishment grounds. I thought it was the primer's proximity effect, but it was this. She was right. The thread between them that had existed since the waste dump was changing, solidifying, taking on permanence and weight, becoming something that wasn't going to dissolve regardless of what happened next. He had felt it in every exchange since then and hadn't named it, because naming it would have made it something he was asking for rather than something that was happening. The resonance built gradually, the steady increase of something that had been building since the punishment grounds, and the drainage channel, and the rock cut, and the vault, through the truth spoken twice in the right spirit, and the choice made on solid ground. A thread of gold and ice crystalline light wound between their palms, through the seal's resonance, up into the soul layer where the most permanent things lived. He felt the vow meridian open. Nothing like standard meridian expansion. No pain, no pressure, no forced widening of channels. A window opening in a room that had always had the capability for that window, and was finally given the frame and the glass and the clear view through. The change was internal and total and had the quality of the right answer. Not a discovery, but a recognition. Cool, precise air through the new channel. The ice dow's quality distinct and clean, architectural, permanent, exactly what it was. He felt, at the same moment, Lian's cultivation base through the new thread. Felt its quality. The suppression damage still healing, the grief pressed into a load-bearing shape that was holding its weight. He felt her feel him. Felt her pause at what she found in his chi state, her attention moving through it with the same precise assessment she brought to everything. He waited while she read what was there and made whatever assessment she was going to make. Neither of them moved. The thread settled. Permanent. The vow of stillness, he said. I can feel your cultivation, she said at the same moment. Her voice was carefully neutral, but underneath the neutral was the quality of someone encountering something they'd classified as theoretical and finding it completely actual. It's different from standard chi. Yes. It's warm, she said. The primer's resonance in it. It's actually warm. Ice and warmth at once, he said. I feel both. She looked at their joined hands. The seal had shifted from pulsing to continuous soft light, the vow's permanence settling into it. Try the vow ability, she said. The vow of stillness. Right now. He reached into the new meridian. The world stopped. Not everything. His perception moved freely through the suspended moment, unhurried and clear. But everything else, the frost crystals in the air, the grass at the stone's edge, the distant whisper of wind, all of it paused. Clean. Precise. Total. He looked at the suspended frost crystals and at Lian's face, also in pause, and understood viscerally for the first time what his father had spent years building toward. Not power, but time. The ability to be inside a moment fully, without the moment moving. One breath of time, suspended. He let it release. The world resumed. One breath, he said. That's the current limit. At this cultivation level. She pulled her hand back carefully. The thread between them remained, steady and permanent. It's very present, she said. The connection. The primer says it becomes background awareness after a few days. Like knowing someone is in the next room. That's accurate. She held the silence for a moment, feeling the thread the way you feel something new and want to understand its dimensions. It doesn't feel like intrusion, she said. That's what I expected. But it's not that. It's more like a second horizon. Something at the edge of awareness rather than at the center. Yes, he said. That's exactly it. She returned the seal to her inner pocket. Now, the jade tablet. And then south. He held the tablet to the half-moon's light, and the jade fragment from his pocket began to glow faintly, the key and the lock finding each other. The text became readable, dense, organized, his father's careful formatting even in ancient script. The second key's entry alone took half a page. The vow of stillness, he said. What should I know about using it? The primer says the first ability is always temporal, a pause, a suspension, something related to time or perception. As the sovereign resonance grows with each vow, the ability grows with it. She paused for a moment, feeling the thread. I can feel when you use it. Not what you do with it. I can't see through the pause. But I can feel the moment you step into it, and the moment you step back out. You're monitoring my chi state through the thread? Not monitoring. Aware. The way you become aware of another person's breathing when you're in the same room for a long moment. She paused. It's not invasive. It's more like a consistent presence at the edge of attention. Like knowing someone is there without needing to look. He thought about the second horizon she described earlier. My father wrote about this. The primer says the thread becomes more natural with time, not less. Some vow pairs describe it as feeling incomplete when separated by large distances. That would make sense. She looked at the seal in her pocket. The system was built around the idea that connection is not a vulnerability, but a strength. Feeling incomplete alone isn't weakness. It's information. It means you built something real. He tested the vow of stillness once more, a half-breath of pause, just to feel it settle. It was already slightly longer than it had been an hour ago. Growing with use. Growing with the bond. His father had designed a system where power came from the same source as vulnerability, where the thread that could be pulled was also the thread that held everything together. And that design was either the most elegant thing he'd ever encountered or a serious flaw, and he was beginning to understand that those weren't mutually exclusive. The second key is south, he said. The crimson canopy forest, hundreds of li. A flame tree spirit. Ancient lineage, older than the current cultivation order. Then we sleep first, she said. She lay down on the flat stone with the pragmatic efficiency he'd come to recognize as one of her most constant qualities. He lay down several feet away. The mountain was very quiet. He could feel her breathing in his peripheral awareness now, the new thread's information, steady and calm, her cultivation settling into its overnight renewal pattern. He looked at the stars and felt his new vow meridian in his meridian, not using it, just feeling its presence, the way you feel a new capability before you've learned its full range. One breath of pause. A beginning, not an ending. His father had built this for a purpose that extended far beyond one vow and one night on a mountain stone. And the 6 more keys waiting in 6 more corners of the world had no idea yet that the plan was already running, and running well, and that the person who had set it in motion 12 years ago had been right about everything that mattered. And now it was up to his son to make sure the rest of it was worth the cost. Chapter 17. He woke before dawn to the arrival of a spirit hawk bearing old Zhao's seal on its message tube. Small, brown, exhausted from the flight, it circled once and perched on his wrist and blinked at him with the patient expectation of a message-trained bird waiting for acknowledgement. He took the tube. The hawk ruffled its feathers and waited. Lian was awake and watching from across the flat stone before he'd opened the tube. She'd heard the wings, or felt his chi shift through the thread, or both. He was already learning not to be surprised by how quickly she arrived at full alertness. Old Zhao's handwriting inside was moving fast. Not his usual careful hand, but the hand of someone writing under urgency. Each character slightly larger than normal, the pressure of the brush heavier, the line between characters shorter. Asterisk Crane Mao has the 7 keys regions, from something he absorbed last night in the ceremony. He's dispatching hunter teams. The second key is already in danger. A southern forest, fire tree lineage, old enough to predate the current cultivation order. The hunters left Iron Peak's western gate this morning. They will reach the forest before you if you travel by standard routes. Don't travel by standard routes. Asterisk, he turned the paper over. On the back, added in ink that hadn't fully dried when the hawk launched. Asterisk also, I found something in your father's records. Something about your mother. I wasn't certain it was real before, but now I think it is. Write me when you're safe. I want to verify before I speak it. Asterisk, he read both sides twice. He decoded the key network from what he absorbed last night. Lian said, reading over his shoulder. Faster than we expected. He consumed years of research in one ceremony. Shenwuk stood, already calculating. The western gate route to the Crimson Canopy Forest is the river road, fast and open terrain. Standard routes lose us the time advantage entirely. There's a cold current chi flow in the northern face of these mountains, she said, moving to her pack and beginning to prepare it with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been packing and unpacking under urgency for days. I spent 4 days studying it last year. It runs under the mountain and emerges in the foothills 10 li south of Iron Peak's western road. A pause. I've used the emergence point as a shortcut before. It significantly cuts the distance to the southern routes. Can we travel through it? With it, we align our path with the current using ice formation. We move with the mountain's chi gradient rather than against it. She met his eyes. It requires sustained formation work from me throughout and sustained chi expenditure from both of us. But it's real and I know it well. 3 days advantage over the river road, at minimum. Do it, he said. She nodded. Then, in the first move he'd seen from her that was not calibrated against a practical purpose, she reached out and placed one hand briefly on the primer where it rested in his inner robe. Not examination, not assessment, just contact, brief and genuine. For your father, she said. We'll get there first. He had nothing to add to that. They moved into the mountain. He used the travel time to read the jade tablet fully, the jade fragment and the tablet working together the way his father had calibrated them. The second key, flame tree spirit, crimson canopy forest, ancient lineage, Tao of living fire, and deep continuity. Third key, inscription scholar, Eastern Realm, Academy trained. 4th key, Void Step Assassin, Southern Sands. 5th key, Earth Warrior, Sixfold Mountain Clan. 6th key, Sky Cultivator, Stormvale Dynasty. 7th key, Void Down Nun, Temple of Null. And the primer's text grew careful and deliberate when it described the 7th, as though even the text understood the weight of what it was naming. He was reading the 7th entry for the second time when the Spirit Hawk arrived again. Old Zhao's second message was short. The handwriting was wrong, cramped not from haste, but from something else. The line breaks were wrong. The pressure varied in the way that suggested the hand writing them had been interrupted mid-sentence and resumed. It read, "Boy, I found it. Your mother's." The sentence cut off. Then, in different ink and a different hand, 2 characters he recognized as the code Old Zhao had used in the first message's postscript. "I'm alive. Danger. Go south. Don't come back for me." The hawk sat on his palm and blinked. "We can't go back," Lien said. Her voice was firm in the specific way that meant she'd already processed the implications and made the decision. Old Zhao has survived for 10 years. If he's alive, he's hidden. Going back costs us the second key's life. He knew she was right. He held the hawk for a moment, warm and small and patient on his palm, and then sent it back empty-handed. He kept moving. He used the travel time to read the jade tablet fully, the jade fragment and the tablet working together the way his father had calibrated them. The second key's entry was half a page of dense notation, not just location but temperament, not just Tao but history. His father had understood that finding these people was not enough. You had to approach them correctly. The key descriptions were as much preparation for the carrier as they were navigation. He read about the flame tree spirit's centuries of solitude, the way the forest had grown around her as both home and armor, the way ancient beings sometimes forgot that choosing to be alone and being unable to connect were different things. He read about the third key, the inscription scholar in the Eastern Realm, and understood from 2 lines that she would be the most intellectually demanding of the 7, the kind of person who would need to understand the system before she could commit to it, who would ask questions he didn't yet have answers to and wait patiently for him to find them. His father had noted, "She is patient with the right kind of waiting and impatient with evasion. Don't evade." He read about the 4th key and stopped. His father had written, "She has spent years becoming something she isn't. When you meet her, see what she actually is. It's underneath. She'll know if you see it." He closed the jade tablet. He needed to think about each of these people as people, not as objectives. His father had noted that instruction explicitly. Be kind to them. They didn't choose this any more than you did. The jade tablet was the navigation. The instruction was the approach. And the approach mattered as much as the destination. He used the travel time to consider how to approach the flame tree spirit, reading the jade tablet's entry for her 3 times until he had it as close to memorized as 2 hours of moving through mountain terrain allowed. His father had recorded, "She will test you not by asking questions, but by watching how you handle her forest. Every tree she's grown, every WIRM she's raised, they're extensions of her attention. She'll know what you are by what you do inside her home before you ever speak. Carry yourself like someone who can tell the difference between what belongs to another person and what you might want from them. That's the test." He thought about this as the forest's red-gold glow brightened on the horizon. He didn't know exactly what that looked like in practice, but he understood the principle. The forest was her home, not a resource, not a territory, not a strategic asset. She had spent 200 years making it what it was. He was a visitor. Visitors who understood that were different from visitors who didn't. The spirit hawk arrived again before he'd finished the thought, and he reached for the tube, and Old Zhao's second message changed everything. The crimson canopy forest was visible on the horizon by midday, a red-gold smear of ancient fire tree qi against the distant sky. Warm, alive, completely indifferent to the urgency moving toward it from the north. Old Zhao's message had ended in the middle of a sentence. "Your mother's," and then nothing. "Your mother's what?" He carried that incomplete sentence south as they ran, and it was a weight that sat differently from the other things he was carrying. Not because it was heavier, but because it was open, unfinished, a question with no available answer, and he knew from 12 years of practice how to sit with that kind of question without letting it stop him. He knew how to keep moving with an unanswered question alive in him, and that knowledge was, in this moment, the specific skill that mattered most. Chapter 18. The message hadn't confirmed Old Zhao was safe, and the hawk hadn't returned, and Shenwok spent the next several hours making functional peace with that. The kind of peace that is not peace, but a decision to keep moving anyway, because the alternative accomplishes nothing and the people who need help are ahead of him, not behind. Lien maintained their pace and kept the formation work running and occasionally said practical things about the terrain. This slope was navigable. That watershed would give them water by afternoon. This section of the path was easier than it looked. Useful information that required responses and kept his attention on what was ahead rather than what was behind. He appreciated it without saying so, and she didn't require him to say so. They had developed, in 3 days of running through mountains together, a communication that relied less on explicit acknowledgement and more on the recognition that both parties were paying attention, and that attention itself was a form of care. The stillness vow thread between them was settling in the way the primer had described it would, moving from acute awareness to background presence, from something new and distinct to something more like a second sense that was simply there. He could feel her cultivation in the way you feel weather, not constantly attending to it, but always aware of the quality of the air. When she pushed hard with the formation work, he felt the expenditure. When she recovered, he felt that too. They cleared the mountain range's southern edge by early afternoon, and the terrain shifted, cold stone giving way to clay soil, then to the first sparse trees that were not mountain species. Red-barked trees with needles the color of autumn leaves rather than winter pine. The edge of the crimson canopy's influence, warm even in the afternoon cold, with a faint shimmer of ambient flame chi visible at the tree line that was beautiful in the way that natural chi accumulation is beautiful, powerful and alive and indifferent to whether anyone noticed. "It's different from anything I've felt before," he said, standing at the boundary and reading the chi signature through the primer's passive sensing technique. "The density is extraordinary, and the age of it. This forest has been accumulating chi for centuries without interruption, which makes it very difficult for anyone without an established presence here to operate within it," Lien said. "The forest itself is hostile to foreign chi. It won't be hostile to someone native to it. She'll have significant home advantage. Yes, which means the hunter team arriving from the west is moving into terrain they can't fully read." She studied the boundary. "As are we, to be fair. We're not trying to take the forest. We're trying to talk to its guardian." He paused. "There's a difference, and if she's been alive long enough to remember what cultivation was before the current order, she'll know the difference immediately." They camped that night at the boundary. He read the primer while Lien rested. She'd pushed her cultivation hard through the sustained formation work and needed genuine recovery. He read about flame tree spirits, about ancient lineages, about what the second key's innate Tao implied for the kind of person she would be. Not born human. Choosing a human cultivation path. The flame tree Tao among the oldest primordial forces. Power not of learned cultivation but of living, accumulated over centuries in a body made of living wood that had decided to walk and be something other than rooted. He turned over in his mind what that implied. What would you bring with you from a century of being a tree? What would you understand about time and patience and the difference between things that grow and things that merely move? He examined what the primer described as the Tao of living fire and deep continuity, and thought about what that looked like in a person who'd had centuries to learn it. Dawn came early at the boundary. The fire tree chi accumulated light, the day beginning with warmth before the sun reached the proper angle. He woke Lien, and they entered the crimson canopy forest as the first true light came through the red canopy and turned everything the color of a permanent sunset. The forest was alive in ways that moved deliberately, not predatory, but aware. The trees tracked them through the root network. He could feel, through the ice since the proximity resonance had opened, the vibrations in the soil as the trees registered their presence and passed the information forward through the root network, message traveling faster than they walked. "They're telling her we're here," Lien said. "Yes, I'd estimate she's known since we stepped through the boundary." They walked deeper into the red-gold light. The air was warmer here than outside, the fire tree chi radiating inward, creating an environment that was distinctly different from the mountain cold they'd been moving through for 3 days. It smelled of warm wood and something else he couldn't identify, something ancient and alive and patient in the way that very old things are patient. A vine wrapped around his wrist. He stopped. The vine was thin, pale red gold, warm like something living. Not warm like flame, but warm like the inside of a living thing that has been warm for a very long time. It didn't tighten. It held, lightly, the way a hand holds when it's asking you to pause rather than commanding you to stop. He stood still. A long moment stretched through the red-gold air. Then, from somewhere above and ahead, a laugh, light and sudden and genuinely surprised, like sparks struck off flint when someone wasn't expecting sparks. The vine released. "She thinks we're interesting," Lien said, looking up at the canopy. The boundary itself was a threshold you could feel, not a formation boundary, not a chi array, not anything made by cultivators. just the point where the forest's accumulated presence became distinct from the world outside it. He stood at that point for a moment and felt it with the primer's passive sensing technique. It was the oldest natural chi field he'd encountered, older than Iron Peak sect by at least 200 years, older than the current cultivation order's organizational structures, something that had been accumulating here without interruption since before the conventions that shaped the current world had existed. She would have felt us the moment we crossed, he said. Yes, and she'll feel the hunters when they cross. Lien studied the boundary line, but she may have already felt them. They'll have had to cross somewhere. The primer says the flame tree spirit's awareness covers her entire forest. Every crossing, every footstep, every cultivation flare. She won't be surprised by anyone who enters here. He looked up at the canopy beyond the boundary, deep red leaves catching the late afternoon light, turning it the color of something warm and living. She'll have been aware of us since before we knew she existed. That's an interesting kind of attention to receive. Yes. He held the primer open to the flame tree entry and read his father's preparation note one more time. Asterisk, she has been waiting for 200 years for someone to offer her a different kind of existence. Don't approach her as a power to be enlisted. Approach her as someone who has been doing something difficult for a very long time and deserves acknowledgement for it. Asterisk, he closed the primer. Ready? Lead, she said. That's a start, he said. They walked forward, and the forest moved around them. Vines lifting slightly out of the path, branches shifting to let light through, the root network's vibrations intensifying as though the forest was concentrating its attention toward them. Somewhere in the red-gold light above, a being who had been a tree for centuries and was a woman by deliberate choice watched them come through her ancient home and made a decision about what they were and what they represented. And then, from the north, the sound reached them. Coordinated footfalls, organized formation movement. The sound of professionals who had made good time on the river road and were already inside the crimson canopy boundary, and everything depended now on the next few minutes and whether the flame tree spirit decided these two specific strangers were worth trusting before the hunters found them all. Chapter 19. The inner forest was different from the boundary. The boundary trees were sparse, their chi radiating outward. The inner forest was dense and the chi turned inward, a concentrated environment that pressed on the senses like standing inside a living thing's awareness. The bark here was deep red, not surface rust, and from the oldest trees the bark cracked to reveal wood that glowed faintly orange, the living heat visible from within each core. The temperature was noticeably warmer here, the fire tree chi thick enough to feel against the skin like standing near a contained flame that had been burning since before anyone currently alive had been born. Fire WIRMS moved through the undergrowth in patrol patterns. Not randomly, deployed intelligently. Someone was directing them with precision. They're covering the gaps in the canopy coverage, he said, watching the patterns. Not the ground. Watching for approach from above. He looked at the path ahead. She's anticipated aerial approach specifically. Lien went still beside him. The sound came from the forest's northern boundary, organized, coordinated, the specific sound of cultivators moving in formation through terrain they didn't know. Coming not from the direction they'd entered but from the north, where the river road led out. The hunter team had moved faster than estimated, or had a different shortcut, or had simply been better resourced than Shunwok had calculated for. They took the river road and moved at full speed, Lien said. They had chi-amplified travel. We underestimated the resources Crane Mao allocated. Then we have less time than I thought. He did the calculation fast. But she already knows they're here. She's been tracking everyone in this forest since before we arrived. He raised his voice, projecting clearly into the red-gold air above them, carrying the words up without shouting them. Flame tree spirit. We know you've been watching us since we entered. The people coming from the north are here to take you or end you. They want you because of what you are. We came from a different direction, we're not organized, and we're clearly not professionals. We're two fugitives who have been running for 3 days and still came south, because your survival matters. That should tell you something about what we are in relation to each other. Long pause. Then a voice, direct, from a specific point 40 feet above, not the distributed awareness of the forest, but a person speaking from a place. What are you affiliated with? A research project that was silenced 12 years ago, and a primer that says you're relevant to it, not as an object of study, but as a person who matters to the system. The hunter team. How many? We don't have a precise count. Based on similar deployments we've encountered in the past 3 days, I'd estimate 8 to 12. I've been watching them since dawn. 14. A pause with weight in it. They have a formation array designed to drain my forest chi base. I've been trying to locate the anchor points for 2 hours. I can help you find the anchors, he said. The primer gives me passive formation reading ability. I can read the array's structure without inserting my chi into it and triggering any response. And the woman with me has ice formation expertise that can disrupt the drain channels once we locate each anchor. The longest pause yet. He waited. He had learned, in 3 days, that the things worth waiting for were worth waiting for. Come up, the voice said. Both of you. Now. A vine descended, thick, steady, warm. They climbed. At 40 feet above the forest floor, on a platform of living wood that 3 fire trees had grown together over what must have been decades of slow, deliberate growth, a figure waited. She was shorter than he'd imagined. Her clothing was rust-red and moved like leaves in no wind, and her hair moved the same way. Her eyes were the orange gold of the fire that lived in the canopy trees around her, not flame-colored, but the deeper color of fire that has been burning steadily for a very long time and knows exactly what it is. Her hands, held loosely at her sides, traced faint heat shimmer in the air without trying to. She had the stillness of something that measured time in centuries and found the urgency of the moment interesting rather than distressing. Her attention turned to him. She looked at the primer in his inner robe. She could see it, even through the clothing, through whatever since centuries of living in a chi-rich environment had developed. She looked at Lien with something approaching suspicion. Ice cultivator. From the northern sections. From Iron Peak sect originally, Lien said. Currently from nowhere, which I find preferable. The flame tree's spirit studied her with the ancient patience of something that had been alive long enough to read people without relying on words. Then, satisfied with something she'd read. Show me the primer. He held it out. She looked at it without touching. Looking, and he saw her eyes move across the text with the same comprehensive reception he'd come to associate with genuine readiness for the system. The primer pulsed. She saw it. Something in her expression reoriented. Not softer exactly, but differently directed, the way the forest had shifted when they'd entered. I know what this is, she said. Not from study. From memory. My forest is old enough to remember when this kind of cultivation was ordinary, when power came from connection rather than from domination. Then you know what I'm going to tell you, he said. Tell me about the anchor points anyway, she said. Then we'll talk about the rest. She looked toward the north, where the hunter team's sound was growing clearer. Their formation array is designed to suppress living chi. Every tree in my home. Everything I've grown here for 200 years. Tell me how to stop it, and then I'll decide what to do about the other thing. He told her everything the passive technique could read. She listened with the specific quality of attention that meant she was going to act on it immediately and precisely. Not nodding along, but actually constructing the response in real time. When he finished, she said, 3 of us and 14 of them. The inner forest pressed around them with a concentrated attention that had weight to it. Not hostile, observant. He had the sense of being read, not by a person, but by the accumulated presence of the forest, which had its own relationship to the concept of attention that was different from how a person attended to things. More patient, less reactive, more thorough. I feel like I'm inside something that's deciding what I am, he said. You are, Lien said. Her ice sense was clearly reading the root network's vibrations. He could tell from the way her attention moved, tracking information he couldn't directly perceive. The forest has been making assessments for a very long time. It has a lot of information to compare you to. Is it comparing unfavorably? She considered. No, it's comparing carefully. A pause. The vine that stopped you. I don't think it was checking if you were a threat. I think it was checking if you were the kind of person the forest could trust. And what did it decide? It let go, she said, which suggests it's at least reserving judgment. He thought about that as they moved deeper. The flame tree spirit had been here for 200 years. She had watched people enter her forest with weapons and with greed and with cultivation arrays designed to drain what she'd built. She had watched Iron Peak sect expand its territory and move in directions that came closer every decade. She had been waiting, not patiently in the sense of contentment, but patiently in the sense of having no alternative, of doing the only thing available to her, which was to remain and protect what she could protect and accept what couldn't be protected. His father had known that, had written her entry with that understanding embedded in every line. She has been doing something difficult for an immense stretch of time and deserves acknowledgement for it. We have this forest, he said, and you know it better than any of them could in 100 years. Her pale eyes studied him for one more second, making a final assessment. Then she looked at Lien, and at the primer, and at him again. And what he saw in her face was the expression of someone who has been alone for countless years and has just recognized the particular kind of company that changes things. She turned toward her forest and spoke very quietly in the language that trees apparently understood, and the crimson canopy forest answered, and everything that had roots and warmth and centuries of accumulated purpose began to move. Chapter 20. The hunters were organized, experienced, and working with a forest suppress formation array, a professional tool deployed by people who had done exactly this before. It was well designed. It was not, however, designed for a forest that was awake and actively coordinating its own defense under the direction of someone who had lived inside it for centuries and knew every root and branch, as well as a person knows their own hands. Xianxia found the first anchor point by pattern reading the formation's qi flow through the ground. The anchor was buried under a root system 20 meters from the hunter's entry position, disguised as natural stone but bleeding qi in the way non-organic objects bleed qi in high-density organic environments. A specific dissonance, subtle but readable. He pointed. Lian moved. She reached the anchor and worked fast, not destroying it, because destroying it would trigger the formation's response and alert every hunter to their exact position. Instead, she introduced a precise thermal disruption through an ice tool, contracting the anchor's metal housing fractionally, creating a gap between the housing and the embedded crystal that broke the qi connection without triggering the alert mechanism. The anchor went dark. The second anchor point was mobile. One of the hunters was carrying it, an adaptive design that showed professional sophistication. He told the flame tree spirit, who had introduced herself, briefly and without elaboration, as xianxia when he asked. She sent 2 fired WIRMs toward that hunter, not to harm but to disrupt, making the hunter move in ways that broke the anchor's integration with the array. The formation flickered and lost coherence in its eastern quadrant. The third anchor was in the canopy. Mine, xianxia said, and she was gone before he finished processing the word. One moment beside him on the platform, and the next simply part of the forest above, the fire tree, qi closing over her movement completely, as if the forest had absorbed her back into itself. He heard, 30 seconds later, the crack of something non-organic being unmade by fire that had centuries of precision behind it. The formation array collapsed. The hunters regrouped. Their commander's voice was controlled and professional, reassessing, reorganizing, adapting. They didn't retreat. Their orders required capture or confirmation, and professional hunter teams didn't reverse course when the objective remained in range, and they still had 14 able combatants. The commander was good. Genuinely, professionally good. The best opponent Xianxia had encountered in 4 days of running, and he adapted faster than Xianxia had expected when the formation went down. He looked at the terrain. He looked at the vow thread connecting him to Lian and felt, through it, her attention. She was already building, gathering ice into the branch systems nearest the hunter's position. Not barriers. Pathways. Ice channels that guided movement by making other directions less viable, subtly narrowing the options without appearing to. It was exactly the right approach, and she'd arrived at it without discussion, which was the particular efficiency of people who think in similar enough ways that coordination happens faster than communication. He reached into the temporal pause ability. One breath of time, suspended. In that frozen instant, he moved to the position that gave him sightline to all 3 clusters of the hunter team and held the complete picture in his mind. The WIRM patrol patterns, the gaps in the canopy coverage, the angles where ice and fire could work simultaneously without interfering with each other, the commander's position and the 2 most capable disciples' position to protect him. He held it clearly, precisely, complete. He released. Time resumed. He called the coordination aloud, directing Lian and xianxia in real time as the hunters reorganized around their collapsed formation. What followed was less a battle than an exercise in terrain advantage. Ice channels guided the hunter teams into convergence points where xianxia's WIRMs and Lian's formations created overlapping pressure. The canopy dropped burning bark at precisely calibrated intervals that prevented the hunters from establishing new formation anchors. The hunter's commander adapted quickly and well, but good against static opponents in a familiar environment is not the same as good against a coordinated response that uses the forest itself as its primary weapon and adapts faster than any human commander can process. They retreated, all 14, in good order, supporting their wounded, the commander's face showing the expression of a professional who would file a very detailed report about an encounter that had not gone according to any briefing he'd received. Xianxia stood in the red-gold forest light and breathed. Qi gathering level 6. Clean and solid. Another stress breakthrough. The primer qi settling into a new configuration that felt more stable than anything he'd built before, more genuinely his. Lian stood beside him, the last of the ice dissipating from her hands. Xianxia dropped from the canopy and landed beside them with the ease of something that was coming down from heights for centuries, and regarded Xianxia with an expression that was entirely different from the assessment she'd been running since they climbed up to her platform. She looked at the vow thread connecting him to Lian, She could perceive it somehow, through her old forest awareness, through whatever sense ancient living things developed over centuries of paying attention to the world's deeper currents. She studied it for a moment, then looked at the primer in his inner robe. Your primer says I'm relevant to it, she said. It says you're the second key, one of 7. He met her gaze steadily. It says the vow system can offer you something, connection, amplification, and a bond that means you're less alone in defending what you love. She looked at her forest, centuries of it, the trees she'd watched grow from saplings to elders, the WRMS she'd raised from eggs, the root network that told her everything about everything that moved through her home. She looked at all of it with an expression he could read now, not grief, not pride, but a very long and very specific kind of solitude that had been a choice and had also been the only option and had been both of those things simultaneously for longer than most of the sects currently operating had been buildings. I have been alone in this forest for decades upon decades, she said. The words were simple, without self-pity, just true. I know, he said. Tell me how it works, she said. Every cost, and every consequence, and what comes after. Don't spare anything. I've been alive long enough that there's no version of truth I can't hear. And somewhere in the red gold distance, the hunter team's commander was sending a report to Lord Ashvale. A soul condensation cultivator who served no sect, answered to no authority, and had just learned that a flame tree spirit in the ancient fire tree forest was allied with a vow sovereign carrier who had completed one vow, had both halves of the reunited seal, and was clearly moving toward a second bond. Lord Ashvale read the report. He read it again. He set it down and looked at the map on his table. He began redirecting his resources with the focused precision of an elder who understood that the window to act had just become considerably narrower than he'd estimated. That if Xianxia completed a second vow, a third would follow, and each one would make the system exponentially harder to stop, and that the time to act decisively was now, before the vow system's compounding effect became something that no single cultivator could counter. But the forest was very old, and the morning light was gold and red, and in the space between the fire trees, Xianxia was explaining the oath cultivation framework to someone who remembered what cultivation looked like before anyone decided to constrain it. And the ice meridian ability ran clean and cold and permanent through his cultivation base, and the thread to Lien was steady and warm. And the second vow was close enough now that he could feel it the way you feel a door about to open. Not with certainty, but with the particular quality of a moment that was always going to arrive, and has finally found its time. Chapter 21. The Crimson Canopy announced itself before Xianxia saw the first tree. Heat came first, layered and sentient, not like desert heat or forge heat, but like walking toward a living breath that had decided not to yield ground. Then came the scent, resin, scorched bark, mineral-rich soil, and the faint copper edge of old fire that had burned often enough to become part of the land's memory. By the time the red-gold crowns rose above the ridgeline, his undershirt clung damply to his back despite the northern chill still trapped in Lien's sleeves. Oppressive, Lien said, scanning the tree line. I dislike places that feel as if they are already inside someone else's cultivation domain. That is because you have taste, old Zhao muttered from behind them, then stopped himself. He was not coming farther. They had parted at dawn with medicines, maps, and a final warning that ancient places did not distinguish politely between intruders and guests. Xianxia and Lien walked the last stretch alone. The forest border did not begin with one clear line. Firegrass thickened. The stones underfoot turned warm. Vines threaded between black-red trunks in looping patterns too regular to be entirely wild. Xianxia slowed and opened the primer sense he had learned to trust in difficult terrain. The forest's chi web was immense. Not chaotic. Layered. Roots below the ground exchanged flame-aligned force in circuits resembling a giant formation built by patience rather than inscription. It is alive in the way arrays are alive, he said quietly. Lien's brow lifted. Then do not step like prey. The first flame beast attacked before he could reply. It burst from a knot of root shadow as a ribbon of ember-scaled muscle and jaws, half WRM and half living cinder, its body long enough to wrap around 3 men and thin enough to vanish between the trees in one turn. 2 more followed a heartbeat later from opposite angles, semi-intelligent enough to coordinate without needing a handler. Xianxia moved on instinct and vow memory. Vow of stillness. The lead WRM froze mid-lunge, fire rippling under immobilized scales while the world narrowed to one suspended instant. Lien had already understood. Her sword flashed once, and a ring of precise frost cased the creature from jaw to spine, not extinguishing the fire within, but locking its movement beneath a sheath of cold designed to hold exactly long enough. The second beast came low. Xianxia dropped, rolled beneath its snapping maw. and drove a chi-laced palm into the weakest point beneath its forecoil, where the primer had shown him flame's circulation thinned before each turn. The strike did not kill it. It redirected the beast just enough for it to slam into a blackwood trunk. The third hesitated. That hesitation saved them, because it was not fear. It was assessment. The beast rose on a half-coil, ember eyes fixed not on Lian's blade or his hands but on the gold thread at his chest only he and his vow partner should have been able to sense. The surrounding roots warmed. Vines above them twitched. "We're being tested," he said. I had gathered that from the teeth. The frozen WIRM cracked free of its ice and did not attack again. It slid backward into the underbrush, gaze never leaving him. The other two followed, circling without striking, the way sect gate guardians sometimes paced newcomers before deciding whether to ring alarm or allow passage. Then one of the overhead vines descended. It should have lashed. Instead it wrapped once around Xianxia's wrist, hot enough to sting and not hot enough to burn. A loop of living fire tracing his pulse as if measuring it. The primer stirred against his ribs. The forest root network pulsed in sequence with the vine. Lian stepped forward immediately, sword half raised. "Do not cut it," he said. "On what basis?" "It has not attacked." The vine tightened for one breath, then uncoiled and withdrew into the branches with serpentine grace. Nothing moved. Then, from somewhere high above, a woman's voice said, "Interesting." The forest had stopped asking whether they could survive entry. It had moved to the more dangerous question of what, precisely, Xianxia was. Chapter 22. The voice came from everywhere the canopy held flame. When Xianxia looked up, he saw her standing on a branch that should not have held a human's weight, though the branch seemed to disagree with the category. Orange fire ran through her hair like threads through silk. Her robes were leaf red at the hem and ember gold at the sleeves, moving in little currents of heat no wind accounted for. She carried no weapon. The trees around her made that omission meaningless. Xianxia. He knew it before she spoke again. Not because the outline in his father's notes had prepared him for a face. Because the whole forest had bent toward her the way formations bent toward their core. Her eyes settled on Lian first. "Ice cultivator," she said. "Not accusation yet. Classification. From the northern sect belts." "Formerly," Lian replied. Yu's gaze sharpened. "The northerners have wanted my flame core for a century and a half. They send scouts in winter because they think the forest is weakest when snow reaches the outer ridges." She stepped down one branch without sound. "Was that the role they gave you? Spy first, harvester later?" Lian's expression became dangerous in the cold, disciplined way it did when someone had mistaken her patience for a resource they could spend. "If I wanted your flame core," she said, "we would be having a shorter conversation." Xianxia lifted one hand before the exchange could harden into the wrong type of battle. "We came because hunters are already here." That made you look at him directly. "I know the hunters are here." He let her anger stand. It had the clean edge of someone defending something old alone for too long. "Then you know they are not ordinary sect scavengers." "Gray Veil Alliance," she said. "Disciplined. Ugly banners. Efficient fire breaks. Men who pretend controlled burning is the same thing as understanding flame." As if summoned by the contempt in her tone, smoke thickened beyond the western boundary. It rose in 3 separate columns, too evenly spaced to be natural spread. Xianxia's primer sense reached toward it and recoiled from the structure underneath. The gray veil had set pressure arrays into the outer tree line, not merely to burn but to herd, to drive heat and panic inward until the forest's core had no room left to maneuver. You saw him reading it. You can feel formations. Some. How much? Enough to know they are trying to constrict your border instead of destroying it outright. That answer altered her face more than flattery would have. She was used to trespassers who wanted power. Not many arrived already trying to understand design. Still, suspicion returned almost immediately. And the primer. Her gaze dropped to his inner robe where the scroll's heat met the forest's. "Show me." He drew it carefully and held it open without stepping closer. The gold script did not blaze. It breathed, each line catching the reflected canopy light as though remembering an older kind of fire. For the first time since appearing, Xianxia looked unsettled. That text should not still exist. "My father helped preserve part of it." "Your father was either a very brave man or a very foolish one." "Both," Lian said. Yu almost smiled, which vanished when a low horn call rolled through the outer wood. The smoke columns thickened. Somewhere far beyond the visible trunks a line of cultivated flame erupted, not wild and leaping, but measured into an advancing arc. "They're cutting the west channel," Yu said. She did not move toward it. That told Xianxia the truth quickly. She was under more pressure than she had let them see. Ancient forest or not, she was one core against organized encirclement. Who commands them? Commander Draff. Lord Ashvale's hound for technical sieges. Her mouth hardened around the name. Ashvale has wanted to take this forest intact for 8 years. He believes anything old and alive must eventually yield if surrounded by enough correct methods. He's wrong. Yes, you said. But 300 dead trees can still make a wrong man look persuasive. The roots around Shun Wuk's boots warmed again. The forest was listening to the exchange, and perhaps to him. You looked from the primer to the vow thread, only she seemed able to sense, and back to his face. You are either the answer to a very old question, or the worst mistake this forest has seen in generations. You could let the hunters decide for you, Lien said. That brought a real flash of temper. You dropped from the branch to the ground in one fluid descent, fire gathering beneath her feet and dispersing with no scorch mark left behind. Up close, she looked younger and far older at once, the way spirits often did when they had chosen bodies but not surrendered their first scale of time. Fine, she said. You want entry to the heart. Earn it at the boundary. Beyond the west line, gray veil horns sounded again, and from somewhere behind the smoke, a male voice amplified by chi rang through the trees. Inner formation teams advance. Drain the root fire source by layers. Yu Hongshu's pupils narrowed to burning points. Draft, she said. The siege had stopped pretending to be preparation. It had begun. Chapter 23. The inner boundary of the Crimson Canopy was not a wall. It was a set of living agreements between roots, flame, moisture, and memory, maintained by Yu Hongshu's cultivation and the forest's long instinct for self-preservation. Shin Wuk understood that within 10 breaths of reaching it. The problem was not that the Grey Veil Alliance had found a way through. The problem was that they had begun teaching the boundary to misread itself. Red bark pulsed dull orange where the enemy formation gnawed at it from outside. Fine ash drifted between trunks in spirals too orderly to be wind. Every few heartbeats, one of the ancient roots underfoot gave a weak tremor, as if something in the western soil had placed hooks into the forest's chi tide and was now reeling carefully. They're not burning for destruction, Shun Wuk said. Commander Draft's answer came as a spear of dark red flame striking the nearest ward tree. The tree held, but the impact rippled outward through 6 connected trunks. No, you said. They're burning for obedience. Draft emerged beyond the smoke line with 20 cultivators in staggered ranks and the composure of a man paid for reliability rather than grandeur. Bone forging level 3, if Shin Wuk judged his body force chi density correctly. Iron gray armor over layered spirit cloth. No wasted ornament. Men like that were dangerous because they did not require anger to be cruel. Forest spirit, Draft called. Final request. Step out, surrender the carrier, and Lord Ashvale may preserve the root core. You did not raise her voice. Tell your lord I preserve my own home. Then she moved. Fire vines tore upward from the root line in a fan meant not to kill, but to split the outer advance into smaller units. Draft had anticipated something like it. His front rank drove spirit pins into the soil and unfolded triangular suppression screens that diverted the worst of Yu's living flame toward the ground, where secondary arrays drank it greedily. Left flank, Shin Wuk said. Lien was already there. She slid into the weakest interval between 2 suppression screens and cut low, frost racing along the spirit pins before the enemy team understood what she was targeting. One screen fractured. The vine fan regained a third of its original force and wrapped 2 gray veil cultivators hard enough to throw them into a blazing trunk. Shin Wuk sprinted for the center, primer sense open. He could not overpower the formation teams. He could, however, identify the pace at which they needed to be interrupted. Draft siege logic depended on rhythm. Advance. Pin. Drain. Stabilize. Repeat. Break one sequence at the right moment, and the whole line lost efficiency faster than trained soldiers could compensate. He hit the second pin team before they finished seating the anchor. Vow of Stillness locked one cultivator's arms long enough for Shin Wuk to wrench the half-placed pin sideways. The implanted crystal sheared, sprayed sparks, and ruined the adjacent drain geometry. The second cultivator struck with a hooked blade. Shin Wuk took the cut across the shoulder rather than retreating, then drove his elbow under the man's chin using the momentum of the impact. He felt bone crack. Yu's fire answered the opening at once. A wave of controlled flame rolled through the disrupted segment, not a flood but a precise reclaiming surge guided by someone who knew exactly how much heat the trees could bear. 2 more gray veil teams were forced backward. Again, Lien said from somewhere inside the smoke. Shin Wuk found her through the vow thread. Calm, cold, and cutting diagonally through the pressure lane. Draft had expected the forest to protect most rigidly. Good. If the enemy believed the inner defenders would behave like a static ward, giving them a mobile ice cultivator with no respect for defensive doctrine was the correct insult. The three of them held the boundary not by sealing it, but by making every incursion cost more coordination than Draft's formation teams could recover in real time. You turned roots into lashes and branches into fire spears. Lien froze channels under the enemy's feet, forcing missteps at the exact instant suppression teams needed stability most. Xianxia moved between both, reading array seams and calling weak points faster than command flags could adjust. Draft watched everything and did not lose composure. That made the next thing he did worse. He raised one hand. The rear formation crews ceased attacking the trees and instead drove 6 black obelisks into the western soil in a crescent wider than the eye could parse at once. Xianxia felt the structure catch before it fully activated. Down, he snapped. Too late. The obelisks lit in sequence and a low hum spread through the root network like poison learning the body's pathways. You staggered. The nearest fire tree dimmed by a visible degree. What is it? Lien demanded. Xianxia did not answer immediately because the answer required reading a pattern he knew too well. Suppression logic. Trial logic. A drain array designed not to shatter power, but to classify it, slow it, and convert resistance into usable intake. Different materials. Same cruelty. It is built on the Iron Peak model, he said. A forest-scale version. Draft heard him and inclined his head once across the line, professional to professional. Your reputation for pattern recognition was not exaggerated. The drain deepened. Flame chi began flowing out of the root web in thin, unwilling streams toward the black crescent. Yu Hongshu straightened through visible effort, fury replacing surprise. The gray veil had not merely invaded her home. They had started drinking it alive. Chapter 24. The drain formation was elegant in the way a knife could be elegant when forged by someone who had no moral confusion about what it was for. Xianxia stood one pace behind the boundary line, eyes half closed. Primer scents spread through the western soil while heat rolled over his face in waves. The black obelisks were only the visible anchors. The real structure sat below them, a 7-vein lattice cut into the ground at angles chosen to mimic the natural root web badly enough to trick the forest into feeding it, and well enough to survive being noticed. Can you break it? You asked. She sounded angry, not afraid. Her anger was cleaner to work beside. Not by force. Lien wiped ash from her blade with the side of one thumb. Then by what? He looked again at the pattern. The drain had the same underlying arrogance as the rigged trial that destroyed his cultivation. A structure built on the assumption that suppression targets always resisted the obvious pressure and never thought to follow the logic backward. Whoever designed it trusted hierarchy more than adaptation. Resonance flaw, he said. Yu's eyes narrowed. In words suitable for people whose forests are being stolen. It imitates your root web, but only one layer deep. If we force a surge from the older root lines beneath the visible channels, the false lattice will accept too much and tear itself open. She understood immediately, which told him more about her than any introduction had. You need time. 3 breaths with no one stabbing me. Luxury, Lien said. Then she stepped out into the failing boundary and made that luxury real. Ice swept low through the undergrowth, not broad and decorative but filament thin, lacing around gray veil boots and obelisk bases to create momentary slips, delays, and fractures in rhythm. Yu answered with guided flame channels that ran through the trees without igniting them, striking exactly where the ice disruptions forced enemy bodies to cluster. Draft adapted fast, barking changes that redistributed his advanced teams around the weakest points. Which was good. He was moving them where Xianxia wanted them. Xianxia knelt and placed both palms against the warm soil. The primer opened within him like a second set of meridians unrolling into thought. He traced the drain's false roots, followed them down, found the places where imitation crossed real age, and pushed not his chi but his understanding into the gap. The older lines answered slowly at first, as if the forest were deciding whether the suggestion was insult or help. You felt it. She did not ask permission from the trees. She asked alignment. Fire moved downward, not outward into the enemy. Down, into the old buried channels that had fed the crimson canopy before any human siege engineer was born. The western ground shuddered. One obelisk brightened, then another, both accepting the sudden influx as victory. That was the flaw. Greedy formations often mistook overload for success until the precise moment the extra power revealed they had no language for refusal. Now, Xianxia said. Lien struck the nearest anchor not at its core, but at the narrow metal throat where false lattice met intake spine. Frost sealed it for one instant. The surge hit. The whole drain array screamed. Not aloud. Through structure. The black crescent cracked from the center outward as the older root fire tore through every borrowed channel. Obelisks ruptured into showers of ember glass. The gray veil forward line, braced to withstand pressure from outside, found itself hit by returning flame chi from beneath their own feet. Men shouted. 2 teams lost formation entirely. A third was swallowed by a geyser of heated roots exploding through the soil. Yu Hongshu threw her head back and took the forest's returning power like a vow made of wildfire. Every fire tree along the western ring blazed brighter. The heat drove through Shun Wuk's bones, through the repaired meridians the primer had built from ruin, through the vow thread to Lien and back again. For one dangerous, perfect stretch of breath, the whole battlefield became a furnace rich enough to force growth on anyone able to endure it. He endured. Foundation establishment, middle tier. The breakthrough slammed into place without meditation chamber or pill array, forged in a chi environment so dense it felt like inhaling molten ore. His foundation core tightened, widened, and settled into a more stable spin. Power answered his limbs with new weight. Not enough for Ashvale. Enough for this. Draft saw it happen. His face did not change much, but a good commander did not need theatrical reactions to know when a siege had lost the favorable shape. Withdraw outer teams, he ordered. Recover what can be recovered. The retreat was disciplined. That worried Shun Wuk more than panic would have. Draft stepped backward through the smoke, armor blackened at one shoulder, gaze fixed on you, and then on Shun Wuk. Lord Ashvale is already coming, he said. What happened here only changed the condition of the gift we deliver him. Then he smiled, just enough to make clear he enjoyed precise despair. He arrives within 3 days. The gray veil horns sounded withdrawal. The forest held. For now. But Shun Wuk felt the truth immediately. Their victory had broken the drain line and bloodied the siege. It had not solved the scale problem. Commander Draft was a technical lieutenant. Lord Ashvale was a soul condensation cultivator. And 3 days was enough time for fear to do bad work if left unmanaged. Chapter 25 Victory in the crimson canopy smelled like burned resin, hot rain that had not yet fallen, and the sharp iron tang of blood hidden badly under medicinal paste. It did not smell triumphant. That suited Shun Wuk. By nightfall, the inner groves had filled with people Yu Hongshu had not mentioned when first confronting them. Woodcutters' families from the forest edge, 2 old herbalists, a one-armed hunter with a daughter too feverish to stand, and nearly 30 villagers who had fled the Grey Vale's approach and taken shelter beneath the oldest fire trees because someone, years ago, had told them the spirit of the canopy protected those who did not come to exploit it. You protected them with the clipped efficiency of someone refusing to admit tenderness even while practicing it. Lien moved between the wounded with old Zhao's remaining poultices and the ruthless competence of a cultivator who understood that saving lives was also a kind of battlefield priority. Shun Wuk took the night watch by the outer routes and expected you to object when he refused the safer inner platform. She did not. Instead, she joined him after the second moonrise carrying 2 cups of something bitter and heat-sweet, made from boiled bark resin. She handed him one and sat on the root arch beside him as if the movement had happened by accident. Below them, children slept between braided roots that pulsed faint red gold in time with the forest's chi tide. Every few breaths a fire WRM glided past on silent patrol. The villagers trusted the trees enough to sleep. You should have left with the northerner when Draft withdrew, you said at last, and abandoned your refugees. They are not mine. He looked down at the sleeping families and said nothing. You exhaled through her nose, annoyed at being answered by visible fact. That was not strategy. No. Ashvale is soul condensation. I know. Then why? He turned the bitter drink between his hands. The cup warmed faster than clay should in her presence. Because every sect elder who ever harmed my family relied on one belief, he said. That anyone weaker could be pressured into surrendering other people's lives if the threat was scaled high enough. I don't like proving such men correct. You went quiet. Around them the crimson canopy adjusted its night heat by degrees, leaves glowing faint at the edges. She had probably listened to 1,000 years of bark settling and root water moving. Tonight she listened to him. My father taught grief poorly, he said after a time, looking toward the darkness where Grey Vale fires smoldered beyond the western line. Or perhaps very well. He did not weep where others could see it. He kept working. He kept records. He kept finding the next necessary thing. I learned from that. Later I wasn't sure whether it was strength or damage. Yu's fingers tightened around her cup. And now I think it may be both. She studied him with a gaze stripped clean of her earlier suspicion. Who taught you to grieve without weeping? She asked, and still remained gentle enough to stop for villagers in the middle of a siege. The question landed harder than a challenge would have, because it was not admiration. It was recognition searching for origin. Shun Wuk did not answer quickly. The true answer ran through too many dead rooms, old journal pages, and habits formed under men who mistook hardness for cultivation. My father taught me the first half, he said at last. The second came from discovering what kind of men benefit when grief becomes cruelty. You looked back toward the sleeping villagers. Humans usually arrive here asking what the forest can give them. And you arrived asking where the formation anchors were. That won the smallest edge of a smile from him. Her own expression shifted, not softer exactly, but warmer in a way the night around them noticed at once. Nearby leaves brightened. Somewhere beneath the roots, heat moved closer. The primer stirred against his chest. You felt it. Her hand went, almost involuntarily, to the center of her sternum, as if something there had answered a distant bell. Neither spoke for 3 breaths. Then she said, more quietly than before, when humans stopped entering the deep forest, I thought I was relieved. He waited. I was, she continued. Every visit ended with someone wanting, cutting, bargaining, or dying. Solitude was cleaner. She watched a child in sleep curl closer to a root warmth pocket. Then years passed. Then more. Clean became empty, and I called the emptiness peace because I had no reason to name it better. The primer pulsed again. This time the red gold light answered from her chest as well. Lien, watching from a farther branch while pretending not to, went still as winter glass. You noticed none of it except the pulse inside herself. What is that? She asked. Compatibility, Xianxia said. Not pressure. Not invitation dressed as destiny. Only truth. She lowered her hand slowly. In the western darkness, Gray Veil's signal fires shifted pattern. 1 line became 3. Commander Draft's retreat had not been abandonment. It had been measurement. Xianxia rose first, cup forgotten on the root. Lien dropped from the branch, already reading the fire code with narrowed eyes. Outer movement, she said. Not assault. Positioning. You stood with the contained violence of a living blaze, choosing shape. Xianxia looked past the boundary and felt, from very far away, a pressure unlike Draft's organized brutality. Broader. Colder. A will that did not need to hurry because it had spent years teaching other people to prepare the road. Lord Ashvale was on the move. And under the rising pressure of his approach, while villagers slept beneath a forest that had begun listening to him as something other than trespass, Xianxia felt the primer, and Yu Hongshu answer each other across the quiet space between 2 people who had both mistaken long solitude for the only survivable form of strength. Chapter 26. The Crimson Canopy had different hours for confession than any sect Xianxia had known. At Iron Peak, truth came in punishment halls, on bloodied flags, or between the clipped phrases of men who believed authority improved when pain did the speaking for it. In the forest, truth arrived during repair. At dawn, while root healers threaded warm resin across split bark and villagers helped clear ash from the western groves, Yu Hongshu led him and Lien into the oldest section of the canopy, where the trunks widened enough to resemble towers grown by seasons rather than masons. No guard stopped them. The roots did the watching. You touched the bark of one ancient fire tree as they passed, and the tree answered with a low pulse of amber light that traveled through 6 neighboring trunks before fading into the ground. Xianxia had the strange sense of walking not through a place ruled by one cultivator, but through the body of a civilization that had chosen to express itself as forest first and person second. You asked last night who taught me to grieve, he said. I did. Are you about to tell me why you asked? She gave him a sideways glance. Yes, that is generally how conversation works. Lien, walking a step behind, said nothing, which meant she was listening hard enough to count breaths. You stopped at a clearing formed around the oldest trunk he had yet seen. It rose in twisting bands of dark crimson and gold-veined black, wide enough at the base that 10 men linking arms would not have circled it. Fire moved under the bark in slow arterial lines. At its roots lay stones half melted into glass by ancient heat. No shrine, no altar, only age. I was born here, you said. The statement sounded literal and impossible until he remembered what she was. Not as a child with hands and language, she continued. As a seed caught in the root fire after a sky strike. The first 100 years I knew seasons and thirst and storms. The second 100 I knew enough to choose shape. The tree remembered everything before the body did. Xianxia looked up into branches lost in red gold height. The primer had told him the second key would not think like a sect daughter. It had not prepared him for a person whose first idea of self had been bark thickening around flame. When did you become human? He asked. I did not. Not entirely. She rested a palm against the trunk. I borrowed enough humanity to walk, speak, cultivate, and understand the creatures always trying to bargain with my home. The rest stayed here. The forest pulse answered the words as if confirming jurisdiction. Lien's gaze sharpened. Then your core isn't only in your body. No. Useful. You almost smiled. You say that as though planning where to hide my bones. I am planning where enemies will fail to understand you. That won Lien the smallest measure of respect yet. You turned back to Shinwuk. Loneliness became simpler after I took human form. Trees do not expect companionship the way humans do. Once I could speak, every silence developed edges. He understood that too well. The primer warmed against his chest again, gentler than the pulse of open compatibility the night before. Not demand. Recognition waiting for honesty to catch up with circumstance. You said the vow cannot compel, you said. It cannot. And if forged, then you feel the other person in the soul layer. Injury, life force, growth, not thoughts, not obedience. And if one dies? He answered without dressing it in false mercy. The thread remains in the soul layer until dispersal. If the soul fully disperses, the vow collapses and the power tied to it is lost. You absorb that without flinching. So the cost of caring becomes structural. Yes. She laughed once, softly and without bitterness. How honest. Trees do that better than humans. Every close growth changes the shape of both trunks forever. Humans call this frightening because they prefer pretending distance costs nothing. The clearing warmed around them. Shinwuk could not tell whether the heat came from morning sun, root fire, or her mood. Why do you stay here alone? He asked. Because every group that learned what this forest was tried to turn it into a resource. She said it as fact rather than wound. Spirit timber, flame core extraction, old root formations, rare beasts, territory. I learned early that if I wanted the forest alive, I would need to become the answer to every request. Sometimes the answer was refusal, sometimes flame, often both. Lien's tone stayed neutral. And the villagers? You looked toward the lower groves where smoke from breakfast fires rose in thin, safe lines. Some people came asking for shelter rather than profit. That is different. I know the difference. Shinwuk watched the light beneath the bark and understood what his father had seen. Yu Hongshu's isolation was not temperament. It was a discipline shaped by centuries of proving that once you became guardian of something beautiful, the world often rewarded you by making intimacy tactically dangerous. The primer pulsed toward her again. This time she did not touch her chest in surprise. She placed her hand there deliberately and let herself feel the answer. I do not trust easy bonds, she said. Neither do I. Good. She stepped closer until the heat of her presence erased the morning chill still clinging to his sleeves from Lien's aura. Her eyes held the color of banked coals worked awake. Then if this happens, she said, it happens after I hear every consequence and after I decide that the risk of remaining alone is no longer smaller than the risk of being bound. That was the truest sentence in the clearing. The forest approved it with a slow root pulse that moved beneath all three of them. And somewhere beyond the western boundary, Ashvile's outriders began planting the first markers of an encirclement that would force every truth in the grove to either become action or die as mood. Chapter 27. Ashvile's siege lines tightened by the hour, and perhaps because of that, Yu Hongshu chose sunset for the vow. She said the forest understood thresholds. Dawn was for growth, noon for struggle, sunset for binding what had survived the day. Shinwuk did not argue with the logic of a place that had been alive long before his sect learned to call valleys territories. The rite happened in the same ancient clearing, but changed now by purpose. Lien inscribed a ring of stabilizing ice sigils at the clearing's edge, not to suppress the flame, but to keep its force from spreading uncontrolled through nearby root chambers. You coaxed 6 fire vines down from the canopy until they formed a living arch above the oldest trunk. Villagers were not invited. This was not secrecy born of shame. It was intimacy born of scale. The primer floated between Shinwuk and Yu at chest height, gold script revolving slowly like a patient constellation. One last time, he said, the vow cannot be performed on curiosity alone. The primer accepts resonance, truth, and willingness. If any one of those is false, the thread destabilizes. You stood barefoot on the warm root stone, her hair lit from within by the last red light of evening. Then ask what you came to ask. He did not begin with her name. He began with cost. If forged, the bond is irreversible. Good. If I near death, you will know. Then do not make a habit of it. Lien made a quiet sound that might have been amusement and might have been irritation at both of them treating soul law like a sharp negotiation. If you near death, he continued, I will know as well. That landed harder. He saw it in the brief narrowing of Yu's eyes. Guardians accustomed to solitary danger often found being witnessed more alarming than being threatened. And the truth, she said. You first. The primer brightened. Shinwuk let the question settle where it hurt enough to remain honest. I feared power for a long time, he said. Not because I wanted weakness. Because the people with power in my life used it to desecrate the dead, reshape truth, and call ruin order. Part of me still expects power to rot anything it touches. I have been learning that fear is not the same as restraint. The gold script steadied. You listen without interruption. Fire vines above them stilled into absolute attention. My turn, she said. She closed her eyes for one breath, and when she spoke her voice changed almost imperceptibly. Less defensive, more rooted. I was glad when humans stopped coming to the deep forest, she said. Every visit ended with bargaining, cutting, or mourning. I called the silence peace. It was not peace. It was relief that hardened into loneliness so slowly I mistook it for wisdom. When your people fled into my groves, I realized I had begun measuring safety by how little I needed anyone. I do not want to keep becoming that. The clearing answered before either of them did. The oldest trunk flared from within. Root light spread beneath their feet in branching gold-red lines. The primer opened like a wound and a blessing simultaneously. Hands, Lien said. They obeyed. Palm to palm. His skin met living heat. Not merely warmth. The sensation of touching a core that had once been sap, storm, ash, and centuries of sun caught in bark. The primer spoke into both their meridians at once. Truth shared. Willingness confirmed. Resonance accepted. The soul vow ignited. No quiet gold this time. Fire and gold rose in a column through the clearing, racing up the vine arch and into the high canopy where every surrounding tree answered with a pulse of crimson light. Xianxia felt something open beside the first vow meridian, not parallel, but harmonizing against it. Lien's thread remained cold and clear inside him. Yu's entered as blaze without chaos, a force that did not ask whether obstacles deserved burning. It asked only whether they stood against what needed protecting. Yu inhaled sharply. Across the new thread he felt surprise, old hunger, fierce relief, and the sheer shock of discovering that presence in the soul layer did not feel like invasion when chosen freely. It felt like a second rhythm joining the first. The vow mark formed at once along his right arm, a branchwork of ember gold lines threading from wrist to shoulder. Yu's eyes flew open. Again, she whispered, not to him but to the impossible fact of not being alone in the old way anymore. Then the clearing shook, not from internal failure, from external breach. One of the western watch vines snapped into ash beyond the boundary. A horn call followed, then another. Lien's face turned hard. Advance teams. You did not break the hand contact until the vow's last seal finished locking beneath their skin. When she did, flames rippled once along the new thread and vanished into soul depth. Then they chose their timing poorly, she said. Because the gray veil had attacked not a lone forest spirit and a hunted carrier. They had struck the first breath after the second vow took root. And nothing on the western line yet understood what that had changed. Chapter 28 The Vow of Burning did not enter Xianxia gently. It crashed through his meridians like a river of lit bronze, hot enough to turn every old fracture in his cultivation base into a map of remembered weakness before filling each line with force that refused to stay caged. He doubled over once, one hand against the ancient root, not in collapse, but in recalibration. Lien took position at his left without comment. You stood at his right, newly threaded to him in the soul layer, and already reading what the change required. Breathe through it, she said. Do not suppress flame by treating it as damage. That instruction mattered. Ice taught control by narrowing. Flame, he realized at once, required a different discipline. Not denial. Direction. He drew breath. The new vow meridian answered. Heat surged down his arms and into his fists, compressing not on the surface but inside the strikes he had not yet thrown. It was not ordinary fire chi. Yu's power carried intent as fuel. Resolve itself had become a cultivable force, one that did not brighten when admired and did not weaken when opposed. It simply moved forward until the thing in front of it yielded or broke. What changed? Lien asked, eyes already on the western breach line. Xianxia looked up. Everything that wanted to stop me by crushing will. The first suppression wave reached them then. Greyvale advance teams had pushed a portable locking formation through the damaged western groves, a square frame of black steel rods connected by silk-thin spirit threads. Draft knew enough about Xianxia's pattern to attack the carrier rather than the forest core first. The array activated in a descending pulse meant to freeze meridians, heavy the way a sect elder's killing intent often tried to pin weaker disciples in place before judgment. It met the vow of burning will and shattered. Not metaphorically. The oppressive force touched his spirit and broke apart, as if striking a furnace wall too hot to hold shape. Steel rods cracked down the middle. The spirit threads burst into sparks. 3 gray veil cultivators recoiled, staring with the honest alarm of men who had just watched a trusted category fail. You laughed once, fierce and delighted. Good. Then they charged. The second vow transformed Xianxia's body work immediately. Every palm, elbow, and shoulder strike now carried combustive interior force. When he hit the lead cultivator center mass, the man did not merely stagger backward. Burning intent detonated through his protective chi layer from inside the contact point, breaking stance and breath simultaneously. Xianxia pivoted into the next opponent, driving a short blow beneath the ribs that sent flame force through the man's meridians and dropped him to one knee in shock. You moved faster than before the vow, which should have been impossible and was instead resonance. Her forest flame answered his opening lines instinctively now, curving around his attacks rather than forcing him to avoid hers. A fire vine snapped through the shattered suppression frame and wrapped one retreating cultivator by the ankle, dragging him into Lian's waiting frost circle. Lian, in turn, adapted to the new rhythm with typical cruelty. She froze escape routes, not bodies, forcing the Gray Veil teams to keep choosing between fire lanes and kill lanes until both became the same place. Commander Draft saw the line fail and raised a new signal. 3 heavier suppression banners unfolded at the rear. These were not meant for the carrier alone. They targeted spirit state stability over a wide field, the sort of crushing pressure that made lesser cultivators fall to their knees even if their bodies remained intact. The banners descended. The villagers behind the inner groves gasped as the air seemed to thicken. Xianxia stepped forward into it. The pressure found him and had nowhere to lodge. Indomitable spirit force. That was the true core of the second vow, more important even than the flame strikes. External will-crushing techniques could no longer persuade his cultivation to bow. Fear remained possible. Pain remained possible. But enforced submission through spiritual pressure had lost its seed inside him. He reached up, caught the nearest banner pole with one hand, and ripped it downward through the descending weight, as if the force above it had become only wind with manners. The cultivator holding the other end stared, disbelief wrecking his stance. Yu's flame took him in the next breath. Draft did not retreat this time. He committed. The lieutenant drove through his own failing line, spear in hand, aura dense and disciplined. Bone forging level 3 carried real weight, and his technique was not ornamental command play. It was siege combat refined to punch holes where formations held strongest. His first thrust came for Xianxia's heart, assuming the newly empowered carrier would overextend under the intoxication of breakthrough force. Xianxia did not meet it directly. He used Lian's taught economy and used new aggression together. One sidestep inside the spear line. One flame-backed palm to redirect the shaft. One short shoulder impact into Draft's chest. The lieutenant absorbed it better than lesser men would have, but the combustive vow force still rippled through his frame hard enough to make his back foot carve a trench in root soil. 2 vows, Draft said, recovering with unnerving speed. Too many for you. The answer was bravado and true enough for the moment. Draft looked past him toward the deep forest and, unexpectedly, smiled. Not for me. Then every western tree trembled. Not from the lieutenant. From something arriving beyond him, still out of sight, and already powerful enough that the canopy itself had begun reacting like animals sensing a larger predator before the eye found its shape. The Gray Veil line straightened all at once. Yu's fire dimmed by one dangerous shade. And from the edge of the outer smoke, a pressure older and colder than Draft's disciplined violence rolled through the breached groves as Lord Ashvale stepped at last within range of the forest's fear. Chapter 29. Lord Ashvale did not need spectacle. That was the first thing Xianxia understood when the man came into view through the broken western line. Soul condensation cultivators from sect stories often arrived trailing stormlight, divine beasts, or enough killing intent to make weaker men vomit blood for the satisfaction of the audience. Ashvale came with 6 attendants, a pale traveling cloak dusted by the road, and the particular stillness of someone so accustomed to being the heaviest will in a region that he no longer spent energy proving the fact. The trees trembled anyway, not because he flung force wildly, because his Tao did not speak the language of coexistence at all. Domination. Xianxia felt it the way one felt a room where every chair had been arranged by a person incapable of imagining another body as equal to his own. Ashvale's mere presence pressed at hierarchy. Rank wanted to settle around him into commanded layers. Only the vow of burning will kept Xianxia's spirit from answering that pressure with an instinctive flinch. Ashvale stopped outside the inner boundary and took in the scene with one long, comprehensive glance. Broken suppression frames. Retreating forward teams. Yu Hongshu standing beside the carrier instead of opposite him. The new thread, perhaps not visible to most cultivators, was readable to a man at his level if he knew what to search for. So, Ashvale said, the second bond is complete. His voice was quiet. That made it worse. Yu's flames licked up the surrounding bark. Leave my forest. Ashvale regarded her with the detached respect one might give a fortress wall found stronger than anticipated. I have spent 8 years trying not to burn this place down, he said. Do not mistake restraint for inability. He lifted one hand. The 6 attendants moved outward in a perfect arc, planting mirror-black pillars the height of a man at fixed intervals beyond the western and southern groves. Draft's earlier siege had been preparation. These were the real teeth. Heaven's sealing net. The structure caught the moment the 4th pillar touched soil. Xianxia's primer sense exploded outward and inward simultaneously, tracing a mesh so large it barely fit inside thought. Sky-anchored, ground-fed, compressing by phases. Not an execution array. A confinement architecture meant to reduce everything inside by patient increments until surrender became mathematically cheaper than resistance. 3 days, Ashvale said. When the compression completes, every living thing under this canopy will either kneel, break, or burn. You step forward at once. Xianxia caught her wrist, not to restrain her strength, to stop her from spending it in the one way Ashvale most wanted, immediately, emotionally, against a net already designed to absorb frontal resistance. Ashvale saw the movement and marked it. Sensibly done, he said. Your flame spirit mistakes courage for efficient timing. And you mistake cruelty for efficiency, Xianxia replied. Ashvale's eyes settled on him fully then, cool and pale as weathered iron. No, cruelty wastes resources. This is acquisition. He said it with such total sincerity that Xianxia understood the true scale of the man. Not a sadist. A system maker of predation. The kind of cultivator who could destroy entire bloodlines without once needing hatred, because utility had long ago replaced every softer vocabulary. Terms, Ashvale said. Surrender the carrier and the flame spirit. The forest survives under gray veil supervision. Refuse, and the net completes. Lien's sword hummed once in its sheath. You offer chains and call it mercy. I offer continuity, Ashvale said. He believed that too. The worst enemies often did. Xianxia let his senses ride the outer edge of the heaven-sealing net while Ashvale spoke. He could not break it now. He could, however, begin understanding it. Every formation had a story embedded in its assumptions. This one assumed time served the stronger side. It assumed the trapped would eventually choose direct confrontation or passive endurance, because weaker parties usually oscillated between those two errors under pressure. He looked at the compression intervals. 3 days. Enough to teach the enemy what kind of man he thought Xianxia was. Ashvale mistook his silence for weighing defeat. You have talent, the warlord said. With proper handling, the vow system can still be made useful instead of disorderly. That was the moment Xianxia decided. Not because the offer offended him, because the phrasing revealed what Ashvale would never anticipate from someone at this rank. Voluntary entry into the enemy's center for the purpose of reading the cage from within. He leaned close enough that only Lien and you could hear. Trust me. Lien's eyes flashed cold fury. Yu's flame thread tightened across the new bond with instinctive refusal. No. Both women said at once. Good. That meant they understood the cost. 3 days, he murmured. I need the net's full structure. You need time to turn the forest interior into a weapon. We cannot win the obvious fight. Lien read him first, because she had been learning his mind through battle since the snow ravine. False surrender. He gave the smallest nod. Yu's jaw set hard enough to cut light. If he hurts you, then you will know. That was not comfort. It was vow. Xianxia stepped past both of them and walked toward the boundary, while every instinct in the grove screamed that only fools approached soul condensation cultivators without a killing formation at their back. Ashvale's attendants shifted. The warlord lifted 2 fingers. They stilled. Wise, Ashvale said. Xianxia stopped at the line where the net's outer force brushed his skin like cold wire. I surrender, he said, loudly enough for the western groves to hear. The villagers behind the inner roots gasped. Draft's expression did not change, but satisfaction sharpened his posture by a degree. You burned like a contained solar wound. Lien's face became a sheet of winter carved for murder. Good, Xianxia thought. Let Ashvale believe he understood every reaction in the clearing. Because while his voice gave surrender to the air, his fingertips rested for one breath on the heaven-sealing net's boundary. And the primer began memorizing the cage. Chapter 30. The first thing Xianxia learned from touching the heaven-sealing net was that Ashvale trusted layered redundancy more than genius. That made the formation dangerous in the way fortresses were dangerous. Not because one brilliant idea held everything together, but because 6 good ideas overlapped so thoroughly that any attacker forced into frontal assault would spend himself faster than the structure spent integrity. He let the contact last only the fraction of a breath's surrender allowed him before Ashvale's attendants seized his wrists in spirit-binding cuffs. Even that was enough. The primer drank patterns greedily, not copying mere lines, but memorizing relationship. Pillar to sky node to compression phase to feedback anchors, anchors to emergency reinforcement routes. He walked into captivity already carrying the net's first skeleton inside thought. Ashvile's camp sat half a mile beyond the western breach in a burned clearing flattened by prior logging and deliberate fire discipline. Gray Veil soldiers moved through it without wasted motion. Supply lines marked by black pennants. Medical tents at the rear. Formation crews under separate guard. No drunken confidence, no loose laughter. An army built by a man who thought sentiment was a leak in command structure. Draft handed him off to two specialists wearing rune-scarred gloves. Search for hidden anchors, layered arrays, and poison teeth, the lieutenant said. The carrier likes asymmetry. Shinwuk filed the compliment for later. They searched thoroughly and still missed the most important thing, because the most important thing was not hidden in clothing or flesh. It was inside the primer's capacity to remember what it touched. Ashvale had him confined in a command enclosure rather than a common cage. Again, efficient. The warlord wanted proximity, visibility, and fast access for questioning if needed. The tent walls were woven with suppression thread and ground to iron stakes, carrying low hums of spiritual sedation. Effective against ordinary foundation cultivators. Irritating against the vow of burning will. More interesting was the second presence inside. A young woman sat cross-legged near the rear post with rune chains wrapped from throat to wrist to ankle in spiraling layers of black ink light. Each chain terminated in a floating character seal that rotated too slowly for crude imprisonment and too fast for mere ornament. Her clothing was scholar blue beneath the restraint marks, though soot and travel blood had reduced it to campaign practicalities. Her hair had been tied once with care and was now falling loose along one side of her face. She looked up exactly once when he entered, assessed him with unervingly quick precision, and said, "You are either a fool or someone with a plan. Do those exclude each other? Not at your cultivation level." The guards shoved him to the opposite post and locked the spirit cuffs to an iron loop set into the floor ring. He let his body settle with apparent resignation while his senses kept working. The rune chains around the woman were not Gray Veil standard issue. They were Academy-grade inscription restraints modified for field transport. That meant she had not been taken as random leverage. She was valuable. When the guards left, the tent flap sealed with a muting sigil. Silence expanded. The woman studied him again, this time longer. "Foundation establishment," she said. "Recently advanced. 2 unusual resonance signatures. Not sex standard. And the camp commander searched you too thoroughly to think you were an ordinary courier." Her gaze moved once over the cuffs, then back to his face. "Name?" "Shinwuk." One brow lifted. "So the rumors have finally learned accuracy. And you?" "Jun Inquisper." The name snapped into his father's notes at once. "Eastern Realm. Inkstone Academy." The third key. He kept his face still anyway. She noticed that too, which meant she was exactly as dangerous as a scholar worth capturing should be. "You know the name?" she said. "Not a question. I know several things." "Then perhaps you know why Lord Ashvale has a formation scholar in chains." He looked more closely at the floating characters. Not merely restraints. Extraction locks. They were keyed to force output from her knowledge pathways whenever she attempted certain inscription sequences. "Because you can read something he cannot," he said. Jin's mouth curved by the smallest degree. "Good. I was afraid surrender had made you ordinary." Outside the tent, camp horns sounded twice. Shift change. The pressure along the heaven-sealing net altered a fraction as reinforcement crews moved into phase alignment. Shinwuk kept one part of his mind on the formation map already growing clearer inside him. Inside the tent, he asked the more immediate question. "Why are you alive?" "Because he wants my work before he kills me." Her tone remained dry enough to scratch stone. "I advised against publishing counterseal methods for old suppression architectures. The Academy ignored me, then expelled me, then decided my notes were politically inconvenient, but technically valuable. Ashvale intercepted the transport before they could destroy the archive. Now I am being persuaded to complete the research." The lines connected too quickly to be coincidence. His father's notes. The 7 keys. A scholar from Inkstone Academy, working on suppression and counterseal architectures under faction pressure. Ashvale had not only come to seize the forest. He had already begun collecting the people needed to weaponize the Vow system's path. Jin read the realization in his face and gave a quiet exhale. "So you do know enough to be useful. Enough to ask whether you intend escape." "Constantly." She lifted both chained wrists a fraction. Inklight crackled. "Unfortunately, intention is not a solvent." He shifted closer by inches, letting the spirit cuffs drag just enough to sell frustration while his fingertips brushed the floor ring's carved edge. Another pattern. Another story. Ashvile's camp was full of them. 3 days, he said softly. That is the net compression window. 2.5, if he chooses accelerated phase collapse after the first stress test. He looked at her. You already mapped it. Of course I mapped it. I was sitting here while they assembled most of the southern anchor routing. Her eyes sharpened. Tell me you touched the net before they bound you. He did not answer with words. He met her gaze and let just enough confidence remain visible. Jin leaned back against the post, chains whispering. Good, she said. Then perhaps you are not a fool. Only someone doing the sort of reckless work history later pretends was inevitable. Outside, Ashvile's camp settled deeper into orderly night. Inside, across muting sigils and rune chains, Shinwuk looked at the imprisoned scholar who should not have mattered yet, and understood that false surrender had yielded more than a formation map. It had put the third key inside the enemy's command tent. Chapter 31. Zhen Inquisper did not waste time pretending the chains around her reduced her to an object. She sat with her back against the command post, rune rings turning around her wrists in slow black arcs, and studied Shinwuk the way a duelist might study an unfamiliar blade, not admiring, not dismissing, only trying to decide what category of danger it belonged to. You touched the outer net before they bound you, she said. It was not a guess. Shinwuk leaned one shoulder against the support stake anchoring his own spirit cuffs and looked at her through the tent's dim amber light. What makes you think that? Because your eyes moved twice when the southern phase team changed shift and once when the western compression line corrected for heat loss. Her tone remained dry enough to make observation sound almost rude. No Foundation cultivator without formation training watches empty space that carefully unless he is reading structure. He considered giving her half a lie, then dismissed the impulse. People in enemy command tents did not survive by spending useful honesty on the wrong evasions. I touched it. Jin nodded once as if confirming a theorem. Good. I had no interest in escaping with a man who believed cages should be opened by enthusiasm. The muting sigil on the tent wall hummed softly. Outside, camp traffic shifted in disciplined streams. Somewhere farther west, Ashvile's attendants were likely recalibrating compression intervals now that the second vow had complicated their assumptions. Shinwuk kept listening to all of it, while giving the scholar the fraction of attention she had already proven capable of exploiting. How long have they had you? He asked. 14 days. And you are still alive because I know more about inscription counterlattices than anyone Lord Ashvile's hirelings have managed to keep loyal. She lifted one chained wrist slightly. Also because he prefers extracting knowledge before disposing of its owner. Very efficient. Unpleasant to experience. He studied the rune chains more carefully. The closer he looked, the more impressed he became. The restraints were academy design, but altered in field layers by someone who understood Jin's habits well enough to build around them. That meant Ashvile's camp had either stolen academy work product or bought it from men who thought suppression craft was morally neutral so long as the invoice cleared. Jin saw where he was looking. Do not flatter them. The design is competent, not inspired. You sound offended. I am a scholar. Being restrained by second-rate modifications is insulting. That nearly drew a laugh out of him. Nearly. She watched the almost laugh happen and recalibrated him again. You are Shun Lianqi's son, she said. This time the sentence landed like a knife, placed carefully rather than thrown. Shinwuk felt the primer stir once beneath his robe, as if his father's name still had jurisdiction over old parts of the scroll. How? Inkstone Academy kept suppressed research indexes on outlawed cultivation systems. Most of them were lies, political theater, or fragments too damaged to matter. Your father's work was not. His name appeared repeatedly in cross-references to vow structures, primordial Tao carriers, and pre-heaven oath architecture. Her gaze sharpened. When the records began disappearing, I copied what I could. Why? Because censored archives are where the useful ideas usually live. The answer was so cleanly hers that he believed it before deciding whether he trusted it. Jin shifted, chains whispering. I came looking for you, though I did not expect to find you in Ashvile's tent pretending surrender was a stable life strategy. I am glad one of us found the circumstances disappointing. I found them statistically unsurprising. He should have found her exhausting. Instead he found, with mounting caution, that he preferred sharp minds even when they came wrapped in arrogance earned by competence. If you came looking for me, he said, then you know what Ashvale wants. Parts of it. He knows the vow sovereign system compounds by bond count. He knows carrier and key together produce force classifications the present cultivation order does not manage well. He does not know the full 7-part architecture, which is why I am still alive. She leaned forward a fraction. Do you? Shenwuk did not answer directly. Her eyes narrowed in appreciation rather than offense. Good. Some caution has survived your family line. Outside, footsteps approached, paused, and passed on. He lowered his voice. Can you break the chains? Not directly. If I could, I would not be sitting here explaining basic conditions. She turned her bound hands, exposing one inner rune seam almost hidden beneath the visible black loops. I have been writing an exit glyph into the restraint cycle for 12 days. Slowly, very slowly, each adjustment disguised as fatigue fluctuation. It will open one path for less than 3 breaths. He looked at the hidden seam and saw it at last. Not with ordinary sight, with primer instinct. A fragment of counter-language buried where the chain expected surrender, the same way cracks first appear in regimes where no one thinks obedience is being edited from the inside. You built a door inside the lock. I built a misreading, Jin corrected. The lock will believe it chose to open. That, more than her name, made him trust her professionally. What do you need from me? At the critical moment. Stillness. 2 guards minimum, perhaps 4 if Ashvale decides on direct observation. Freeze their movement long enough for me to complete the release cycle. Then do not ask me whether I can run. He could work with that. Jun leaned back again, black script orbiting her throat like a threat trying to masquerade as jewelry. One more thing, she said. Go on. If you are Shun Lianqi's son, then whatever else you are hiding, you are not merely mapping the heaven-sealing net to escape. Her gaze held his without blinking. You are mapping it to break it. The tent remained very quiet. Shenwuk did not confirm the thought. He did not need to. Because Jean Inquisper's expression changed by the smallest visible measure, from clinical caution to the colder, brighter interest of a scholar who had just discovered the problem in front of her might be large enough to deserve her full loyalty. Chapter 32. The breakout began during the 3rd night watch, when disciplined camps were most vulnerable not because men grew sloppy, but because routine made them trust repetition. Ashvile's command tent changed guards every 2 hours. The first pair checked restraints by touch and insult. The second checked by instrument and silence. The third pair, arriving just past moon midpoint, always carried fresh suppression seals because the field logic required it. Jeanne had mapped the sequence from her corner. Shenwuk had memorized the timing from his post. Third pair, she said softly once the outer footsteps drew near. The one on the left favors his right knee. He shifts weight before entering. Freeze him second, not first. The first one carries the key tag. You sound like you've done this often. I sound like I observe what intends to keep me imprisoned. The flap opened. The left guard entered on the expected slight hitch. The right one came in broader, key tag hanging from his belt ring in plain view, because confidence made men casual in patterns they had survived too many times. Any trouble? The right guard asked. Only the scholarly kind, Jin said. He snorted and stepped closer. Shenwuk let his shoulders remain slumped until the moment the man bent to inspect the spirit cuff seal. Vow of stillness. Time snapped taut around the guard's reaching arm. Before the second man could finish inhaling, Shenwuk pivoted and caught him in the same suspended interval, locking the bad knee half bent and the key hand inches from the release tags on his own cuff. The effort burned harder than it had 2 weeks ago. 2 targets at once. Higher cultivation. Field suppression threading the tent walls. Good. Difficulty meant growth had something to bite. Now, he said. Jeanne moved with the precision of someone who had spent 14 days preparing one argument and intended to deliver it without stutter. Her bound fingers twisted inward, thumbs scraping the hidden seam beneath the visible chain lattice. The exit glyph lit not in bright display, but in negative space, as if black script had briefly remembered it was originally written to mean absence rather than control. 1 loop opened. Then 3. Her hands came free. The chain around her throat tried to tighten in response. She bit through her own lip, spat blood onto the nearest turning character, and rewrote it with a single finger stroke, so fast Shenwuk barely saw the motion. The throat loop died. The remaining chains collapsed like a theory disproven under hostile review. The stillness interval broke. The first guard shouted too late. Jeanne drove the loose throat chain into his mouth and yanked sideways hard enough to ruin the cry. Shenwuk wrenched the key tag from the second guard's belt, kicked him backward into the support post, and slammed the tag into his cuff seal. The restraint opened with a hiss of offended chi. The tent alarm flared. Of course it did. Window, he asked. Gone, Jean said. We are now in the vulgar stage of escape. He almost laughed this time, and used the momentum instead to hit the muting sigil with a flame-back palm. The wall cloth burst outward in a controlled tear. Cold night air and camp noise flooded in together. 3 gray veil soldiers turned at once from the outer fire line. Stillness caught the nearest. Jeanne, now weaponless and therefore at her most dangerous, snatched one of the broken chain lengths, and flicked it through the second man's fingers before he could activate his seal packet. Ink light jumped from her touch into the chain and sealed his knuckles together. The third charged. Xianxia met him head-on. Foundation establishment, greater, arrived in the impact. The breakthrough hit like a mountain settling into his core. Pressure that had been gathering since the forest breakthrough and the second vow finally found the point where body, meridians, and foundation agreed to widen together or split. Chi roared through him, cleaner and heavier than before. He struck once, and the soldier flew backward through the torn tent wall hard enough to flatten a supply rack. Horn calls exploded across camp. This way, Jin snapped. Not toward the obvious gap, toward the formation crews. He understood the logic in 2 steps. Where a camp stored inscription gear, it also stored chaos if the right pieces were made to disagree in public. They ran through shadow between 2 wagon lines while arrows began stitching into the space behind them. Jin never hesitated. She dragged a finger across passing seal crates as they moved, leaving tiny rune scratches invisible to ordinary sight. What are you doing? Improving the evening. They cleared the supply row. 3 breaths later, the first crate burst into opposing chi harmonics, which ignited the second and collapsed the third into a cloud of ink fire smoke. Shouts multiplied. Formation crews broke rank to save materials. Camp discipline bent around asset panic exactly the way Jun had bet it would. The western perimeter loomed ahead. Beyond it, the heaven-sealing net's compression lines glowed faintly over the forest. And inside Xianxia's chest, all 3 forces now working within him. The primer, Lian's stillness, Yu's burning will, aligned around one clear fact. The camp break was only the first half. He still had to get the scholar back through the net with enough mind left intact to use what she carried. Because when Jun vaulted the final trench and looked back just once to assess pursuit, she said the one sentence that made every risk in the night sharpen into something larger than escape. I have pages from your father's research, she said. Ashvale never found them. Behind them, the camp towers lit with pursuit lamps. Ahead, the net waited, and Xianxia realized the scholar beside him had not merely broken herself out of captivity. She had been carrying missing pieces of the war since before he entered Ashvale's tent. Chapter 33. They crossed the heaven-sealing net not by breaking it, but by using the lie already built into its outer logic. Ashvale had designed the boundary to distinguish between internal pressure, external assault, and sanctioned passage. No captor liked a cage he could not open for his own convenience. Xianxia had learned enough from his first touch and Zhan's terse corrections during the sprint to identify the temporary passage seam used for supply teams and command movement. 3 nodes, Jin said, breathing hard but with her mind fully ahead of her body. You hit the lower resonance. I invert the side channel. If you force the center, we die loudly and informatively. Encouraging. I was not hired for comfort. He pressed one palm against the seam. Jin laid 2 fingers beside his hand and wrote in raw chi directly against the invisible lattice. Her inscription style looked nothing like sect showmanship. It was fast, thin, exact, and built to do ugly necessary work inside hostile systems. He liked it at once. The seam opened for half a breath. They went through. The forest received them with heat, branch shadow, and Lian's sword at Jun's throat. Jin stopped without flinching. Reasonable, she said. Yu Hongshu descended from the roots above in a flare of living fire, the new vow thread between her and Xianxia tightening hard enough that he felt the fear she had spent the last hour compressing into anger. You let yourself be captured for a scholar. For the net, he said. The scholar was additional good fortune. Jin looked at you, then at the faint ember gold thread only certain senses could read, and understood too much too quickly. So the second bond did occur. Efficient, Lian did not lower the blade. Name. Sect. Reason for not screaming the moment we found you. Zhan Ink Whisper. Formerly Inkstone Academy. Currently disinclined toward recapture. Her eyes flicked once to Xianxia. And I did scream. Just academically. That bought her no softness, but it bought her time. They retreated to the ancient clearing while the outer forest reconfigured for pursuit. There, under the oldest trunk and with the net's dim pressure humming across the sky, Jin finally opened the inner lining of her scorched sleeve and withdrew 3 folded pages sealed in wax-thin ink membranes. Xianxia knew the handwriting before the first page fully opened. His father's, not journal fragments. Research notes written in the compressed script of a man recording dangerous truths faster than institutions could erase them. For a moment the clearing held only breath and page noise. Jin did not interrupt him while he read. The notes were denser than the early fragments old Zhao had preserved. Liangqi had gone beyond identifying the 7 keys as a fate-linked group. Here he named them structurally. Primordial force carriers whose innate Tao patterns predated the present heavenly order. Stillness, burning will, runes, silence, unbreaking, heaven's wind, erasure. 7 original expressions later overgrown by more formalized cultivation systems. And at the center of the notes, circled 3 times in his father's hand, the sovereign carrier does not steal these forces. He synchronizes them. Below that, another line. At 7 complete vows, the carrier becomes a vow-eternal nexus capable of overriding heaven's verdict where fate and soul law still overlap. You read over one shoulder, Lian over the other. Zhen stood opposite, watching Xinwuk's face rather than the page because she had already extracted the knowledge. What interested her now was how he would bear it. Reverse death, he said quietly. Under specific conditions, Zhen corrected at once. Do not romanticize the notation. Your father was still a researcher. He lists thresholds, not miracles. She pointed to the lower margin where smaller script clarified the cost. Soul dispersal past the 7th threshold meant collapse. Timing mattered. Completion mattered. Structural integrity of the vow web mattered. Still, the implication stood. 7 vows were not merely power accumulation. They were a challenge to finality itself. That is why they suppressed it, you said. Partly, Zhen replied. More immediately, any cultivation system built on individualized ascent would regard synchronized multi-force sovereignty as an administrative nightmare and a philosophical insult. Xinwuk almost smiled despite himself. She could turn even apocalyptic research into a lecture complaint against her former academy. How long have you had these? 23 days before capture. 3 years before understanding enough to know what they implied. Her mouth thinned. The academy destroyed the rest of my reconstruction notes when I would not stop arguing that the vow sovereign system was real. The primer warmed in answer to the pages, as if recognizing kin. Then the clearing trembled. Not from the old tree. From the sky. All 4 of them looked up at once. The heaven ceiling net had changed color. Its previous dim silver-black compression lines now glowed with a deeper red at every 3rd node. Zhen's face went flat. He advanced the schedule. How? He knows I escaped. Which means he assumes knowledge leakage and wants to force collapse before we can turn the forest against the net intelligently. The upper mesh began descending by visible degrees. Not 3 days. Sooner. Ashvale had taken the loss of his prisoner and shortened the cage in direct response. And under the lowering geometry of the net, with his father's pages open in his hands and 7 impossible forces newly named in ink, Xinwuk understood that knowledge had just become both their greatest advantage and the reason time had narrowed around them like a fist. Chapter 34 Ashvile's accelerated compression stripped debate out of the forest. The upper mesh descended by stages visible now even to the villagers sheltering in the lower groves. Every few minutes the air gave a thin metallic whine as Skyforce met Root Force and tightened the interval between them. Leaves smoked at the edges. Heat pooled unnaturally beneath the oldest branches. Children began to cry in the refugee hollows because even those without cultivation knew when the sky was being taught to close. Xinwuk stood over a rough ground map scratched into ash and root dust while the others formed its living points. 7 anchors, he said. Not 6. Ashvale layered a hidden stabilizer after the forest break yesterday. If we hit only the visible points, the net buckles, then catches. Zhen knelt opposite him and amended 2 lines with the tip of a splintered branch. Here and here. The hidden stabilizer cross-feeds through the southern carriage seam and the upper west pressure arc. You were right about redundancy. He built it to survive partial intelligence. Can we still break it? She looked up. Yes, but not if anyone improvises heroically. Lian approved of that sentence on principle. They divided the net. Lian took the northwest and east lower anchors where precision mattered more than output. You took the western canopy line and inner root fire surge points, because only she could move that much living flame without cooking the forest she loved. Zhen claimed the southern seam and the hidden stabilizer, since both required inscription sabotage under pressure and no one else there could rewrite hostile logic in motion. That left Xinwuk with the center burst and the last visible anchor beyond the broken western grove. Too much, you said immediately. Not if I do not fight it as 4 separate tasks. The new thing inside him, sovereign resonance enlarged by the second vow and sharpened by urgency, answered before he finished speaking. The threads to Lian and you brightened in the soul layer, no longer merely feeling but carrying direction. Not words. Structure. Position. Intent. Enough that when he pushed the rough shape of the plan outward, both women understood it before he gave voice to the details. Lian's eyes narrowed. That is new. Zhen looked between the 3 of them with academic hunger momentarily overriding survival stress. Bidirectional resonance relay, she said. Of course it scales with bond count. You may write the paper if we live, you snapped. I intend to. The first compression shock hit before anyone could make a second objection. Half the forest bowed under it. Birds erupted from the canopy and burned away when they touched the mesh. Move, Shinwuk said. They did. The battle that followed was not one fight, but 7 linked acts of sabotage under a descending sky. Lien vanished into the upper root lanes, leaving only white traces where ice kissed bark and withdrew. You became wildfire with intent, leaping branch to branch and driving whole rivers of red-gold flame through the western canopy line to keep the net's pressure arcs from stabilizing. Zhen ran southward with no weapon but broken branch chalk and her own chi, writing canceling scripts across supply seam nodes faster than Gray Veil reinforcement crews could understand why their control tags were becoming ash in their hands. Shinwuk hit the first center anchor at full speed. Stillness froze the defensive flare around it for one breath. Burning will drove through the frozen shell the next. Ice and flame together, inherited through 2 vows and directed by one body that would have been impossible 1 month ago, reduced the anchor into a shower of fractured black crystal before the nearest Gray Veil team could rotate support. The resonance threads flashed. Lien's success answered from the east like a bell of cold light. Used from above as a surge of heat, so fierce the canopy glowed through the descending net. Zhen's came stranger, a sequence of geometric pulses folding through the soul layer edges of his perception, the feeling of enemy logic being persuaded to misread itself in 3 places at once. Ashvale understood what was happening halfway through and committed his reserve teams. That almost worked. Gray Veil cultivators flooded the broken western lanes, trying to pin Shinwuk away from the last visible anchor, while replacement crews sprinted to restore the hidden stabilizer. He cut through the first wave with vow-enhanced blows, borrowing Lien's precision and use force in brutal alternation. But numbers still mattered, and one spear grazed his ribs deeply enough that the soul threads flashed pain back to both women. The response was immediate. Lien froze the feet of his nearest attackers from half the forest away. You sent a fire vine through 2 trunks and around a third man's throat before he could finish raising his banner. Sovereign resonance had become more than awareness. It was command without domination, coordination without coercion, the shape of shared force moving faster than spoken orders. He reached the final anchor as Zhen's hidden stabilizer pulse lit in the south. Now, she shouted, voice amplified through inscription relays she had built out of the net's own side channels. Shinwuk drove every breath of burning will and every measured thread of stillness into the anchor together. Freeze. Ignite. The last pillar blew apart. Above them, the heaven-sealing net lost agreement with itself. Every visible line spasmed. One quadrant dropped too fast, another tried to rise. The southern seam folded inward, and for one magnificent destructive moment, the whole structure remembered that it had only ever remained whole by forcing 7 different thefts to behave like one law. It collapsed. The upper mesh shattered into black-silver rain that hissed out on the canopy. Refugees in the lower groves screamed in relief and terror at once. Gray Veil crews were thrown to the ground by the backlash. Draff himself took one knee, blood running from his ear where the formation break hammered his senses. For one breath Shinwuk thought they had done it cleanly enough. Then Ashvale stepped forward through the collapsing light and raised one hand, fury at last stripping civility off his face. Enough, the warlord said. The world bent. Zhen looked up from the southern seam, ink-stained and pale. Run, she said, and for the first time since he had met her, there was no dry wit anywhere in her voice. Because Ashvale was no longer fighting through siege logic. He had decided to use a soul condensation domain art on everything inside reach. And the forest itself had just become the object of his rage. Chapter 35 Dominion Collapse did not arrive as a visible technique. It arrived as space deciding structure was optional. One moment Shinwuk stood in shattered net light, with ash falling through the canopy. The next, the world around Ashvile's outstretched hand folded inward by degrees too small for the eye and too large for the body to survive. Trees twisted with sounds that no living wood should make. Ground lifted and sank in the same breath. Distance stopped behaving honestly. Move, you shouted. He tried. The first pressure wave caught him side-on and flung him 3 steps before locking his joints in a field of compressing authority. Soul condensation. Domain class force. Not mere killing intent. A localized rule declaring that everything inside a defined section of reality would submit to Ashvile's preference for reduced space and broken resistance. Shinwuk hit one knee. So did Lien on the eastern lane, though she used the fall to carve an ice brace into the collapsing soil and keep herself from being swallowed whole. Jin barely made it out of the southern seam trench before the edge folded shut behind her like wet paper crushed in a fist. Ashvale walked forward through his own distortion with the terrible calm of a man finally using the rank difference he had considered beneath him until now. You confuse sabotage for equality, he said. You answered by becoming a wall of living flame. She dropped from the western canopy between Ashvale and Shinwuk, both hands out, every fire thread in the old forest answering her call at once. The result was not an attack. It was a cocoon, a sphere of concentrated spirit flame wrapped around Shinwuk, so dense the first sweep of Dominion collapse met resistance not from rank, but from a force older than this particular battlefield. The cocoon bought him breath. Not victory, just breath. Inside the burning shell, the vow thread between him and you blazed so fiercely it felt like a second pulse trying to beat his heart into keeping time. Through it came what she would never have spoken aloud in quieter moments. Fear for him, rage at Ashvale, stubborn refusal to lose either forest or bond in the same night. Lien hit the cocoon a breath later, sliding through a gap you opened only for her. We cannot hold this, she said flatly. I know. Jeanne crashed in after, one sleeve torn open, left arm bleeding from a long shard cut she was ignoring on professional principle. Then stop discussing impossibilities and exploit the one thing you possess that he does not. Shinwuk understood before she finished. Not rank, not output, resonance. 3 vows were not yet forged, but 3 people already linked to him, one fully by soul law and another, Jeanne, standing at the lip of that future with her knowledge inside the same problem space, still created one tactical advantage Ashvale did not understand well enough. Shared force displacement. He closed his eyes against the crush of the domain and reached through both active vow threads with everything left in him. Lien, stillness, precision, refusal to waste a cut. You, burning will, force that advanced because retreat had ceased to describe anything she valued. Himself, the carrier channel, widened by the primer and brutal necessity. He burned sovereign resonance all at once. Not in a gradual relay. In a single reckless detonation of coordinated intent. The cocoon imploded inward, then erupted outward in white gold and red-orange shock. Stillness arrested the nearest folds of collapsing space for one impossible instant. Burning will drove against them. The primer's carrier logic forced the 2 powers into temporary coherence rather than mutual destruction. It was not enough to break Dominion collapse. It was enough to knock a hole in one edge of it. The cocoon burst through the weakest pressure gradient and through all 4 of them. Shinwuk, Lien, you, and the not-yet bonded scholar who had nonetheless chosen the same direction under catastrophe. Out of the main collapse radius and into darkness beyond the western ridges. The landing was ruinous. They hit a forest clearing 20 li away hard enough to strip bark from 3 trees and scents from Shun Wuk's left arm for 6 full breaths. He rolled through loam and roots and came up coughing blood and ash. Lien landed on her feet, then nearly fell anyway from the aftershock running through her knees. You struck earth as fire first and body second, which likely saved her ribs. Jin was not so fortunate. She hit a stone outcrop with her right side. The crack of bone carried clearly in the clearing's sudden silence. Shinwuk was beside her before she finished biting off the first sound of pain. Broken arm. Upper radius, perhaps more. No time for delicacy. Can you move? Jin's face had gone white beneath soot. A less sentimental question would be whether I can think. Can you? Yes. Annoyingly. Good enough. He reached to help her sit up and froze. Something cold and oily pulsed once beneath the skin at the base of his throat. Ashval's mark. Not physical ink. A tracking seal laid through domain contact, subtle enough to survive distance, and direct enough to keep pressure on fugitives who believed flight had solved anything. Lien saw his expression and looked immediately to the same spot. What? He tagged me. Use flames guttered once in exhaustion and then hardened. Can you remove it? Shinwuk touched the mark and felt only the first edges of its logic. Not yet. Not here. Not while his meridians still rang from forced resonance expenditure and Jun's arm remained crooked at the wrong angle. Given time. That was not the same thing as safety. From somewhere far behind them, though much farther than before, the horizon gave off a dull red pulse where the remains of Dominion collapse finished teaching Ashval's rage to the forest he had failed to take cleanly. They had escaped the crush radius. They had not escaped the war. And in the moonlit clearing, with one vow partner shaking from overdrawn flame, another bleeding through frozen sleeves, and a scholar holding a broken arm together with nothing but contempt and discipline, Shinwuk felt Ashval's seal throb once more beneath his skin and knew the next choice would have to be made before pain finished explaining the cost. Chapter 36. Jeanne Inquisper set her own arm before Dawn because waiting for sympathy would not have improved the angle. They had taken shelter in a limestone hollow half hidden behind wind-twisted pines, far enough from Ashvile's collapse radius that the ground no longer groaned with borrowed pressure, and near enough to a spring that you could steam water while Lien packed the entrance with mirrored ice slivers to catch pursuit light. Xianxia had argued for rest first. Jeanne had looked at him as if he had proposed developing moral character in the middle of arterial bleeding. If my arm heals crooked, every inscription stroke after this becomes an insult to geometry, she said. Hold the splint. He held it. She sat on a flat stone, jaw set, broken right arm laid across her knees while her uninjured hand traced 5 thin runes in the air, using blood diluted from the spring and a pinch of ash from used fire. The characters sank into the skin above the fracture one by one, not glowing brightly but threading inward until the flesh over the break carried the faint, cold look of ink laid beneath translucent paper. On your mark, Xianxia said. I dislike that phrase. Jeanne inhaled once. Now. He pulled. Bone slid. Jeanne made one short sound that would have become a scream in anyone less disciplined, then slammed her palm over the final rune. The script locked. Her arm jerked once, trembled, and went still beneath a net of stabilizing characters that would hold the fracture aligned until real healing could take over. You, watching from beside the steaming kettle, said, humans are absurd. Scholars, Jeanne corrected through clenched teeth, are expensive to replace. Lien crouched by the entrance, eyes on the dark outside. Can you write? Poorly, which means yes. Good enough again. Only after the arm was bound did Xianxia turn to the colder problem under his skin. Ashvile's tracking seal sat at the base of his throat like a bruise no mirror could show, pulsing at long intervals with the ugly patience of something designed to let distance become confidence before turning pursuit exact. He touched it and opened the primer sense inward. The seal was not a simple mark. It had 3 layers. Surface designation, domain imprint memory, pursuit relay. Ashvale had written it through contact with Dominion collapse, which meant ordinary cleansing methods would fail because the seal was partially convinced it had a right to remain as part of the reality that struck him. Bad? Lien asked. Complicated. Jeanne shifted closer despite the arm. Describe. He did. As he spoke, her expression changed from pain-hardened to professionally offended. That is rude craftsmanship. Useful objection. Can it be removed? Eventually. Faster if I had both hands and proper inks. She leaned in, eyes scanning the point beneath his jaw. The pursuit relay is the real issue. If you peel the outer layers carelessly, it alerts the source and tightens. You need to misinform it first. You set down the kettle. Meaning he has to convince Ashvile's mark that its host is still moving on a path Ashvale expects. Jeanne looked at Xianxia. Can the primer read false route options? He reached into the seal again, this time searching not for removal, but for assumption. Every formation had one. This one assumed panic, flight, and direct linear retreat from the broken forest. Ashvale expected them to run north first to evade the obvious southern road. Yes, he said. I can bend the relay once if I give it a replacement movement pattern. Do that. It took 1 hour, a cup of bark bitters, Lien's stillness resting across his shoulders like a cooling blade, and use fire keeping his circulation hot enough that the domain residue did not lock down around the wound. He did not remove the mark. He rewrote its confidence. By the time he finished, the pursuit relay would report a false drift northwest for perhaps 2 days before the lie degraded. Jeanne watched the last adjustment settle. Adequate. You wound like a sect elder. No. Sect elders confuse contempt with pedagogy. I am being accurate. The cave fell briefly quiet. Outside, dawn began filtering into the pine line. Ashvile's false trail had been laid. Jeanne's arm held. The war moved again by narrower choices. That was when she said, with no preamble and the flat tone of someone placing the next correct instrument on a work table, I intend to forge a vow with you. Lien looked over from the entrance. Yu's cup stopped halfway to her mouth. Xianxia, who had expected many things from Jeanne Inquisper and not one romantic gesture among them, simply stared. Not for emotional reasons, Jeanne added. Do not look alarmed. The data would be transformative. Your survival mission aligns with my research objectives, and Ashvale now knows enough that remaining outside your vow network is statistically worse for me than entering it. She folded her left hand over the newly bound arm, assuming the vow accepts honesty phrased without decorative sentiment. The primer, infuriatingly, warmed in agreement. Xianxia exhaled slowly. The vow demands truth, not sentiment. Excellent. He met her gaze. Then what truth has to be spoken? For the first time since he had met her, Jeanne Inquisper failed to answer at once. Chapter 37 Silence fit Jean ink whisper badly. Not because she disliked it. Because she usually filled it before anyone else could assign meaning to the pause. Now she sat with her back to the limestone wall, one arm bound in rune splints, dawn light cutting across her face in pale lines, and looked at the floor as if the correct sentence had finally become difficult enough to deserve hesitation. You, to her credit, did not intrude. Lian watched like a woman evaluating whether a drawn bow would snap or sing. Shinwuk waited. Eventually Jean said, Inkstone Academy taught us that the first duty of scholarship was restraint. That did not sound like a truth yet. It sounded like opening argument. They meant obedience, she continued. They dressed it as method because method sounds cleaner in public records. The cave air held still around her words. When I first found the references to the Vow sovereign system, I thought I had discovered a buried branch of cultivation theory. A suppressed architecture, dangerous perhaps, but coherent. I brought the evidence to my instructors because that is what one does when one still believes institutions protect inquiry, if the proof is rigorous enough. Jin laughed once with no pleasure in it. 3 days later my access was suspended. 5 days later my notes were seized. 2 weeks later the academic council informed me that continuing to argue for the system's existence would constitute destabilizing fabrication. Shinwuk knew that language. Every regime had its preferred ways of calling reality impolite. You kept arguing, he said. Of course I kept arguing. Her head lifted. The old sharpness returned, but now it carried injury instead of armor alone. The evidence remained true after they grew frightened of it. You leaned one shoulder against the cave wall and crossed her arms. And they expelled you. Publicly for methodological corruption. Privately because outside pressure had already reached the council. Men tied to the same faction that hunted Xinliangqi were reviewing archive losses and asking interested questions. Jin's mouth thinned. My department had burned 3 years of reconstruction work in front of me and called it an act of institutional hygiene. That landed hard enough that even Lian's expression altered. Jin kept speaking before anyone could answer with comfort she would not accept. My truth is not that they were wrong to destroy the notes. It is that I have spent 3 years pretending their decision did not matter enough to wound me. I said the research could be rebuilt. I said reputations were administrative garments and therefore disposable. I said any academy willing to erase evidence deserved contempt rather than grief. Her uninjured hand tightened around the cloth over her broken arm. I cared, she said. Each word was clipped clean. I cared that they took the work. I cared that they made the archives lie. I cared that my name became a warning footnote attached to the kind of inquiry I was right to pursue. I have been pretending not to care because it was easier than admitting they had the power to humiliate me without defeating the idea itself. There it was. Not theatrical sorrow. Not bitterness offered as personality. The more dangerous truth beneath both. That exile had not only cost her status. It had cost her the right to be publicly recognized as correct while the false custodians of knowledge continued administering silence like a virtue. The primer rose from Shinwuk's robe without him touching it. Gold script spun in the cave's dim light, answering the shape of the truth before anyone spoke another word. Jin looked at it, then at him. Your turn, she said. He did not have to search long. Her confession had already placed his own in reach. I have been using my father's work as compass and inheritance, he said. But part of me is still afraid of what remains if the work ends. Not if I die. If the mission completes and there is no enemy left to push against. I know how to move under pressure better than I know how to live after it. Lian's eyes flicked toward him once, sharply. She would remember that sentence. The primer brightened. Truth accepted. Jeanne inhaled, steadying herself not against fear of the vow, but against the professional absurdity of desiring exactly the thing she would once have reduced to treatise language. Very well, she said. Shinwuk offered his hand. She placed her left hand in his because the right remained bound, and because Vows cared about honesty more than symmetry. The contact felt different from both prior bonds. Lian had been winter logic fused to buried grief. You had been ancient fire learning to admit loneliness. Jeanne was structure. Pattern. The exhilarating danger of a mind that refused to stop at the border of authorized thought simply because that border had guards. The vow ignited in rune light. Not a column this time. A lattice. Gold and black-blue characters unfolded through the cave air, writing themselves in spirals over Shinwuk's chest, down his spine, and across Jeanne's wrist in mirrored bands. The thread entering his soul layer felt sharp, lucid, and almost unervingly articulate. It carried not only emotion but the habit of categorizing the world until confusion lost its safe place to hide. Jin's breath caught. Remarkable, she whispered, and the word held despite herself. The third vow locked. Its mark wrote itself over Shun Wuk's skin in lines of pale script that flashed once and sank inward beneath the flesh. He felt a third vow meridian open beside the first two, narrower than Yu's and colder than Lian's, yet larger in reach than either because it did not stop at direct force. It spread through perception, memory, and the architecture of technique. The cave walls answered by briefly overlaying themselves with ghost formation lines only he could see. Zhen stared at his arm. The script is writing across your skin. Shin Wuk lifted his hand and saw it too. Runelight crawling beneath the surface in branching geometric paths that did not stay still long enough to be decorative. The new vow had entered him not as power alone, but as language looking for every structure it might one day rewrite. And outside the cave, dawn had fully arrived. The day did not know yet that a third bond had just been forged under its first light. Chapter 38 The Vow of Runes made the world embarrassingly legible. Shin Wuk walked out of the cave at sunrise and nearly stopped on the threshold because the hillside beyond it no longer looked like rock, scrub, and filtered light. It looked like layered script written in different speeds and intentions. Stress lines in stone resembled dormant diagrams. Route paths suggested conduction maps. The half-melted ice slivers Lian had set by the entrance radiated visible stabilizing geometry. Even the false trail he had written into Ashvile's seal now sat beneath his skin as a readable loop rather than a clever guess. Do not tell me you can see formation lines on ordinary dirt, Jin said from behind him. I can see why the dirt would make better formation lines if someone stopped being lazy. Good, she said. The ability has self-respect. She was pale from poor sleep and pain, but her voice had recovered enough edge to reassure the cave. You brought her bark tea without comment. Lian inspected the new vow mark threading Shun Wuk's forearm and said only, useful, which counted as approval. He spent the next hours testing the third vow in controlled increments because uncontrolled increments were how new powers turned their owners into instructive stains. With Zhun guiding and criticizing from a seated position on a flat stone, he learned quickly. He could inscribe temporary formations directly with chi alone. No brush, no ink, no talisman medium beyond intent, memory, and enough cultivated force to make pattern hold for a limited span. The first working array was crude. A 3-line alert ward scratched into empty air between two saplings. It lasted 7 breaths before dissolving. Awful, Jin said. Encouraging awful or useless awful? Encouraging. The central line wavered because you still think in strikes more naturally than in script. By the 5th attempt the ward held for a full minute and pinged correctly when you flicked a pebble through it. The second discovery mattered more. Every formation he read could now be memorized permanently, not as copied shape, but as modifiable logic. The Heaven's sealing net. Ashvile's tracking seal. Lian's stabilizing ice sigils. Jin's chain exit glyph. They all sat within him now as living blueprints awaiting pressure, inversion, or theft. That is obscene, Zhun said when he demonstrated by reproducing a simplified version of her escape glyph in the air and then altering its release condition mid-formation. I mean that admiringly and with professional jealousy. You leaned against a pine trunk, arms folded. Can he break any formation now? No, Zhun said before Shin Wuk could risk arrogance. He can read and modify much faster now. That still requires output, timing, and context. A bad scholar with better tools remains bad. Comforting. The third gift arrived by force rather than subtlety. Midway through a rapid series of inscription trials, the new meridian pushed harder than his body structure could carry at foundation establishment without reinforcement. Pain flashed through shoulders, ribs, and spine as the vow network demanded a sturdier frame for all 3 bonds. Do not stop it, Lian said immediately, hearing the change in his breath. I was considering not exploding. Different objective. He sat, braced, and let the force run. Bone forging level 1 came like metal cooling into shape after a long furnace cycle. Not the violent tearing of his earlier rebuilds. More deliberate. The expanded vow network now had enough structural support to seat itself deeper without threatening to split his ribs from the inside. When the breakthrough settled, the cave's outer stones still held the training arrays he had written before it. That pleased Jin visibly. Excellent. It persists through rank transition. We are collecting a decent thesis. We are fleeing a warlord. Research and survival are not mutually exclusive unless one lacks discipline. Late in the afternoon, while Shin Wuk tested whether he could invert a simple lock formation in under 3 breaths, something struck the outer ward hard enough to make every line in the cave flare. All 4 turned. A spirit hawk dropped through the pines in a ragged spiral, one wing half-burned, body scored by pursuit talons and crossbow scrape. It hit the stones outside the entrance, tried to stand, and failed. Old Zhao's messenger. Shenwuk was at its side in an instant. The hawk snapped weakly once in recognition and pushed a scrap of parchment from the blood-stuck feathers under its breast. The bird had flown through at least one active interception line to reach him. He unfolded the scrap. The message was barely 6 words in Old Zhao's cramped field hand. Crane Mao issued kill orders. All keys named. Below it, in shakier script, run south first. The hawk died before Shenwuk looked up. No one in the cave spoke for one hard breath. Because the message did more than confirm danger. It meant the enemy no longer hunted unknown regions and archetypes. They had names now. And with names, the next phase of the war would move faster than any of them had planned. Chapter 39, they burned the spirit hawk with clean flame and no ceremony elaborate enough to insult what it had already spent reaching them. Old Zhao would understand the lack of theater. Men who survived long enough to send bloodied messages through contested skies rarely required poems to feel honored. Afterward, they gathered in the cave again. The parchment scrap laid flat on a stone between them like a small, ugly law. Crane Mao issued kill orders. All keys named. Zhen asked the first necessary question. How much did he decode? Shenwuk took out the copied tablet list from his father's box and set it beside the new message. Region markers. Primordial force notes. Partial traits. Enough, if cross-referenced against the wrong archives by patient enemies, to narrow identities far beyond the old uncertainty. Not exact names from the original source, he said, or he would have used them earlier, but enough to identify by region, Dao type, and known anomalies. Lian's mouth hardened, meaning hunters are already moving. Yes. You paced once, a brief line of heat following her bare feet across the stone. Then we stop reacting to sieges and start choosing the next battlefield. That was why Shenwuk trusted her more each day. Fire, at its best, understood momentum. He laid out what they knew. For keys remained unbound. An earth-aligned woman in the Sixfold Mountains. A void-step cultivator in the southern sands. A sky-aligned noble in the upper heavens. A null path keeper in an unnamed temple. The order mattered only if danger distribution did. Zhen, even half one-armed, was already reconstructing pursuit logic in her head. Crane Mao favors targets he can socially isolate first, she said. The mountain woman, if tied to a clan, may have defensive depth and public affiliation. The Sky Noble has status barriers even hired hunters must navigate. Null Path Temple unknowns are high risk because we lack location certainty, which means hunters do too. She tapped the southern marker with one finger. The assassin is the softest immediate target if she is already living outside stable structure. Lian nodded once. A lone operative dies quietly. Or survives quietly, you said. True, Zhen replied. But kill orders prefer opportunities, not admiration. Shenwuk listened while the argument formed around more than fear. This was the difference a third sharp mind made. Lian saw tactical fragility. You saw temperament and terrain. Zhen saw adversarial selection logic. Together the picture became difficult enough to trust. Southern sands, he said. No one objected. Then came the second problem. We cannot travel as we arrived here, you said. Ashvile's false trail will fail soon. The tracking seal will start correcting within 2 days, Zhen agreed. 3 if his pursuit teams are stupid, which they are not. Shenwuk looked inward at the altered seal pattern. I can scramble it again once before the relay learns to distrust my corrections. Then save that for the road, Lian said. Use it only if we confirm pursuit. That, too, was correct. He looked at each of them in turn and understood something the night before had not allowed time to feel. The cave no longer held an alliance of circumstance. It held a war council. Lian with winter discipline and the first Vows' unwavering threat. You with living fire and a forest's refusal to be consumed politely. Zhen with one broken arm, no patience, and a mind that turned enemy assumptions into loose wiring. 3 women, 3 kinds of force, and not one of them remotely interested in becoming ornament to his path. Good. He had no use for ornaments. Then we move at dusk, he said. Avoid the northern roads Ashvale expects, cut south through dry stone and abandoned relay wells, and cross into the desert belts before his pursuit shifts from forest logic to open terrain logic. Use gaze sharpened. If I leave the crimson canopy, I leave it exposed. The sentence did not ask comfort. It named cost. Shenwuk answered in the same register. Yes. She held his eyes for one breath longer than easy people ever required. Then I do not leave it undefended. The plan became immediate. Flame walls, false heat signatures, root-triggered barriers in the western breach, living fire vines braided through the inner groves to answer only recognized villagers. You could not make the forest invulnerable in one afternoon. She could make the next 3 months expensive enough that smaller predations would fail and larger ones would reveal themselves before reaching the heart. Jin finished the analysis only after the tactical work was assigned. Southern Sands, she said again, this time as conclusion rather than proposal. The most immediately endangered woman is there. Voidstep signature, likely accustomed to killing pursuers before they reach her. If she is still alive, it is because she has been better than the hunters. That advantage degrades once they know her pattern. The cave fell still around the statement, because the shape of the next move had become hard and real. Not east for answers, not north for vengeance. South, into open killing country, chasing a woman who might view rescue as insult and alliance as trap. And in the middle of the silence, the scrap of parchment on the stone seemed to shrink while its consequences widened. Crane Mao had learned the names. So now Shenwuk had to reach the next key before the kill orders reached her more cleanly than rumor. Chapter 40, Yu Hongshu sealed the crimson canopy in silence. That silence did more work than speeches would have. From noon until dusk, she moved through the deep forest with Shenwuk, Lian, and Jun following at respectful distance, or, in Jun's case, at the shortest distance her healing arm and poor mood permitted. Wherever you stopped, the trees answered. Some bowed branches low enough for her fingertips to brush their bark. Others opened root seams beneath the soil, exposing warm inner channels that glowed like submerged lava. She was not saying farewell. She was writing instructions into a living nation. At the western breach, she planted both palms against a half-shattered fire tree and sent a river of controlled flame through every wounded line the gray veil had cut. Not to heal, to harden. Burnt bark sealed into black-red armor. Root chambers linked in new defensive loops. Any intruder trying the same corridor twice in the next 3 months would find the path remembering them with hostility. At the villager's hollow, she knelt to speak to the elders. Shenwuk did not eavesdrop. He did not need the words to understand the shape, where the inner food stores were hidden, which watch vines to trust, when to abandon outer shelters for the old trunk routes if heavy siege returned. Near the oldest tree, she stood longest. The ancient trunk glowed around her with low amber pulses while twilight gathered above the canopy. Shenwuk watched from 10 paces away, close enough to be there if asked and far enough to leave the private grammar of guardian and home unviolated. When she finally turned back, her expression held. Only her eyes betrayed anything. 3 months, she said. Jin adjusted the sling on her broken arm. You are speaking to the forest or to us? Both. Lian looked once at the firewalls beginning to rise along the northern and western ridges. Will it hold? Yu's answer came without pride. Long enough to make any second siege expensive. That was all anyone honest could promise. At the last ridge overlooking the red-gold canopy, Shenwuk felt her slow by half a step. She did not stop. She did not ask to. But he saw the glance she permitted herself, brief and fierce. The look of someone checking the line of a home she had not left in decades and refusing to name the departure in softer words than those required. Then they descended into harder land. The road south was barely a road for the first day, only a sequence of dry ridges, abandoned watch shrines, and wind-carved cuts in the stone where caravans once moved before regional wars pushed trade westward. By the second day the air changed. Forest heat gave way to a cleaner, harsher warmth. The ground reddened. Water became calculation. They traveled under concealment when possible. Jun altered pursuit traces at camp. Shenwuk checked the false route inside Ashval Seal at dawn and dusk, adjusting only when necessary. Lian took point through the coldest hours and rear watched through the hottest, somehow finding both jobs equally congenial. Yu hated the open sky at first, then pretended not to hate it when she realized the others had noticed. On the third day, Shenwuk broke through bone forging level 2 while crossing a chain of sunstruck ravines. The advance came through motion rather than stillness. Every vow thread pulled differently now, and his body had finally begun learning how to hold 3 distinct resonances while traveling hostile ground without internal friction. Bones rang once with forge-deep heat, then settled harder, cleaner, more responsive under load. Good, Lian said when he finished adjusting his breath. Your standards for praise remain bleak. You are not dead. It is a strong result. Jean, from atop a sandstone ledge, added. Try not to sound grateful. It encourages her. By late afternoon the land had become fully desert border country. Sand worked in between the stone shelves now. Sparse thorn growth. Wind-eaten caravan markers. Long visibility and poor cover. The kind of place where skill at disappearing mattered more than strength in open challenge. That was why the massacre stopped all 4 of them cold. Bodies lay across a dry wash 30 paces below the ridge. 14 of them. Hunter squad by the look of their gear, though no banner remained intact enough to identify allegiance at a glance. Shenwuk tasted gray veil in the residue of 2 broken suppression tags and Crane Mao's money in the quality of one corpse's boots. Someone had assembled specialist pursuers and sent them south in a hurry. Someone else had answered more quickly. They descended carefully. The dead told a clean story. No prolonged exchange. No wide-area technique, blast marks. Every kill precise. Throat openings the width of 2 fingers. Nerve severances at the shoulder seam. One man dead with his own blade still half-sheathed because he had not understood the fight had begun. Zhen counted under her breath. 14 targets. 14 kills. 0 wasted movement. Lien crouched by the nearest body and traced one cut with the back of a gloved finger. Single strike discipline. No demonstration. No warning. You looked out across the dunes beyond the wash. She knew they were coming. Shenwuk followed the evidence farther. The sand between the corpses held impressions so faint another traveler might have called them wind damage. But the new vow of runes made pattern difficult to hide from him, and here pattern had shape. Void step. Footprints that appeared only where they had to. One on a flat rock. One at the shoulder of a dune. One on the back of a dead man's dropped shield where no tracker would think to search first. Not flight. Circuit. She had moved through the hunters the way a needle moved through cloth, appearing only at the points where penetration mattered. At the far edge of the wash, he found the final sign. One footprint pressed deeper than the rest beside a sandstone marker stone, as if the killer had paused there for half a breath to look back at her work and decide whether another pursuit line was already forming on the horizon. Shenwuk straightened slowly. Whoever they were hunting, he said, already knows the hunt is active. The desert wind moved once through the wash and erased 2 of the fainter tracks. Not all of them. Just enough to remind him that the next key might not wait politely to be saved, and might view every new arrival as one more problem to cut down before vanishing into the sand again. Beyond the dead squad, the southern horizon burned copper under the setting sun. Somewhere out there, a void step assassin had just answered a kill order with 14 corpses and disappearing footprints. And by the quality of the cuts alone, Shenwuk knew one thing with certainty. The woman they needed next would not be rescued. She would have to be persuaded not to kill them before hearing why they had come. Chapter 41. The desert preserved violence differently than forests did. In the crimson canopy, battle left heat scars, broken bark, drifting ash, and wounded root patterns that could be read like disrupted formation lines. In the southern sands, killing tried to disappear the moment wind touched it. Blood crusted black in the wash, then dried. Footprints softened at the edges almost while one watched. Loose cloth whispered over steel and bone until a massacre started resembling bad geology. That was why the surviving hunter mattered. Jin found him by logic rather than luck. If the killer worked by sequence, she said, crouching over the scattered bodies, one target survives only if she was interrupted, injured, or uninterested in finishing a witness she judged already dead. Lien knelt by the narrowest blood trail and pushed aside a broken shield. The man beneath it had lost most of his throat to something precise and fast, yet he still breathed in thin, wet efforts. Bone forging rank, perhaps second stage. The sort of specialist Hunter Crane Mao would pay well, because men like this died expensive and quietly. Shenwuk crouched beside him. The man's eyes rolled toward the movement, found for strangers, and tried to focus. Terror arrived first. Training second. He attempted to bite down on the inside of his cheek before interrogation could start. Lien caught his jaw with 2 fingers and stopped him. Not that way, she said. The hunter's gaze fixed on Shenwuk's face, and some remnant of briefings or wanted sketches must have aligned, because the terror changed shape. You, he rasped. Yes. Too late. Shenwuk had heard that sentence in too many voices to let it move him from the work. Who were you sent after? The man laughed blood. All of us were sent after shadows. His breathing hitched. Zhen leaned closer, not cruelly, but with complete absence of ceremonial bedside manners. Describe the target. Didn't see her. Felt her. The hunter's fingers twitched against the sand, as if still trying to grip a weapon he no longer held. There and not there. Every blind spot wrong. We set the cross line. We checked the angles. Didn't matter. Shenwuk listened past the words to the pattern. Professionals hated admitting confusion. If this man described fear in structural terms, then the assassin had not merely outpaced them. She had dismantled their confidence in sequence itself. How many times did she appear, he asked. The man's stare moved to the sky. Enough. That was not an answer. It was probably the closest the hunter had left. He coughed once, choking on the torn throat, and forced out the final word with such effort that Shenwuk almost missed it. Shadow. Then the man's body went slack beneath Lien's hand. No last secret. Only confirmation. You straightened from the edge of the wash and looked outward over the red dunes beyond. She wanted them to know what killed them. Not by name, Jin said. By category. Shinwuk rose and went back over the site with the vow of runes active, letting the new meridian turn every faint mark into readable intention. The assassin's path became clearer the longer he looked. She had entered from the northeast ridge where the sun blinded the lead watch pair. She killed the rear signal runner first, not the commander. Then she folded through the center line in a pattern that never repeated its angle once. No flourish. No demonstration slash on the officer. Only utility. Whoever she is, he said, she doesn't fight to win. She fights to conclude. Lien approved of that distinction. And she concluded 14 of them. At the far side of the wash, half buried under blown sand, Shinwuk found the only thing the killer had left behind on purpose. A throwing blade. Not forgotten. Placed. Its edge was wiped clean. The hilt wrap had been cut free, so no maker's pattern remained. But the blade was stuck point down into the packed earth at the exact place where any competent tracker following the central line would eventually stand to survey the whole kill field. A message, then. Not welcome. Recognition. Jin studied it from one pace away and did not touch. She knows she is being followed and wants the followers to understand she noticed. Arrogant, you said. Efficient, Lien corrected. Shinwuk looked south once more. The dunes beyond Sandgate's outer routes shimmered under afternoon light. Somewhere in that vast heat a woman moved by void step logic, killing pursuit teams cleanly and leaving just enough evidence to shape the next encounter before it happened. That meant she was already choosing the battlefield. And as the desert wind passed through the wash and lifted red dust over the hunter's dead face, Shinwuk understood that the next key would not be found by searching for her. She would decide when they had finally reached where she wanted them to stand. Chapter 42 Sandgate announced itself by noise before walls. Caravan bells. Camel grunts. Trade criers. Water hawkers calling prices like curses. Bronze wind chimes fixed to high poles so travelers could judge storm direction by sound before dust swallowed sight. By the time Shinwuk's group reached the outer ridge at sunset, the city below looked less like a permanent settlement and more like a knot tied into desert motion and somehow taught to hold. Stone towers rose from sun-baked red walls at uneven heights, each capped by lattice screens meant to break sand gusts without blocking arrows. Inside, streets zigzagged instead of running straight, a choice made by people who expected knives and wind to travel better than honesty. 3 market districts glowed under evening lamps. Beyond them, a darker quarter clung close to the old inner wall where abandoned guild houses and former safe routes had once belonged to powers Sandgate no longer admitted publicly. Shadow compact territory, Jin said, following his gaze to the dark quarter. Formerly. Officially. Which means currently. That was useful enough. They entered separately. Lien first, under traveler cloth and a hood that made her look no less dangerous to anyone with functional instincts. Jun and you went through the eastern animal gate with a spice caravan, whose clerk accepted forged papers after one look at Jun's expression and decided not to improve his evening by asking follow-up questions. Shinwuk came last through the central gate as a nameless route captain, leaving enough time between them that only a vigilant watcher would connect the arrivals. If Mira Duskblade was as good as the wash suggested, she would connect them anyway. They regrouped after dark in a shuttered tea store Jin identified as neutral ground because it had survived 6 changes in city power without once flying the same banner twice. From there they followed the void step traces. Shinwuk could just barely read now that urban stone had diluted the desert's clean narrative. The trail was not literal footsteps. It was absence of ordinary passage in places where passage should have been. Disturbed dust on upper lintels instead of streets. Hair-thin scrape lines on roof edges. One severed alarm thread no city patrol had noticed because it was tied at the blind side of a broken gargoyle. This way, he said, leading them into the old quarter. The safe house sat 3 buildings in from a dead-end alley and looked too ruined to invite notice. Roof half collapsed. Front door hanging wrong. Plaster peeled away to show old brick patched with mismatched stone. The sort of place honest people ignored and careful killers categorized. Shinwuk signaled halt. You leaned close enough that her whisper warmed his ear. She's here. Not a guess. The vow thread to him carried how fire-red air displacement. Something in the house's upper dark had changed temperature by less than a breath. Lien had sensed it too. He knew from the way her right hand relaxed rather than tightened near the sword. Jin looked at the roofline and spoke without moving her lips much. High ground. Of course. They entered anyway. The first room contained old charcoal, an overturned basin, 2 broken stools, and nothing alive at ordinary eye level. Moonlight cut through the collapsed ceiling in 4 pale bands. The house smelled of dust, leather oil, and the faint metallic clean of well-maintained blades. Shinwuk took 3 steps in. A knife touched the skin beneath his jaw, not after a warning sound. At the same instant as his body understood another presence had entered arm's reach, he did not jerk away. Jerking away from an assassin's opening line was how throats became proof of poor upbringing. "Late," said a woman's voice from behind his right shoulder. Mira Duskblade. He could see only part of her in the moonlight reflected from a cracked wall mirror. Dark hair bound for function, clothes the color of evening sand after sunset. Eyes so steady they made still water seem nervous. She stood close enough to have killed him before anyone else in the room finished drawing breath. That, Shinwuk suspected, was the point of the introduction. "We had a wash to inspect," he said, "and I had 14 idiots to dispose of." The blade pressed one grain deeper, not breaking skin. Yu's flames had gone very quiet. Lian had not moved at all, which was somehow more threatening than immediate steel. Zhen, infuriatingly, sounded interested. "Your footwork through that wash was elegant." Myra's gaze flicked past him to the scholar. "You counted the angles." "Of course." The assassin returned her attention to Shinwuk. "You are the carrier." "Yes. And these are your women." Yu's expression cooled by several shades. "Try that wording again." Mira ignored her and slid the knife across Shinwuk's throat line with such precision the edge only brushed cloth. "I dislike groups. I distrust bonds. I have no use for cult leaders or destiny-mad idiots carrying old systems into new blood." She leaned just enough that he could feel the emptiness in her movement, the void step art still half occupying a place adjacent to the one where her body had chosen to stop. "Tell me why I should not cut you now and leave the desert one problem lighter." Shinwuk moved, not backward. His hand came up under hers at exactly the point where knife pressure transferred through the wrist. He did not disarm her. He simply caught the line. Myra's eyes changed first. Not surprise. Revision. For the first time since they entered the safe house, she looked at him not as a message recipient, but as a variable that might require recalculation. And above them, hidden somewhere in the broken rafters, another blade slid free with a sound so soft it might have been the house clearing its throat before choosing a side. Chapter 43. Mira Duskblade withdrew the knife by a finger's width and treated that as generosity. Shinwuk released her wrist at once. Holding it longer would have been a challenge, and challenges inside assassin safe houses usually ended with architectural regrets. For 3 breaths, no one moved. Then Mira stepped back into visible space so efficiently that the room looked worse for having lacked her outline a moment earlier. She was not tall. Assassins rarely needed height. She carried herself with the unnerving balance of someone who never put full weight anywhere she had not already decided to abandon. "You reacted fast enough," she said. "You introduced yourself with a blade. It saved time." Lian finally spoke from the doorway. "If you waste more of it, I will become uncharitable." Myra's gaze flicked to her and lingered a beat longer than politeness required. "Northern Ice," she said. "But you move like someone who has stopped obeying the sect that taught you." "Correct." You folded her arms. "And if you insist on speaking as though we belong to him, I will set your ceiling on fire." That, astonishingly, drew the first almost smile from the assassin. "Good. The group has a spine." Zhen, already scanning the rafters for secondary exits and hidden weights, said, "This is the least efficient version of trust building I have ever witnessed." "That is because you are a scholar," Mira replied. "You people think transparency is a security measure." The remark was rude and not entirely false. Shinwuk let the room settle before turning to the real point. "You know Crane Mouse Hunt is active. I know your enemies became less incompetent, and you still stayed in Sandgate. Because this is where they expected to find me, which meant their first waves would be predictable. That tracked with the wash." Mira Duskblade did not flee pursuit reflexively. She used pursuit to narrow people into killable habits. She took a seat on the half-collapsed staircase without asking whether anyone approved of the arrangement and set one elbow on a broken rail. "You are here to offer an alliance," she said. "I dislike alliances. They generate obligation at the wrong speed. I am here to explain a threat architecture you are already inside. Convince me it is not a control architecture wearing desperate language." That was the clean question. Shinwuk answered with the clean answer. "The vow cannot compel action. It creates resonance, not command." Myra's eyes narrowed. "That sounds like doctrine. It is a limit. Demonstrate the difference." He almost said that one could not demonstrate absence. Zhen would have mocked the phrasing. Instead, he held out the primer. "Read the relevant line." Mira did not touch the scroll immediately. She walked around him first, once, in a loose circle designed less to threaten than to check whether anyone in the room reflexively shifted protectively around the object. No one did. Yu watched with contained irritation. Lian watched with measurable patience. Zhen looked offended on behalf of books. At last Mira took the primer and read. The gold text brightened under her gaze by the smallest degree. Interesting, she murmured. You can feel compatibility, Xianxia said. I can feel an old system noticing me. She looked up. Now answer the real question. How would I know a vow is not simply a more elegant chain? He told the truth again. Because you can lie to me after forging it, and I will not know from the bond alone. Because I can ask and you can refuse. Because if I order you, the vow will not carry the order into your limbs. Because resonance is not obedience any more than hearing another heartbeat is control over it. Mira considered that. Then, without warning, she lied. I killed Crane Mao's Western courier 3 months ago. Nothing in the vow lesser changed. The primer did not flare denial. Xianxia read only the ordinary signs available to any human observer, and Mira gave him very little of those. No, he said after a beat. You are testing whether I will pretend the system grants certainty. It does not. Good, she said. She slid the primer back to him and looked, for the first time, less like a blade evaluating cloth, and more like a contractor deciding whether the tools on the table might not all be counterfeit. I left the Shadow Compact when I learned its leadership had been selling mission intelligence to the same faction that buried your father, she said. At first I thought they were taking contracts too broadly. Then I realized they were shaping the contracts themselves, feeding targets to one side and survivors to another so the market stayed active. Use expression turned murderous. And you lived after learning this how? By becoming expensive to collect. There was no pride in that sentence, only method. Mira continued. Shadow Prefect Liu runs Sandgate now, unofficially. He is here because if Crane Mao's hunters fail, the Compact wants me back alive enough to sell and dead enough to silence. She reached into her sleeve and drew out a thin black token scored with 6 cut marks. He moved 20 operatives into the old quarter by noon. Bone forging second stage and above. City net, rooftop arcs, alley closures. Zhen's brows went up despite herself. You stayed here knowing that. Of course. How else would I learn whether he still prefers over-encirclement to patience? The answer made Xianxia tired on behalf of every person in the room. He does, he asked. Myra's mouth flattened. He does. That was the real hook beneath everything else. They were already inside another closing hand. And when Mira looked toward the broken window overlooking Sandgate's lamplit roofs, the look on her face said more clearly than any warning that her old handler was not merely near. He had arrived in the city expecting the reunion to end in blood and inventory. Chapter 44 Shadow Prefect Liu built his encirclements like a bureaucrat with poetic aspirations. That was Myra's verdict, delivered while she led them through the upper rooms of the safe house at a pace that assumed either competence or good burial instincts. Xianxia did not immediately understand the comparison until he saw the city nets spread below them from the roofline. 20 operatives, distributed in interlocking triangles over 6 adjoining alleys and 3 connected roof routes, every sightline overlapping with another so that no escape path existed without at least one watcher believing it was someone else's kill lane. The pattern was efficient, excessive, and too proud of its own symmetry. He still likes elegant cages, Mira said. Can we exploit that? Xianxia asked. Of course. She sounded almost offended that he thought the answer might be otherwise. The moon had not yet climbed high, leaving Sandgate's old quarter in a trade of bronze lamplight and dark roof shadow. Below, Liu's people shifted with trained patience. Bone forging second stage or higher, just as Mira had said. No open banners. No shouted challenge. Professionals waiting for the target to either panic or decide stillness counted as safety. Do not suggest hiding. I wasn't going to. Good. Hiding from people who know my habits insults both sides. Lian said. You and I may eventually become friends. No, Mira replied. But I respect your standards. That was apparently enough. They split by function. Lian and you held the rear roof lanes and any closing pressure from the eastern alley mouth. Zhen took the center roof line with a pouch of chalk powder, 3 snap tile fragments, and the sort of expression usually worn by scholars about to vandalize a theorem they disliked. Xianxia moved with Mira through the western shadow routes because the opening cut needed both her disappearance and his capacity to make caught motion stay caught. You trust him quickly, you said from the roof ledge. Mira did not look back. No, I trust him usefully. Then she vanished. Void step remained disconcerting even when expected. She did not turn invisible. She moved through the half-beat between positions so cleanly that presence lagged behind intention. Xianxia followed the route only because the vow of runes let him read where space had been persuaded to admit her. The first operative died without understanding he had become the opening line. Myra's blade severed the throat from behind. Xianxia caught the falling body in a stillness pause long enough to lower it soundlessly behind a parapet. The second operative turned on instinct. Stillness froze his shout in the shape of an opening mouth. Shinwuk inscribed a formation cage around him directly in air, the lines of the vow of runes flashing pale blue-white before locking into a six-sided pressure lattice. By the time resumed, the man hit invisible walls on 3 sides and found every limb pinned by his own redirected momentum. Useful, Myra's voice said from nowhere. They worked outward from there. No heroic clash. No center-of-the-street declaration. Systematic dismantling. Mira cut the net where experience told her confidence would be resting. Shinwuk turned every moment of surprise into immobilization, every immobilization into a new problem for the formation of pursuit. Freeze a rooftop runner long enough for Lien's ice blade to strike from 2 buildings away. Box an alley watcher in a rune cage so Yu's guided flame can slip beneath the guard's defensive chi and ruin his stance. Force the encirclement to look inward instead of outward until Liu's proud symmetry becomes a liability. The prefect adapted faster than Draft. That was expected. Assassin nets lived or died by reconfiguration speed. Twice Liu reoriented his triangles and nearly trapped Shinwuk between roof teams. Twice Zhun broke the geometry by writing counterlines on drain spouts and tile ridges, altering which roof counted as stable ground for the net's relay logic. Stop letting him make pretty shapes, she shouted at no one in particular. Somewhere above the 4th alley, Lien laughed once. Bone forging level 3 arrived in the middle of the 5th collapse. Shinwuk felled it when he caught a descending strike from a compact axe operative and drove flame-backed force through the woman's guard, so hard the roof beneath both of them cracked. The Vow network, primer, and new body structure aligned 1 stage deeper. Bones hardened. Movement sharpened. Techniques seeded faster. He used the upgrade immediately. Stillness on 1 target. Rune cage on the 2nd. Burning will through the 3rd man's weapon shaft, so the wood exploded in his grip and lit his sleeve. The encirclement broke. Not all at once. By morale mathematics. 1 dead on the north line. 2 trapped. 3 unable to close east because you had turned a hanging lantern district into a moving fire maze. Liu's center team still held, but only if everyone kept believing the shape could be restored. Liu himself stepped into the open then, finally visible on the roof of an old counting house. He wore shadow-gray cloth with no insignia, and the calm face of a man who had spent his career converting emotional people into completed assignments. Lean, older than Mira by 2 decades perhaps, 1 scar crossing the mouth badly enough to make every smile look premeditated. His gaze went first to Mira. You continue to waste excellent training. You continue to sell it cheaply. Liu's expression did not change. The 6-fold mountain woman has already been taken, he said. Ashvale moved faster than your new allies understand. Keep helping them if you like. All it does is make the next funeral busier. The line hit exactly where he intended. Xianxia, 5th key, possibly captured. Myra's eyes flattened into something colder than anger. Shinwuk felt the shift and knew at once Liu had not merely delivered information. He had chosen the one rumor dangerous enough to divide their next move before the fight fully ended. Chapter 45. Liu withdrew the moment the rumor landed. Not en route. In craft. 3 smoke capsules struck adjacent roofs, 1 to cover his retreat and 2 to force the rest of his surviving operatives into orderly separation. By the time Yu's fire burned through the first cloud and Lien had frozen a path across the second, the Shadow Prefect was gone, leaving 4 dead, 6 wounded, and the more troublesome gift of uncertain truth. Mira kicked one of the abandoned capsules off the roof and watched it spin into the alley below. He would not lie carelessly about 6-fold. Zhen sat on a cracked chimney cap with her bad arm strapped tight against her side and looked irritated that reality kept presenting emotionally weighted variables without proper indexing. That is not the same as saying he would not lie. No, Mira said, but he would lie with a destination. Shinwuk considered the possibilities while the others caught breath. Liu's words could be pure disinformation meant to pull them west toward the mountains and away from the southern target. They could be half true, shot under threat, not captured. Or worst, fully true and timed precisely because the prefect knew uncertain allies made better mistakes than panicked enemies. Lien wiped her blade on the sleeve of a dead operative and looked at Mira. Your read. Mira did not answer immediately. She crouched at the roof edge and studied the retreat pattern below, where Liu's surviving people were already dissolving into Sandgate's midnight traffic like spilled ink. If Shan Liuha were confirmed taken, he would have offered more detail. Specificity would make the hook stronger. Mira tapped 2 fingers against the parapet. If the report were invented from nothing, he would not spend it on me here. He prefers lies that can be checked only after damage. This one is meant to force a split under urgency. So, you said, potentially false, potentially true, certainly inconvenient. Exactly, Shinwuk looked across the old quarter rooftops toward the dark southern gates. They had come for Mira because the southern assassin was the most immediate soft target once Crane Mao's kill orders moved. That logic had not changed. But Liu had added a second possible crisis and done it with enough credibility that ignoring him outright might become its own stupidity. What would you do? He asked Mira. She turned to him with the expression of someone surprised he had asked a practical question before attempting leadership through noble certainty. I would verify before rerouting. Information first. Movement second. Through your network. The parts of it not sold yet. She rose, dusted grit from one glove, and looked older for a moment than her face suggested. Not in years. In habit. There are 3 void runners in Sandgate who still owe me debt or fear. One will know whether Liu's message had a mountain source. Another tracks Grey Vale caravan chatter. The third listens at the water houses where hired blades go when they want rumors cheaper than wine. You crossed her arms. And if we ask you to come with us instead? I refuse. The answer came at once and without apology. Mira did not soften it. I do not join groups because groups become expectations, and expectations become timings my enemies can learn. I can verify faster alone than 4 of us can while traveling as a visible unit. Her gaze shifted to Shinwuk. That offends your vow logic, perhaps. It does not offend survival. The vow doesn't exist between us, he said. Exactly. That, too, was clean. Jeanne adjusted the binding on her arm and said, she is right about one thing. For people blundering toward the Sixfold Mountains or deeper south on one rumor is worse than one assassin checking channels built for this exact purpose. Lian looked unconvinced, but not enough to argue for argument's sake. And if you don't return? Myra's mouth moved as if the question had almost amused her. Then assume I was wrong about something important and proceed without me. Shinwuk stepped closer. Where do we go while you verify? Stay in Sandgate one day? No longer. Enter the sovereignty tournament. Mira said it like another knife placed on the table. Liu's net was not the only pattern in motion tonight. Greyvale delegates arrived by the west gate at dusk. Ashvale wants influence here, likely the tournament seat. If you win leverage in the city while I verify Sean, then either path afterward becomes less blind. Jin's brows rose. You are more political than advertised. No. I understand that city power travels through public rituals when private blades become too visible. Useful woman, Shinwuk thought. Infuriatingly useful. He did not push her to stay. Mira Duskblade had survived by treating coercion as a smell to cut away from early. Press too hard, and she would vanish simply to reassert the principle. Then we head for the tournament, he said. You verify Liu's claim. If Sean is taken, we need to know by whom and where. If not, we keep the southern priority. Mira nodded once. Good. She stepped backward into the dark between roof lanterns, as if testing whether any of them would try one last appeal. None did. Before the shadow fully took her, she looked at Shinwuk one final time. If I decide the group is useful, she said, I will find you. Then she disappeared. Not with flourish. With professional contempt for witnesses. The roof felt larger after she left. You exhaled through her nose. I dislike her. You respect her, Lian said. That is often how disliking starts. Shinwuk watched the place where Mira had vanished until even the vow of runes could no longer find a reliable disturbance to follow. He had wanted another key found, not another variable released into the city with its own judgments. But this, he suspected, was how one dealt with people who survived by treating closeness as a blade aimed inward. You left the path open. You did not drag them onto it. Below, Sandgate's night markets flared brighter as the last trading bell sounded. The sovereignty tournament would begin by noon. And somewhere inside the city's older shadows, Mira Duskblade was now deciding whether Shinwuk's war was worth intersecting twice. Chapter 46 Sandgate's three-realm sovereignty tournament was what happened when commerce, ego, and regional military signaling discovered they could all share one arena and call the result civic tradition. By morning, the Central Coliseum district had become a riot of banners, betting tables, caravan guild tents, sect envoys pretending not to assess one another's bodyguards, and local dignitaries wearing enough layered cloth to survive reputation damage from every possible winner. The arena itself sat on a stepped foundation of red sandstone polished by years of dust and blood into a surface that reflected light like old copper. Gate arches marked the competing regions. Northern reaches in white-blue, Eastern realm in black ink and bronze, Southern sands in ochre and shadow silk. The Western seat, officially neutral this cycle, had already been partially appropriated by Greyvale delegates in respectable clothing. Subtle, Jin said, reading the sponsor tablets from the entry lane. Ashvale is funding half the logistical overhead through merchant fronts. Can he buy the result? You asked. No. Influence around it, yes. The result itself is too public to steal without consequence. That made the tournament useful. Public things constrained certain kinds of theft. Not all. Enough. Xianxia looked over the brackets posted on lacquered boards along the outer ring. For elimination rounds, then semifinals, then finals. Regional dominance prize. Council seat with legal immunity during term. Transport rights. Trade leverage. Everything Mira had implied. We enter, he said. Lian's expression suggested she had expected exactly that and disapproved of being unsurprised. Under your name. No. He traced the brackets once more. Too many wanted notices, too many bounty whispers, too many city eyes already sharpened by last night's rooftop disruption. Public legitimacy required visibility. It did not require honesty on the first round. Wei Ju, he said. Jin looked at him sidelong. That name sounds like you found it in a mediocre serialized romance. Then no one will remember it. A dangerous assumption about mediocrity. You, who still found open civic spectacle suspicious on spiritual principle, scanned the seating galleries. And the rest of us. You do not all stand beside me. That part mattered more. A group entering as one story invited scrutiny too fast. So they split. Jin registered as tactical attendant to a minor Eastern merchant house, whose actual representative had wisely decided illness outweighed ambition the moment Gray Veil money entered the district. You took no official role, preferring to walk the outer vendor ring with a scarf over her lower face and enough contained heat to make men step around her without understanding why. Lian entered separately, not as Xianxia's companion, as Frost Phantom. The registration clerk looked at her, looked at the northern designation tablet she requested, and decided his wages did not include interrogating women with that much winter in their eyes. This is a terrible idea, Jun said while pinning the false entrant strip inside Xianxia's sleeve. Most useful ideas are. No. Useful ideas are usually tedious and document-heavy. This is merely flashy. He went to the arena anyway. The preliminary holding hall beneath the Colosseum smelled of oiled weapons, old stone, and the practiced anxiety of men who had cultivated hard enough to fear public failure more than actual death. Xianxia kept his aura low and his movements plain. Bone forging level 2 was respectable, not spectacular. Enough to draw competitors. Not enough to alarm sponsors who preferred obvious favorites. Then he saw the northern bracket and the man beside it. Crane Shui. Elder Crane Mao's son had grown into his father's malice the way some trees grew around buried iron, making every future ring warp without ever spitting the thing out. He stood in dark sect armor trimmed for tournament legality rather than war, shoulders broader than before, face sharpened by successful cruelty, cultivation now at bone forging level 4 by the density of chi pressing lightly at his skin. He laughed at something a fellow competitor said, and in the same movement struck the man's shoulder hard enough to remind the whole hall what kind of laugh his was. Xianxia had expected to meet him again. The timing still felt rude. Crane Shui turned, as if some old debt had tugged the back of his neck, and for one brief moment his gaze passed over Xianxia without recognition. Then paused. Not on face, on stance. Just long enough for memory to itch and fail to settle. Good. Not enough yet. The bracket gong sounded. Names began moving toward assigned gates. Overhead, the crowd thickened into one enormous living pressure, expectant and transactional. Xianxia stepped into line under the name Wei Ju and felt Sandgate's attention begin arranging him into public possibility. That would have been enough trouble by itself. Then, from the Frost Phantom bracket posted 2 columns over, he saw Yin's entrant marker paired against a local favorite, whose backers included one Gray Veil proxy house. And as the second gong rolled through the holding hall, Crane Shui's name shifted upward on the advancing path until Xianxia could see the likely shape of the later rounds. If both kept winning, Sandgate would eventually get the fight it did not yet know it wanted. And on the board directly above Xianxia's bracket, someone had written in fresh charcoal beside Wei Ju's false name. Interesting newcomer. No clerk had done that. Someone in the city had already started watching him as if he belonged inside the story of the tournament and not merely in its early statistics. Chapter 47. Xianxia's first-round opponent was a spear cultivator from the eastern caravan routes with a habit of tapping the butt of his weapon twice before every committed thrust. That told Jin nearly everything she needed. He prefers correction over initiative, she said from the lower analysis seats. Eyes on the warm-up lane as if she were reading a damaged manuscript. He waits for movement, punishes the first mistake, and extends only after he believes the rhythm belongs to him. Break the rhythm early, and he will start improvising, which he dislikes. Xianxia rolled his shoulders once. Any other useful observations? Yes. His left ankle is compensating for an old strain. Attack the outside pivot line. You make friendship sound so invasive. Precision is how I show respect. The arena sand under noon light felt nothing like battlefield earth. Too groomed. Too visible. Every footfall announced itself to thousands of witnesses and at least a dozen betting houses desperate to decide whether Wei Ju was an upset, a fraud, or an opportunity. He chose method. Minimal vow exposure. Maximum technique. When the spear came, he did not meet it with superior force. He gave the man the correction rhythm he expected for exactly 2 exchanges, then broke pattern on the third by stepping inside the second tap instead of after it. The spear cultivator's weight hit the weak ankle, as Zhen predicted. Xianxia clipped the outer pivot line with a short palm and sent the man rotating half a step farther than planned. The next strike landed at the shoulder seam. The spear flew. The match ended before the crowd fully understood why the expected exchange sequence had died. That brought murmurs, not alarm. Perfect. Round 2 came against a brute from the Southern Caravan Guard schools whose cultivation was larger than his imagination and therefore simpler to embarrass. Xianxia used barely any overt vow force. Only enough stillness in his own timing to make the larger man's committed charges look increasingly like personal confessions shouted at a locked door. By the end of the round, the audience had upgraded him from interesting to irritating. Also perfect. Zhen met him at the side corridor with a strip of watered salt fruit and 3 observations already prepared. Do not smile after wins. The crowd is still deciding whether to dislike you elegantly or loudly. Also, the Grey Veil sponsors have started asking for your route registration. Lastly, Lian's side of the bracket is developing its own audience. Why? Because Frost Phantom just beat a local knife pair without drawing a second breath. That sounded like Lian. He looked across the arena during the 3rd round break and found her in the far holding lane under pale veil cloth, posture still as winter stacked in human shape. 2 city officials were already conferring near her bracket board with the expression of men who disliked fighters they could not market cleanly. By late afternoon, Xianxia had moved into the quarterfinal group with only one real complication. Crane Shui had entered the same stage. Worse, he had begun watching the northern side bracket often enough that even a man denser than his father would soon notice patterns. Xianxia saw the moment it nearly happened. Crane Shui, leaving his own second-round bloodless victory, glanced across the sand just as Lian removed her hood to retie her hair. His eyes narrowed. Not recognition yet. Association trying to form. Lian saw it too. That evening, instead of returning with the group by the public lodging route, she peeled away through a spice market, crossed 2 roof bridges, and let the tale gather exactly as she wanted. 3 operatives, not tournament officials. Crane Mao's men by the discipline in how they spread the chase and the absence of local hesitation in stepping where city law usually bristled. She led them into a blind alley behind the abandoned bath quarter where stone walls held cold long after sunset, and every exit but one had been collapsed by old quake damage. The men entered with cautious confidence, discovering too late that a woman willing to be followed through Sandgate probably had plans for the followers. Frost Phantom, said the lead operative, as though naming the rumor might stabilize the mistake. Lian unsheathed. The fight lasted less than 10 breaths. The first man lost his sword hand before he understood she had moved. The second tried to flank and found the alley floor turning slick under a ribbon of ice, so clean and thin it looked painted there until he fell, and she put a blade through the exact point where shoulder nerve met throat line. The third, smarter than his companions, attempted retreat. Lian let him get 2 steps. Then a spike of winter chi drove through the wall beside his head, trapped his shadow in frost, and pinned him long enough for her to catch up and end the problem with 1 cut across the back of the neck. She stood alone in the blue-white hush afterward, breath steady. The alley rhymed from end to end by the amount of power she had not bothered to hide. That was the issue. 2 tournament wardens arrived before the corpses cooled. Their first look went to the dead. Their second to the frost still climbing the alley stones. Their third to Lian. Frost Phantom. The older warden said carefully, "You have been placed on a watch list pending review of unauthorized cultivation display within registered city limits." Lian wiped her blade. "I was attacked. So it appears. Then your review can proceed at whatever speed your spine allows." The older warden did not enjoy being forced to admire her. By the time Xianxia found her back at the lodging court, Sandgate's governing body had already marked both Frost Phantom and Wei Ju as names worth watching. One for violence too clean to ignore. The other for wins too careful to classify lazily. And somewhere in the same city, Crane Shui had just learned enough to start suspecting that old ghosts were not staying properly buried. Chapter 48. The watch list improved the betting. Zhen reported that with the level tone of a scholar reading weather off a wall crack. Sandgate assumed scandal as proof of entertainment value. Your odds shortened by 1 band. Lian's by 2. You, who still distrusted cities for the impolite reason that too many people lived in them on purpose, looked up from the window shutter. How is that good? Because attention diffuses when profit attaches to too many possible interpretations, Shen said. If officials are deciding whether Frost Phantom is dangerous or merely lucrative, we gain time. Lian stood near the room's wash basin, cleaning blood from the groove of her guard with methodical disinterest. The officials were not the point. No, Xinwuk said. Crane Shui was. That was the real complication. The sun had not yet recognized her, but suspicion once born in people like him behaved like mold in damp stone. It spread into everything unless cut out or lured elsewhere. Jin set 2 small chalk discs on the table between them. Then we give him more to suspect and less to confirm. Her plan took 1 hour, 3 forged rumors, and 1 deliberately visible argument staged in a public noodle court between herself and Xinwuk over the relative stupidity of northern entrants. By nightfall, half the tournament quarter believed Wei Ju and Frost Phantom were rival specialists hired by competing merchant houses, 1 eastern and 1 northern, with enough personal contempt between them to poison shared air. Crane Shui, Xinwuk hoped, would now waste at least part of tomorrow watching the wrong kind of connection. The quarterfinals began under white awnings stretched to break the midday glare. This time the opponents were good enough to demand more than technical humiliation. Xinwuk's match paired him against a chain whip cultivator from the southern city militias, bone-forging 3rd stage and famous locally for turning arena borders into weapons by controlling space rather than simply attacking bodies. The man entered to cheers, smiling with the professional generosity of an executioner, expecting an easy crowd pleaser. Jin did not look impressed. He overcommits to spectacle if the audience gives him rhythm. Also, the arena ward posts are linked in a visible square. If you can redirect 1 whip strike into the western post, its feedback field will destabilize his outer control zone for 4 breaths. Do you enjoy removing wonder from other people's techniques? Yes. The match began. The chain whip sang. Not metaphorically. The links had been inscribed to resonate against one another in spiraling pulses that made each strike arrive with false follow-through shadows, turning ordinary defense into a guess. Xinwuk took the first 2 exchanges conventionally, reading the tempo, letting the crowd settle into the illusion that he was being driven backward by range and pressure. Then he gave the man exactly the opening spectacle demanded. He retreated toward the western post on purpose. The crowd noise rose. The chain whip cultivator smiled wider, and threw his broadest flourish, the kind designed to loop around shoulders and leg space simultaneously and win gasps before it won the round. Xinwuk stepped in. Not away. Burning will carried him through the intimidation pressure hidden in the inscribed harmonics. Stillness sharpened the timing of the step. His left hand caught 1 link at the point where whip speed briefly became rotation rather than extension. He twisted, redirected, and let the rest of the weapon's momentum slam into the western ward post exactly where Zhun had predicted. The post flared. The outer control field died for 4 breaths. Xinwuk used 3. 1 strike to the ribs, 1 to the throat guard, 1 to the wrist holding the whip hilt. The weapon flew. The man folded. Sandgate gasped anyway. Cheated of the loss it had been prepared to enjoy. Good. Lian's quarterfinal proved shorter. Her opponent attempted diplomacy first, which was itself a kind of mistake. We can make this clean, the man said from the far side of the lane. You already chose not to, Lian replied, and struck before he understood the answer had been chronological. He lost in 7 exchanges and enough frost to force the arena servants into post-match scrape duty. Tournament officials stopped pretending the watch list was routine after that. Both Wei Ju and Frost Phantom were now flagged at the governing table. Worse, Crane Shui was staring openly across brackets in the way of men who had almost placed an old face and hated themselves for not closing the distance sooner. Xinwuk felt the coming collision gather shape. It had become too public now to avoid forever. And when the semifinal brackets were announced at dusk, the arena herald read his next opponent's cultivation stage aloud with enough drama to make even the outer vendors pause their hawking. Domain manifestation. The crowd loved impossible mismatches. So did people waiting to see whether a suspicious newcomer would finally break in a way that clarified the rest of the tournament for them. From the upper stands, 1 woman in earth-toned armor watched the announcement without cheering. Her shoulders were broad, her posture still as a mountain, choosing whether movement was warranted. Xinwuk saw her only briefly before the herald's banner cut across the line of sight. Still, something in that single glimpse settled in memory. Not because she was beautiful, because she was looking at him the way experienced fighters looked at structural stress. already deciding whether the thing in front of them was about to collapse or reveal what it had been made of all along. Chapter 49. The semifinal should have ended quickly. That was what the crowd believed. That was what the bookmakers had priced. That was what Xianxia's opponent, a domain manifestation cultivator named Huasun of the South Bank lineages, expected so thoroughly that he entered the arena almost irritated at having to publicly demonstrate inevitability for people who could not possibly appreciate the technique. Huasun's domain was a furnace field. It did not manifest as fire. It manifested as ownership over thermal pressure within a fixed radius. Once opened, every breath inside it became taxed. Every movement cost more. Weaker cultivators often lost before the first direct strike because their bodies started obeying the environment of the stronger person rather than their own intentions. Xianxia had once been the perfect target for such suppression. Then Yu Hongshu had burned a different law into him. When Huasun opened the domain, the arena air thickened into brass-hot force, and the front rows recoiled behind ward glass. Sand under Xianxia's boots vitrified in thin, shining veins. Yield, Huasun said, perhaps out of professionalism, perhaps because crushing weaker opponents bored him enough to make mercy cheap. Xianxia tested one breath inside the domain and felt it immediately. Pressure on muscle timing, heat drag on circulation, subtle coercion of pace. Strong, real, worth respecting. Then Burning Will answered. Not by canceling the domain, by refusing to bend where the domain expected submission to begin. He stepped forward. The crowd noise changed shape. Huasun's expression did too, irritation giving way to attention. Interesting. Xianxia did not waste the gift of surprise. He opened Vow of Runes along the domain edge and finally saw what Zhun had predicted from the stance. Huasun's field was built on a lattice of repeating thermal anchors, elegant but habitual. A domain, at this level, still needed the cultivator's understanding to remain coherent under dynamic stress. Disturb the understanding, and the field stopped feeling like heaven's decree and started feeling like a man maintaining too many lines at once. Xianxia moved diagonally, never where a standard anti-domain approach would advise. Huasun struck with broad palm waves that bent heat into visible crescents. Xianxia used stillness not on the man, but on himself in fractions, arresting one step here, one turn there, shaving off just enough momentum to make the furnace field misread where it was successfully taxing him. Above, Zhen shouted something to no one that looked suspiciously like joy wrapped as criticism. At the fifth exchange, Xianxia inscribed his first counterline directly into the domain wall. Not a break. A question. The thermal lattice wavered by a hair. Huasun felt it and frowned. Xianxia hit a second point, then a third, each one a slight asymmetry introduced where the repeating heat logic presumed smooth pressure continuation. The domain did not collapse. It lost confidence. Temperature spikes arrived half-breath early. A suppression line on the eastern quadrant lagged just enough that Xianxia passed through it before it fully formed. The crowd had stopped cheering entirely now. They were watching a bone-forging cultivator make a domain user work. Huasun finally became angry. That helped. He widened the furnace field for brute certainty, which increased output, but also made the lattice coarser. Xianxia saw the structural seam immediately. Vow of Runes wrote a 6-point inversion mark into the air at waist height. Burning Will drove him through the heat long enough to plant the mark at the seam. Stillness held the timing. The domain shuddered. Not broken. Destabilized from within. Huasun staggered one pace as his own field fed him contradictory thermal returns. Xianxia crossed the remaining distance in 3 steps and struck once to the sternum with all the force the arena's public logic would bear before sect politics turned murder into paperwork. Huasun flew backward out of his own dying furnace and hit the ward edge hard enough to crack one outer seal. Silence took the arena. Then it broke into noise so loud, even the bookmakers forgot to look distressed. In the stands, the woman in earth-toned armor had risen to her feet. Not clapping. Watching. Her expression remained unreadable at this distance, but Xianxia saw enough to know 2 things. First, she had not come to enjoy tournament spectacle. Second, she had just revised her assessment of him in a way that mattered. Zhun reached him first at the lower gate, ink-stained fingers flexing with adrenaline. You destabilized the domain manifestation field at bone forging. Do you understand how professionally offensive that is? You say the sweetest things. Lian arrived from the opposite corridor, still carrying the quiet cold of her own completed semi-final. You were being watched, she said. By Crane Shui, among others. She tilted her head toward the upper stands. Earth armor. No insignia. Very still. She left before the crowd finished shouting. Shan Liuha, then perhaps. Not captured. Difficult to find. Exactly as the outline of rumor had suggested. That hope lasted until the finals bracket was nailed into place beneath the herald banners. Weiju versus Crane Shui. The crowd surged with delight at the pairing. So did something darker in Shunwok's chest. Not fear. Recognition of unfinished business, deciding it no longer needed to remain private. And across the arena, as officials readied the evening lamps and gamblers shouted new odds into the rising heat, Crane Shui smiled toward him with the slow confidence of a man finally certain that tomorrow would let him put old humiliation in its proper place. Chapter 50. Crane Shui entered the finals to a northern chant line and the confidence of a man who had spent too long being told inheritance counted as proof. Spirit opening level 1 now, Shunwok judged as the arena lamps came fully alive over the red sand. That was more than growth. It was acceleration bought by resources, sect backing, and whatever compromises Elder Crane Mao had considered acceptable so long as his son remained useful in public. Crane Shui's armor fit the tournament regulations, but the chi moving under it carried a metallic wrongness Shunwok recognized from Iron Peak's habit of taking borrowed methods and sanding off their moral warnings. The crowd loved him because he was legible, powerful, handsome in the brutal northern way, easy to market as the son avenging family insult or preserving sect prestige, depending on what district one sold the story to. Beside him, Weiju remained interesting in the disruptive, bad-for-gambling sense. Perfect. Crane Shui let the formalities finish before speaking across the arena. You move like someone I once should have killed sooner. Shunwok rolled his wrist once, loosening the new runic responsiveness in his fingers. Then your timing hasn't improved enough. The first exchange ended all theater. Crane Shui crossed half the arena in a blur and opened with a spear hand strike backed by spirit opening pressure strong enough to crack the top layer of warded sand. Shunwok froze a half-step of time inside himself, let the strike pass where his throat had been, and answered with a flame-backed elbow to the ribs. Crane Shui took it, twisted, and drove a knee toward Shunwok's spine with the ugly familiarity of someone who still preferred crippling as a primary argument. They broke apart, then collided again. 20 exchanges later, neither had found easy dominance. Shunwok used all 3 active vows not as spectacle, but as interlocking method. Stillness for position, burning will for committed impact. Runes for denial lines written on the fly where Crane Shui's standard evasion habits narrowed into predictable arcs. Each time the northern prodigy tried to reset range, Shunwok inscribed a pressure marker into the space he wanted him to avoid, forcing him back toward shorter lines and less comfortable angles. The crowd stopped treating it as an upset and started treating it as revelation. Crane Shui noticed. That made him worse. He attacked harder, less cleanly. Spirit opening pressure swept outward in hammering waves meant to force Shunwok into pure defense. But burning will refuse to bend. Shunwok stepped through the suppression and drove a double-marked rune into the base of Crane Shui's lead leg, disrupting the next shift of weight just enough that Lian's old teaching on broken rhythm carried him to a clean shoulder strike. Crane Shui skidded back 3 paces and blood touched his lip. For one priceless breath, the whole arena saw disbelief before he hit it. You, he said, not to Weiju now, but to the shape underneath. Recognition approached, and Shunwok almost welcomed it. Almost. Because then Crane Shui changed. He laughed once, wiped the blood away with his thumb, and reached inside his robe for something tied flat against the inner lining. Jun rose halfway from the strategist's bench. No. Too late. Crane Shui crushed the talisman against his own chest. Bloodlet first. Then old wrong script. The effect hit Shunwok before the crowd understood a forbidden tool had entered the finals. A pulse of stolen vow logic slammed across the arena, dirty and invasive, written by people who had studied the vow sovereign system from the outside and decided suppression would be easier than comprehension. Vow sovereign suppressor. His meridians spasmed. Lian's stillness thread flickered. Yu's burning line buckled once under the impact. The rune meridian did not close but stuttered, its fresh pathways forced against an enemy shape built to imitate command over something it did not understand. Crane Shui smiled through the blood. There you are. The crowd, not yet grasping the mechanism, only knew the balance had changed. Gasps rose. Officials half stood. Somewhere in the upper rings a gray veil proxy house stopped pretending neutrality. Shunwok felt the suppressor's theft try to lock his vows down one by one. And in that single treacherous heartbeat, with old family hatred standing opposite him in a tournament final and the 3 powers that had remade his life under assault by something built specifically to desecrate them, he understood exactly what kind of man Crane Mao had raised his son to become. Not merely heir. A weapon calibrated against everything Shunwok had started to build. Chapter 51. The Vow Sovereign Suppressor did not strike Shinwuk's body first. It struck the threads. That was the obscenity of it. Elder Crane Mao's people had not built a weapon that understood vow law. They had built a bludgeon shaped like understanding, a parasite script forced into the sovereign resonance channel where connection became amplification. The moment Crane Shui crushed the talisman, Shinwuk felt all three active vow meridians jolt as if hands not their own had begun forcing doors shut from the inside. Lian felt it too. Across the arena, hidden under Frost Phantom's veil in the strategist's seats, her hand snapped to her chest before discipline dragged it away. Yu's flame thread buckled hard enough that for one breath Shinwuk tasted ember and iron at the back of his own tongue. Zhen half rose from the bench, face going pale with academic horror. That should not exist, she said. But it did. Crane Shui came forward through the crowd's confusion with all the ugly confidence of a man finally convinced the world had resumed making sense around him. There, he said. That's the twitch I wanted. Shinwuk gave ground for 2 steps because the suppressor deserved respect. Stillness flickered. The rune meridian stuttered like a script someone kept dragging a wet thumb through. Even burning will tightened under the pressure, though it did not close. Could not close. That was the difference. Yu's vow had burned indomitable spirit force into the core layer, too deep for external theft to command directly. He reached for that one line and found it waiting. Burning well. Not elegant. Not broad. Only the refusal to bow because someone else had written a smaller future and expected him to inhabit it obediently. Crane Shui attacked with renewed arrogance, spear hand, and crushing knee combinations meant to capitalize on a carrier stripped to ordinary limits. Shinwuk met the first blow badly, redirected the second just enough, and let the pain sharpen the one meridian still answering cleanly beneath the attempted shutdown. Yu's gift was more than flame. It was the certainty that coercion and legitimacy were not the same thing just because one often arrived better funded. He fed everything into it. Not all 3 vows. Only the one the suppressor had failed to understand. The arena saw a stumble become a plant. Shinwuk's feet locked into the sand. His spine straightened against spirit opening pressure and stolen vow logic alike. The flame thread inside him condensed until it no longer looked like a branch of a broader system. It looked like a single unbroken law. Crane Shui saw the change 1 heartbeat too late. No, he said. Shinwuk struck. Pure will force carried through the blow, not as visible fire but as a burst of internal impact so direct it ignored the outer shape of Crane Shui's defense and punished the certainty underneath it. The suppressor talisman's script blew apart first. Then Crane Shui's protective chi shell. Then the northern prodigy himself, launched backward across the finals ring hard enough to crack the western ward barrier and fold to the ground in a spray of blood and broken composure. Silence hit the arena before noise remembered its duty. Then the stands erupted, not with orderly support, with the chaos reserved for moments when public narrative had been forced to change faster than officials could announce the replacement. Tournament wardens rushed the sand. Greyveil proxies froze. Crane Shui tried to rise once, failed, and was carried out by northern handlers whose faces made it clear they would have preferred martyrdom to this level of witnessed humiliation. Shinwuk remained standing only because he refused to let the arena see the degree of depletion. The suppressor had not won, but it had gouged through his internal balance on the way down. Every vow thread buzzed raw. Burning will was intact and running hot enough to make his bones ache. As wardens moved in, one detail survived where the others missed it. When they cut away the inside of Crane Shui's formal chest wrapping to search for illegal enhancements, a sealed sliver case fell free from the inner fold and hit the sand near the blood. Jin saw it first. So did Shinwuk. The case bore Greyveil wax under northern lacquer. Tournament attendants did not understand its importance. They swept it up with the rest of the confiscated violations and carried it toward the adjudication table. But Zhen was already moving through the lower official lane with the expression of a woman about to correct administration by force of exact inconvenience. And Shinwuk knew before he ever saw the seal broken that whatever Crane Shui had carried into the arena had not been meant only for him. It had been meant for Lord Ashvale too. Chapter 52. The tournament governors spent 22 minutes deciding whether scandal was easier to monetize than suppress. In the end, legitimacy won by the narrow margin of being less dangerous in front of that many witnesses. Shinwuk, still under the false name Wei Ju, was declared champion of the 3-realm sovereignty tournament before any Greyveil representative could finish manufacturing a legal objection broad enough to survive laughter. The award ceremony took place beneath bronze awnings while the crowd remained drunk on upset and blood. Regional champion. Honor stipend. Temporary seat on the Southern Sands Regional Council. transport immunity inside Sandgate jurisdiction, and attach trade corridors for the term of office. The titles mattered less than the sequence. Once read into the public record, each one turned from ornament into shield. Jeanne returned from the adjudication lane while the heralds were still declaiming. She did not smile. The sliver case contained a note. From Crane Mount to Ashvale. She held the thin lacquer strip inside her sleeve. Short, stupid, useful. She waited until the final champion seal had been pressed into Xianxia's palm before showing him the text. Carrier identity confirmed. Northern survivor is Xianxia. Not complicated. Not meant for philosophy. Enough. So Greyvale knows, you said. Yes. And Ashvale will move politically first, Jeanne added. The tournament is too public for another direct seizure without cost. She proved right within the hour. A Greyvale legal delegation arrived at the council quarter carrying an arrest warrant dense enough with forged jurisdiction to impress only men who had never read a real one sober. The charges were manufactured but artful: illegal cultivation display, sect fraud under false registration, suspected interstate conspiracy tied to recent destabilization events in Sandgate and the Western Forest Corridor. Sandgate's governing chamber loved paperwork almost as much as blood sport. That was why the delegation had chosen this route. Not force. Procedure sharpened until cowardly officials could call compliance neutrality. The presiding clerk began reading the warrant in a voice meant to sound unimpressed. Xianxia let him finish. Then he set the tournament seal beside the warrant on the council table. I hold council immunity under the statutes your own heralds announced before half the city, he said. If Sandgate intends to void its prizes inside the same afternoon they are granted, then please put that ruling in writing so every merchant house present can revise tomorrow's valuation of your oaths accordingly. The room changed at once. Not because he had spoken brilliantly, because he had translated principle into trade credibility. 3 guild witnesses seated in the rear began whispering. The presiding clerk, who had very much not planned to become the man who publicly informed Sandgate's caravan economy that its ceremonial commitments were decorative, went pale by fractions. The Greyvale delegate pushed forward. The charges supersede local prize immunity under interstate security provisions. Jeanne answered before the clerk could decide whether spinelessness required punctuation. Only if the accused lacks recognized civic office within the issuing jurisdiction. He does not. Read your own clause structure before embarrassing your sponsors again. The delegate recognized her then. In whisper. Formally, she said, your paperwork remains mediocre. The argument might have continued until evening had the council door not opened with enough force to make 2 attendants jump. A broad-shouldered woman stepped into the chamber, wearing travel-worn earth-toned armor and no visible concern for existing speech. Dust lined the hem of her mantle. Her hair was braided back for function rather than display. She looked less like a noble than like a mountain that had once learned human posture and retained only the pieces it found efficient. Xianxia. Not captured. Not difficult to identify now. She looked first at Xianxia, then at the warrant, then at the Greyvale delegation with the calm of someone deciding whether furniture deserved to remain upright. I would like, she said, to speak to the tournament champion. No one in the room interrupted her. That was not courtesy. It was the effect of old authority carried without needing to announce itself twice. Later, Xianxia would think the useful thing about Xianxia was not that she entered dramatically. It was that she entered at the exact moment when public process had become a contest of bluff and paper and turned the room's hierarchy by mere existence into something the Greyvale delegation had not budgeted for. And from the set of the delegate's jaw alone, he knew before she even named her house that the Sixfold Mountains representative had just become an obstacle Ashvale's legal strategy could not easily shove aside. Chapter 53. Xianxia took tea before speaking, which made everyone else in the chamber feel incorrectly rushed. The council clerk, seeing the day sliding farther from manageable procedure by the heartbeat, wisely relocated the meeting to a side chamber where merchant witnesses could still hear enough to matter and Greyvale delegates could not claim private exclusion later. Sean accepted the move, sat on a bench built for politicians and immediately made it look inadequate, and regarded Xianxia with the patient concentration of a woman who had spent her life evaluating pressure loads before trusting them with weight. You fight like someone who does not expect fairness to arrive from above, she said. That expectation has not been profitable. No. Her voice was deep and even, not cold but grounded in a way that made most of Sandgate's sharpened civic personalities feel decorative by comparison. Up close, she carried old scars across one forearm and the base of her throat, each healed without vanity. Her chi pressed outward not like threat, but like bedrock, broad, difficult to hurry, and uninterested in anyone's performance of rank. Lian leaned against the chamber's inner pillar. You stood near the shuttered window with arms folded. Jeanne occupied the writing desk because any room with documents in it became hers if not defended properly. Sean took them all in and nodded once, as if confirming a set of rumors against visible fact. You are what the old papers described, she said to Shinwok. Not in style, in structure. You've seen the papers. My grandmother forged a vow 60 years ago. Sean said it without flourish. Only one. The carrier died before the system could be completed. But she never called it a failed path. She called it the greatest thing she had ever chosen because for the first time in her life power did not require pretending isolation was virtue. The room held still around that sentence. Yu's expression changed by one almost invisible degree. Jin stopped pretending not to listen. Lian remained very still, which in her case meant full attention. Your grandmother is alive? Shinwok asked. No. Sean looked down briefly at her own hands before continuing. Pale Dominion border war. 41 years ago. She died with enough of the vow still in her that her body petrified around the chest cavity instead of decaying for 3 days. The clan kept the remains until the old men decided the story encouraged dangerous thinking. There was no visible grief in the telling. There did not need to be. The absence of ornament made the fact heavier. And you know what I am because of her. I know enough. Shan's gaze sharpened. Enough to recognize the resonance pattern when you entered the finals. Enough to know your false name insulted everyone's time. Enough to decide that if the tournament winner turned out to be the carrier from the old mountain accounts, I would speak to him before the city sold him in portions. Jeanne, without looking up from the captured warrant she was annotating in the margins, said, an excellent instinct. Sean ignored the comment with admirable professionalism. I also know, she continued, that you are now being pursued by at least 3 structures that believe the vow system belongs to them more than it belongs to those willing to pay its cost honestly. That was accurate enough to count as introduction. Shinwok set the tournament seal on the table between them. You came with information. I came with a test and information. She met his eyes. You passed the first half this afternoon. By winning. By not mistaking public victory for private safety. Again, accurate. Sean reached into a leather packet at her belt and withdrew a folded sheet of mountain parchment thicker than city paper and marked with route cuts instead of wax seals. The 6-fold mountain clan monitors Western trade losses better than the city houses do. 3 years of border attrition. Vanished caravans. Spiritual depletion cases among captives returned from pale Dominion contact zones. The same signature sits behind all of it. She laid the sheet open. You know the local names. Ashvale, Cranemouth, Sandgate's purchased officials. But above them there is a larger center. She tapped the western margin. The Hollow Empress. The name entered the room like a climate shift. Yu's flames tightened. Jin stopped writing altogether. Shinwok had seen fragments of the title in his father's notes, and in records old Zhao never managed to verify. Never enough to anchor the rumor as more than frontier dread wrapped around missing persons and impossible extraction accounts. Real, he said. Very. Shan's eyes did not leave his. My grandmother died fighting pale Dominion forces pushed east under her authority. Not title only. Her authority. The woman at the center of that state does not merely conquer. She harvests. Whole cultivation bases. Sometimes souls. She knows something about the vow path and has known it for decades. The room's silence became a different thing then. No longer waiting. Recalibrating. Sean folded her hands over the parchment map. If you intend to keep moving blind between local enemies, continue as you are. If you intend to survive long enough to finish what your father started, then understand this. The strongest will moving against you is not in Sandgate, not in Iron Peak, and not even in Ashvile's camp. She leaned forward by 1 deliberate inch. It is west. And it has been collecting pieces of your future since before you learned your own name. Chapter 54 Shan Lioha spoke of the Hollow Empress the way experienced soldiers spoke of terrain that had killed better people than themselves, with respect stripped of awe and fear disciplined into exact nouns. The Pale Dominion has existed 300 years, she said, spreading the mountain parchment wider across the council side table. Long enough for weaker states to mistake survival beside it for proof of predictability. That mistake keeps the border graves busy. She marked the western territories with 2 fingers. When the Dominion conquers a cultivation line, it does not merely absorb personnel or seize manuals. It takes the basis, not metaphorically. Their ruler developed a soul harvest method generations ago that allows partial extraction of a defeated cultivator's power without immediate death. The strongest are drained into a hive reservoir over time. The weaker become labor, bait, or examples. Use lip curled. So she builds an empire out of borrowed lives. Yes. And no one has killed her because Shan's face did not change. Because every failed attempt makes her stronger if she survives it. That answer sat badly in any room built for ordinary war. Shinwuk read the route marks while Shan continued. Caravans gone missing near tributary roads. Fortlets abandoning whole garrisons after one night of unnatural quiet. Returned captives whose cultivation had not been shattered so much as hollowed. As if someone had scooped out the central reason power answered them at all, and left the body working from habit. Jin recovered first. You said she knows something about the Vow path. More than something. Shan tapped a second set of notation cuts older than the rest. My grandmother and the carrier she bonded to intercepted Pale Dominion field messages during the border wars. 2 references survived the burning. One to a sovereign carrier. One to what was called a soul resonance cascade. Shinwuk's spine went still. His father's research. 7 vows. 7 primordial forces. Synchronized into one carrier nexus. Jin saw the line connect and finished it aloud. She believes the completed vow network can be hijacked. Shan nodded. Not merely used. Absorbed. If the 7 forces were synchronized and then pulled into a soul empire already built for collective harvesting, the result would not be regional power. It would be a new law wearing one woman's hunger. No one in the room reached for dramatics because none were needed. The Hollow Empress had just stepped out of rumor into strategic shape. Not some distant tyrant to be addressed after local matters settled. A sovereign predator whose interest in the Vow path made every present enemy look like either fragments of a larger campaign or opportunists feeding around its edges. My grandmother believed, Shan said, voice still level, that the Empress feared one thing more than competing empires. A vow system completed honestly, because it would create a type of power not based on conquest, extraction, or subordination. That kind of existence is offensive to rulers built from theft. Yu's gaze flicked to Shinwuk and then away again. Lien said, then why wait? Why not move directly west now? Shan looked at her with something close to approval. Because wanting the center first and surviving the route, there are not the same skill. Correct. Too many people died charging the largest truth before dealing with the nearer knives. The council chamber door clicked softly. No one there had touched it. Lien's hand went to her sword. Yu's fire lifted. Jin did not move except for one small turn of her head, which meant she already suspected who had the nerve. The window above the side table opened inward without announcing whether wind or hand had claimed it first. Mira Duskblade stepped through the frame and landed in perfect silence despite the drop and the fact that she did not appear to care whether the council chamber had standards. She carried dust on one shoulder, blood on one glove, and a folded report trapped under the bracer at her wrist. Sixfold rumor is unconfirmed, she said without greeting. Shan Liuha was not captured. Liu was baiting priority split. Her eyes moved to the mountain woman on the other side of the table, which clearly succeeded in a less stupid way than intended. Shan looked at her, as one professional complication recognizing another. You verified quickly. Your enemies remain generous with loose talk in water houses. Mira pulled the report free and dropped it on the table between the Hollow Empress route cuts and Zhan's annotated warrant. Also, she said, while everyone here has been enjoying regional intrigue, the Western problem accelerated. The Hollow Empress has already activated an agent in the Eastern realm. Zhan's face hardened before the rest of them processed the direction. Inkstone. Mira nodded once. Targeting the Academy archives. The room's center shifted again. Local survival. Tournament legitimacy. Mountain war intelligence. All still real. But now the next move had a sharper route. Back east, where suppressed records, stolen research, and one scholar's ruined name had already made a natural doorway for an empire built on soul theft to reach in. Chapter 55. Mira hated sitting in council chairs, and did it anyway because accuracy required flat surfaces. She spread her report with the same economy she used for blades. No wasted movement. No decorative emphasis. Just facts sorted for survival. The agent is called a pale scholar by Western handlers, she said. Not a title. A function. Partially absorbed into the Hollow Empress's soul network. Still alive, technically. Operates with copied cognition, borrowed techniques, and direct reporting capacity when the Empress chooses to look through him. Jin had gone very still. That was worse than anger. Inkstone lost a third of its restricted archive access in the last 6 weeks, Mira continued. Officially due to mold, internal review, and a clerical transfer fire that damaged index shelves without touching the building around them. Her mouth flattened. The Waterhouse source called that sequence unbelievable even by Academy standards. Which means believable by ours, Lien said. Jin reached for the report and scanned the coded route marks herself. Her left hand moved quickly despite fatigue. Her right remained bound and useless in ways she clearly considered offensive to the pursuit of order. Who inside the academy? Former Professor Line. No confirmation on personal name. Sean looked from one woman to the other. If this pale scholar serves the Hollow Empress directly, then the Western threat is no longer waiting behind local enemies. It has crossed realms already. Yes, that was the shape now. Crane Mouse Hunter Networks. Ashvile's Grey Veil Operations. Sandgate Politics. All still active, but no longer the largest map. The Hollow Empress had put a hand inside Inkstone Academy, which meant Liangqi's lost research, Zhen's destroyed notes, and the remaining fragments of the Vow Sovereign system were now part of an extraction effort older and better funded than any sect vendetta. Wuk looked at Zhen. Can you get us in? Her answer came before thought could waste time pretending there were alternatives. Yes. Everyone in the room turned toward her. She exhaled once through her nose, not because the question was difficult, but because the route offended her professionally. The council member who finalized my expulsion also approved the archive quarantines now being used to hide research loss. He has a private correspondence channel with 3 merchant houses and 1 vice-rector. 2 months ago, I acquired copies of his side ledgers because institutional hypocrisy is easier to locate than clean water in this city. Her eyes sharpened. If I threaten release of the ledgers and the attached suppression orders, my expulsion can be reversed under procedural duress. It will not make them honest. It will make them fast. Mira seemed almost approving. Blackmail through documentary hygiene. Academic. Precision, Zhen said, is not blackmail simply because cowards dislike disclosure. You leaned against the council wall and folded her arms. And once inside, we assess loss. Confirm the agent. Extract what remains of the Vow research before he does. Then kill or disable him, depending on whether his mind still contains information worth preserving. Sean asked the question no one there could leave to implication. Can a partial soul-absorbed operative be saved? Zhen's silence this time lasted only 1 breath. I don't know. That honesty mattered. Wuk looked down at Myra's report again. Pale Scholar. Direct extension. Copied techniques. Archive drain. The Hollow Empress had found a way to put appetite into bureaucracy. It was the sort of move his father would have hated for combining metaphysical horror with clerical efficiency. Then east, he said. No one argued. The route set itself immediately. Use the tournament prize to secure transport leverage. Leave Sandgate before Grey Veil's legal farce thickened into regional obstruction. Reach Inkstone Academy ahead of any second-stage archive purge. Force Zhen's reinstatement. Move inside. Find the agent before he finished pulling the Academy hollow from within. Outside, the city bells marked late evening, and the tournament quarter began turning victory into rumor and rumor into tradable versions of truth. Inside the council chamber, Mira rolled her report closed. One more thing, she said. Everyone looked at her. The Hollow Empress's interest is not the research by itself. The Western source heard one phrase repeated in the chain routing around the pale scholar. Her gaze settled on Wuk. The 7th key. The air in the chamber changed. Even use fire quieted. Wuk had not yet found the null path keeper. Nara Voidheart remained name and absence at the far end of the 7-fold architecture. If the Empress was moving already with that peace in mind, then Inkstone was not the destination. It was preparation. Mira continued. She wants the path to the 7th key before you finish the rest. Which means every move from now on happens under 3 active fronts, not 2. She lifted one finger at a time. Crane Mao's Kill Network. Ashvile's Grey Veil Seizure Project. The Hollow Empress's Extraction Line. 3 enemies. 3 methods. 1 war. Zhen folded the report and tucked it under her good arm. Then I know exactly which council member to blackmail first. That was not comfort. It was direction. And somewhere far beyond Sandgate, in a Western empire built on stolen cultivation and collective souls, the Hollow Empress had already begun moving against a key not yet found, as if the final shape of Wuk's path were a problem she intended to solve by taking the last woman first and leaving the sovereign's corpse to complete the rest. Chapter 56 Inkstone Academy rose from the eastern hills like a threat phrased as elegance. Black slate roofs layered upward in 7 ascending courtyards, each one linked by narrow bridges over reflection pools designed to make cultivators feel smaller in proportion to the institution carrying them. Calligraphy towers stood at the corners instead of watchtowers, their lacquered beams inscribed with maxims about method, restraint, and intellectual purity in strokes so clean they practically confessed how often the place had used beauty to disinfect cowardice. Zhen Inkwhisper looked at the outer gate and said, I hope it burns in sections. No one argued. They had traveled hard from Sandgate under tournament credentials, merchant transit seals, and one quietly blackmailed relay official who decided Zhen's recovered side ledgers were above his pay grade to challenge. By the time they reached the academy, the weather had shifted from desert glare to eastern autumn wind. Pines crowded the lower slopes. Mist clung to the pools. The place was beautiful in the way false things often were when they had money and time. Which council member breaks first? Xianxia asked. Zhen produced 3 folded correspondence sheets from inside her sleeve. Vice Archivist Rinhusher. He signed my expulsion review and the later archive quarantine orders while maintaining an undeclared financial relationship with 2 merchant houses moving restricted texts off-site through private clerical channels. Her expression became almost scholarly with hate. He values his dignity above his soul. That makes him manageable. Rinhusher proved easier than expected. Not because guilt moved him, because documentary ruin did. They met him in a side records chamber overlooking the South Koi court. Xianxia stayed by the door. Lian leaned against the scroll cabinets. You stood where the room's lantern fire could see her and decide against flickering. Shan Liuha, who had chosen to travel with them after the Sandgate Council meeting without pretending the decision lacked calculation, occupied the only chair built strong enough for her and still looked faintly offended by its workmanship. Zhen laid the ledger copies on the table one by one. No raised voice. No moral speech. Just dates, courier routes, private disbursements, and the inked proof that Rinhusher had approved suppression actions while profiting from the disappearance of the material being suppressed. The vice archivist went gray around the mouth. This is extortion, he said. No, Zhen replied. This is remedial administration. She presented terms. Her expulsion voided under procedural irregularity. Access restored to archive review spaces. All related staff notices amended before sunset. Temporary guest status granted to her associates under the authority of independent research remediation. Rinhusher read the ledgers twice, swallowed once, and signed everything on the first copy, because men like him rarely required persuasion after the moment they understood the record had already escaped their reach. By dusk, Zhen Inquisper was, officially, no longer an expelled warning example. The academy doors opened to them with all the sour grace of a place forced to pretend it had meant to admit honesty. Inside, the damage was worse than rumor. The main restricted archive had not burned. That would have been easier. Instead, it had been thinned. Shelves missing from one wing, but not the catalog. Index tablets amended where records should have gone dark, yet remained listed in obsolete references. Copy trails that ended in clerical transfer notations too precise to be accidental and too repetitive to be true. Zhen moved through the aisles faster than pain should have allowed, left hand flying over labels and shelf gaps. A third gone, she said at last. Perhaps more if they doctored the cross-catalogs intelligently. Shan ran calloused fingers over an empty slot where a sealed text case should have rested. What was here? Zhen checked the shelf mark and laughed without humor. Pre-heaven oath architectures. Of course. Xianxia opened Vow of Runes and let the room show him what ordinary sight did not. The archive glowed with residue. Carry routes. Suppression tags. Echo lines from copied inscriptions. Whoever had taken the missing material had not merely stolen. He had read while stealing, pausing at points where certain shelves had mattered more than others. That narrowed the profile. The thief understood the categories, he said. Yes, Zhen answered. Which means either inside help or someone who used to belong here. Yu's gaze tracked the upper balcony shadows. And if he is still here? The room fell still. Not because the idea was unlikely. Because it was obvious. A third of the records were gone, yet no outward alarm had been raised broad enough to invite outside audit. That meant the extraction had been paced, hidden, fed through institutional habit. The cleanest way to do that was from inside the building under a face already trusted enough to walk, where questions would be impolite. Zhen looked up toward the second gallery where the older faculty studies sat behind paper screens. He's still in the academy, she said. The lantern fire along the upper rail dimmed by one uneasy shade. And somewhere beyond the paper partitions of the western gallery, a single page turned with the deliberate softness of someone who had heard his name approaching without ever needing it spoken aloud. Chapter 57. The pale scholar waited in the old commentary hall, as if he had always known they would come there first. That was the first wrongness. Not that he had chosen a good room. Of course he had. The commentary hall sat above the main archive stacks and below the faculty copy chambers, a perfect middle ground between storage and interpretation. Every school liked to pretend knowledge moved honestly from one to the other. Predators preferred rooms where the lie was already installed. The second wrongness was the smell. No dust. No lamp smoke. Only old paper and the faint sweet rot note of something spiritual being kept alive past the point where nature considered the effort elegant. He stood at the far end beneath a hanging scroll of former rectors, hands folded behind his back, dressed in academy blue faded almost to funeral gray. Middle-aged once, perhaps. Now his face looked thinned by subtraction rather than age. His eyes held the attentive civility of a professor about to correct a minor error, and Shinwuk knew at once that whatever part of the man had originally loved books had either been hollowed out or put to work serving something that loved taking. Jin stopped 3 paces inside the threshold. Professor Chiu. The name landed badly, not in fear. Recognition of betrayal finally becoming visible enough to hate without ambiguity. Former student ink whisper. Your methodology remains disruptive. You're dead, she said. Academically, perhaps. The voice was wrong too. It carried other tones under it, as though memory from several borrowed speakers occasionally found the same breath. Yu's fire rose along her forearms. Shan shifted slightly, setting her weight for violence. Lien asked the only useful question. Can he be killed cleanly? Professor Chiu smiled. No. Then the room attacked. Formation seals lit beneath the floor mats in 6 stolen styles at once. Not his own work alone. A northern binding spiral Shinwuk recognized from sect disciplinary halls. An eastern mirror line used for counter-lecture arrays. A southern sandalay lattice. 2 academy restraint forms. And 1 pale dominion soul siphon script sitting under all of them like rot under lacquer. He was exactly what Myra's report had warned. Not merely possessed. A collector of stolen techniques wearing one man's body as index. Shinwuk drove a rune screen into the floor before the first binding line could lock Shan's feet. Lien cut right, frost shearing through the northern spiral. You burned upward, taking the hanging scrolls before the soul siphon pattern could use them as inscribed witness material. Jun, despite the bad arm, shouted the commentary hall's old maintenance flaw from memory. Western beam. He never learned the post-quake correction sequence. The pale scholar moved then. Not fast like Mira. Economically like a man who no longer felt pain and therefore had no reason to respect bodily caution. He crossed the floor through his own hostile formations without flinching, one palm weaving an academy restraint line while the other launched a copied spear of southern heat chi at Shan's chest. Shan took it on her forearm and kept coming. The impact cracked the pillar behind her. Professor Chiu did not blink. He turned Jun's own formation style against her next. Ink light spiraled from his fingers in the exact geometry of a counter-array she had once designed for archive fire breaks, except now inverted into confinement. Jun's face went white with a more personal horror than fear. He has my hand. Then take it back, Shinwuk said. The vow of runes opened inside him like a blade being drawn in a room full of other blades. Every stolen form in the commentary hall became readable at once, not as isolated techniques, but as a composite logic held together by the pale scholar's link to the Hollow Empress. That link was the center, not the body, not the copied arts. Sever the tether, and the library of theft would lose its librarian. Buy me 10 breaths. Lien answered first. Stillness froze one of the mirrored restraint loops half-formed in the air. You flooded the pause with fire. Shan hit Professor Chiu from the side with enough force to put a normal man through the wall. He stayed standing. Wrong. Wrong in a way no ordinary combatant ever was. The professor's ribs caved inward, then held shape through what should have been collapse because the soul link animating him had been taught to value function above flesh. He turned, seized Shan's wrist, and drove pale Dominion drain script into the contact point before Shinwuk could cross the room. Shan's jaw locked, but she did not cry out. Jin did. Not in panic. In furious correction. That pattern isn't yours. The pale scholar's head tilted toward her with genuine pedagogical disappointment. Nothing is mine anymore. Shinwuk planted the disruption array then. Not on the body. Through the room. The vow of runes let him inscribe directly into every stolen line at once, using their common dependence on the Hollow Empress's tether as shared weakness. He wrote the same question through 6 techniques simultaneously. Who are you without the one who is using you? The floor flared. The commentary hall screamed in script light. Professor Chiu convulsed once as the soul link snapped taut, tried to hold, then tore. He fell. Not dead. Unpowered. The copied techniques collapsed around him in mismatched fragments. The pale Dominion drain mark burned off Shan's wrist. The air lost its sweet rot note and replaced it with the smell of old paper, finally deciding it was allowed to be only paper again. Professor Chiu lay on the floor, breathing shallowly, eyes open and no longer full of anyone else's civility. Shinwuk knelt and touched 2 fingers to the man's brow before the last psychic residue could evaporate. The impression came in flashes. Black Western towers. A throne built from listening souls. An empty seat reserved beside something vast and unfinished. Null space. Temple bells that rang without sound. And over all of it, one intention so cold it erased any remaining doubt. The research had never been the true target. It had only been route finding. Professor Chio's lips moved once as the severed tether finished bleeding out of him. She wants the seventh key, he whispered. His eyes found Shenwuk's face with the awful clarity of a man briefly granted himself again only to understand the size of the theft that had worn him. To forge the vow herself, he said, with the sovereign's corpse. Then he lost consciousness on the commentary hall floor while the academy's bells began ringing somewhere below, not because anyone yet knew what had happened, but because institutions always felt catastrophe late and announced it as if the delay were dignity. Chapter 58. The Temple of Null existed in 3 places at once, depending on who tried to describe it. In the oldest archive fragments, it was listed as a void monastic retreat built at the boundary between silence and mortality, where certain ascetics cultivated absence until even memory learned to walk around them carefully. In Border Trade Rumor, it was a black pagoda seen only at particular angles of winter light, sometimes in one valley, sometimes another, always farther from maps than the teller had intended to travel. In Professor Chio's severed psychic residue, it had appeared not as architecture first, but as refusal, a place where existence itself thinned enough that normal sovereign greed could not easily secure purchase. Nara Voidheart has been in isolation there for 3 years, Jin said, reconstructing the location from 3 damaged indexes, 1 temple route him, and the Hollow Empress's captured intent. No court ties, no sect backing, no regular courier contact. The worst possible target profile once enemies know where to look. They were back in one of Inkstone's sealed remediation rooms now, using the academy against itself, while Rinhusher and half the senior staff scrambled to decide whether admitting the Pale Scholar had been in residence was more dangerous than trying to call the commentary hall collapse a gas fault. Sean stood by the open shutters, watching eastern fog drag across the upper pools. Where? Jin spread the route copies on the desk. At the boundary between the Pale Dominion's eastern feeder territories and the unregistered mountain line. To reach it by the obvious roads, we cross western checkpoints, then null-weather fields, then Dominion extraction districts. She looked up. The Empress chose the target because the path there kills organized rescue faster than assassination squads. Shenwuk considered the choices and found none that qualified as good. That was ordinary now. Then we still go. Yu's expression did not change. Of course. Lien simply asked, how quickly? Immediately, he said. That part was non-negotiable. If the Hollow Empress had already shifted from research theft to key acquisition, then delay became collaboration conducted through poor scheduling. Still, route mattered. Sean stepped away from the shutter and placed one broad finger on the northwest corner of Jun's map bundle. Not the roads. There is a mountain pass my clan used before the Pale Dominion formalized its eastern frontier. Too narrow for caravans. Too unstable for soldiers carrying fortification wagons. It drops behind the mapped border forts and emerges 1 valley south of the temple's approach line. Jun's brows lifted. If your clan had that route, why is it absent from every academy border register? Because my people prefer surviving to being sighted accurately. Reasonable. Shenwuk looked at Sean for a long breath. The mountain woman had entered this war by information first, and had stayed, without once trying to make her presence symbolic. That made her easier to trust than grand declarations would have. How certain are you? He asked. Certain enough to walk it myself. The answer settled the room. Mira, who had lingered just long enough after the Pale Scholar's exposure to confirm the academy was worth leaving behind, stood from the wall shadow where she had spent the last 10 minutes pretending not to belong to the conversation. I don't do temples, and I like the Pale Dominion less than most men deserve, but that route will still have watchers at the east mouth if western traffic increased recently. She looked at Sean. You lead mountains. I can lead the last silent mile. You turned toward her. You are coming. Mira shrugged. Only until the next bad decision requires my refinement. That was as close to commitment as she was likely to offer in a room with witnesses. Jun rolled the maps and tied them with black thread. Then the revised objective is simple. Reach Nara before the Hollow Empress does. Keep the temple from becoming another archive emptied by predators. And avoid dying in a border zone designed specifically to erase travelers who arrive under purpose. That sentence improved no one, Lien said. Accuracy rarely does. Shenwuk rose from the desk and felt all 3 active vows answer the decision. Stillness cooling thought. Burning will turning the choice into motion. Runes giving the route ahead 1,000 possible structures to survive or break. The 7th key had moved from abstraction to urgency in 1 day. The Temple of Null was no longer the far end of the story. It was the next gate. And at the edge of the room, Shan Liuhe tightened the bracer on her wrist and said, not as promise, but as statement of landscape. If we leave by dawn, I can have you at the Old Pass before the Pale Dominion realizes the Academy leak mattered. Chapter 59, The Old Mountain Pass refused every category lower lands preferred. It was not a road. It was not a trail. It was a sequence of permissions granted by stone to people who understood when to put their feet down and when to wait for the mountain to finish deciding whether it objected. Shan led them through it with no wasted instruction, her body language changing the moment Eastern Forest gave way to high country. In Sandgate, she had looked grounded. Here she looked translated into her native grammar. Step where I step or do not step at all, she said before the first narrow shelf. No one made a joke after hearing the wind move under the cliff. For 2 days they climbed through weather that changed its mind every hour. Knife-cold mornings. Noon glare off old ice. Cloud banks low enough to erase depth. Shale slides that sounded like distant armies if one lacked mountain manners. Shan taught them just enough to survive without pretending instruction equaled belonging. Which rocks carried hidden hollows. How to read snow crust over old fractures. Why some silences meant storm and others meant eagles. At night, they camped in stone folds cut from wind rather than by hand. You hated the cold and concealed it by becoming offensive to any piece of firewood that failed to catch fast enough. Mira vanished for long stretches and reappeared only when she had mapped the next blind approach. Jun filled a notebook with route measures and muttered insults at the concept of altitude while refusing any help with her healing arm. Xinwuk found, to his mild surprise, that Shan's company altered the shape of thought around him, not by demanding attention, by refusing false urgency. On the third night the pass opened into a high ledge above a valley of slate and snowmelt streams. The stars came out knife-clear overhead. Shan had chosen the camp point precisely because the surrounding ridge walls broke the worst wind, and because anyone approaching had to cross open stone for at least 60 paces before reaching them. They ate in relative quiet. Later, when the others had settled into watches and Yu's banked fire burned low between snow shields, Shan sat beside Xinwuk at the lip of the ledge and looked out over the dark mountain shapes below. You have answered every practical question quickly, she said. Practical questions prefer speed. Then I'll ask one that does not. He already knew it would matter. Shan rested her forearms on her knees, broad hands loose, the posture of someone accustomed to carrying weight without dramatizing its existence. What do you want for yourself? Not for the mission, not for Shin Liangqi's work, not for the keys, the enemies, the dead, or the fate of any realm. For him. No one else had asked that cleanly. Lian had asked what he feared. You what grief made of him. Jun what remained when the work ended. All close. None this exact. Xinwuk looked out over the black ridges and found that the answer did not arrive as language first. It arrived as absence of certain old compulsions. He no longer wanted vindication from Iron Peak. He did not want worship, sect office, or the kind of safety bought by obeying men like Ashvale until they found a more profitable victim. He wanted. The thought remained unfinished. Because perhaps he did not yet know how to want for himself without immediately translating the desire into utility. I don't know fully, he said at last. That was the first honest answer. Shan nodded, as if hearing a clean report. Good. Good. Men who answer too quickly usually want a title. Titles are often symptoms of smaller minds than the mountains require. He almost smiled. Below them, night wind moved down the pass in long patient breaths. Above, the stars felt near enough to bruise oneself against. Xinwuk closed his eyes and let the stillness of altitude work through him. The 3 vow threads ran differently here. Lian's as cold clarity sharpened by thin air. Yu's as inward banked heat stubborn against the cold. Zhen's as fine structural attention mapping shelter, route, and probability even in sleep. Together they no longer felt like additions. They felt like a life becoming larger than the injuries it began with. Spirit opening level 1 came quietly. No battle. No public witness. Only the mountain night. A breath held correctly, and the realization that his inner sea had deepened enough to take the next rank without violence. Qi descended through the vow meridians and settled into a new spiritual clarity. The world beyond his skin sharpened. Distances in the dark acquired clean edges. The pass itself seemed to stand in more legible relation to him. Shan turned her head, sensing the shift before he spoke. There, he agreed. She studied him for a moment with the same practical calm she had brought to route finding. That is enough of an answer. He looked at her. I didn't give one. You did. The faintest smile touched one corner of her mouth. You want a self sturdy enough to exist when the mission stops speaking for you. Men do not break through in mountain silence on accident. Tomorrow, if we survive the pass, I'll give you mine. That was not flirtation. It was promise shaped as proportional trust. And because the mountains disapproved of easy peace, a distant horn sounded below the ridge not 10 breaths later, low and metallic, and carrying up through the dark from a place no mapped traffic should have been. Pale Dominion Border Watch. Closer than Sean had estimated. Tomorrow's answer had just acquired a gate, soldiers, and the kind of timing cruel geography liked best. Chapter 60. The Pale Dominion Fort had been built by people who thought mountains were problems awaiting correction. That alone offended xianxia before the fighting started. The fort sat inside the narrowest usable throat of the pass, stone walls pinned into old cliff seams with iron supports that fought the rock instead of listening to it. 200 soldiers by Myra's count after the dawn watch shift. One soul condensation commander. Ballista nests. Soul lantern towers designed to expose void step movement. And a gate reinforced with siphon channels cut into black metal, so any direct assault would feed the defenders unless broken cleanly. Subtle, you said. No, Sean replied. Wasteful. The command decision took less than a minute because no elegant option existed. Shinwuk would lead the main group through the breach path once opened. Mira would blind the lantern towers and cut the inner signal line. Zhun would ruin the siphon geometry at the gate seam using the vow of runes through Shinwuk if direct access failed. Lian would freeze the outer kill lane long enough for their first entry wave. Sean would hold the commander. No one argued the last assignment because no one else there could. The assault began before full sunrise, while eastern lights still turned the upper snow lines pale blue and the fort garrison believed the worst of the wind made attack improbable. Mira removed the first lantern crew so cleanly the second tower did not understand it had become isolated until its warning gong froze solid under Lian's first cast. Shenwuk hit the gate seam with rune sight open, Zhun reading corrections over his shoulder and clipped half sentences while used fire 8 through the siphon channels as fast as they could identify them. Left brace is false, Zhun said. I see it. Then stop insulting us both by looking at the obvious one. The gate's lower right hinge glowed under the vow of runes. He drove an inversion mark into it. The siphon channel tried to drink his chi and instead swallowed its own reflection. The gate stuttered. Use flames surged through the opening seam. Lian followed with a sheet of hard frost across the inner threshold that sent the first response line crashing into one another in a tangle of disciplined outrage. Go, Sean said. She was already moving the other direction. The soul condensation commander came out over the inner wall instead of through the gate, descending in a cloak of pale gray force that carried the sour feel of half-digested soul residue. Tall, narrow, face gaunt in the way of men who had spent years siphoning vitality from others and calling the result refinement. His weapon was a hooked glaive made not for battlefield rhythm, but for catching bodies in withdrawal and keeping them there long enough for techniques to do their ugly work. Sean met him under the left tower. Not with flourish. With impact. Her first step cracked the ice lane. Her second hit the commander like a moving outcrop. The shockwave buckled the nearby wall supports and sent 3 soldiers off the parapet before they could decide whether they had just witnessed courage or geology. Shinwuk did not watch longer. The group needed through. They drove the breach open yard by yard, while Myra's missing signal line kept the fort from collapsing into clean formation. Zhun, pale and furious with one arm still not fully right, kept feeding him gate counterscript faster than the defenders could replace what he and you destroyed. Lian turned choke points into winter traps. Twice Shinwuk had to use burning will to force past soul pressure waves meant to break courage at close range. Twice the vow answered. Then Shan's line changed. Not for any schedule the old records would have called possible. Shinwuk stared at the black pagoda and the impossible storm gathering over it, and understood before anyone said the fear aloud. They had reached the temple in time to see heaven itself arriving early. Chapter 61. The fourth vow began with Shan Liuha refusing help on the temple road. That was not surprising. She had taken a soul drain wound through the forearm, crossed an unmapped descent while hiding how much it cost her, and only sat when Shinwuk chose a rest point among the black terraces because the stone there held enough quiet that even stubbornness had to admit it as useful. The Temple of Null stood ahead across a field of dark shelves and pale frost, its pagoda lines cutting upward into the storm-swollen sky like the idea of absence given architecture. Above it, tribulation clouds rolled in concentric spirals. Not gathering, waiting. You banked a smokeless flame in a shallow basin of nullstone. Shan had kicked clear of frost. Lian stood watch at the ridge lip. Mira was not visible, which in her case meant she was performing either reconnaissance or judgment. Jin sat with route papers spread over one knee and the expression of a woman offended that heaven could be this dramatic without leaving cleaner documentation. Shinwuk, crouched beside Shan, and reached for the soul drain mark on her arm. She caught his wrist. I am not falling apart. No, he said. You are continuing to function while damaged. Those are different things. That earned him a look almost warm enough to qualify as approval from a mountain person. She released him. The mark had darkened under the skin from wrist to elbow, not spreading now, but settled into the flesh like a wound that wanted to become definition if left unchallenged. Shinwuk opened the Vow of Runes and the primer together, reading not only the pale Dominion theft script, but the assumptions inside Shan Liu's posture. Fortress. That was the shape of her. The clan had raised her to be an answer before anyone had bothered asking what sort of life was left after years spent becoming one. Tell me your truth, he said quietly. Shan did not pretend not to understand which truth he meant. For a while she looked only at the temple in the distance. The sixfold mountain clan raises daughters like load-bearing walls, she said at last. Useful if immovable. Admired if they crack in the right direction. Discarded if they fail to hold. Her mouth moved once, not a smile. I got very good at holding. The storm above the pagoda shifted, thunder grinding through layers of cloud that should not yet have existed over any sane piece of sky. And now, Shinwuk asked. She looked at her wounded arm, then at the hand he had not withdrawn. Now I am tired of being the proof that I need no one. Her voice remained level. That made it sharper. My clan praises self-sufficiency, as if it were holiness. They train us to become fortresses because fortresses are easier to deploy than people with needs. I have spent my whole life making sure no one ever had to carry me, cover me, or think of me as anything other than reliable terrain. Her eyes found his. I don't know whether I can stop. I do know I no longer want to keep confusing that inability with virtue. That was the sentence. Not her strength. Her exhaustion with the worship of it. The primer rose from Shinwuk's robe on its own. Gold script turned slow circles in the cold dark air between them, while the other three women looked up in different forms of recognition. Your turn, Shan said. He had become practiced now at finding the right wound quickly. That did not make it easier. I built myself around surviving long enough to finish what was started before me, he said. Every vow has made me larger than that structure, and I still keep returning to it, as if the mission can answer the question of who remains after completion. Part of me is afraid that if I stop being needed by the war, I will have to discover whether I know how to live without a catastrophe to justify my shape. Shan listened like a mountain receiving weather, without flinch, without hurry, and with no impulse to make the storm prettier than it was. The primer brightened. Truth accepted. She offered her uninjured hand. When their palms met, the fourth vow entered not with fire or lattice or column light. It entered as a tremor. The black stone beneath them cracked in 3 clean lines that radiated outward from the contact point. Deep seismic force rolled through Shinwuk's bones and into the vow network, heavier than any prior bond and steadier than pain. Lian's stillness and Yu's burning will adjust it around it. Zhen's runic thread sharpened in response. Shan's entered as mass without sluggishness, a force that defined itself not by immobility, but by refusing to fail under what should have broken it. Vow of unbreaking. The new meridian seated deeper than the others, not because it was more important, but because it understood the body as battlefield and foundation together. Shinwuk felt the immediate result in the old damage lines under his ribs, the half-healed tears in shoulder and spine from too many rank-forcing fights. Under active resonance, the body would no longer admit physical destruction in ordinary terms. Injury, yes. Pain, certainly. Ruin, no. Shan inhaled once, sharply. So this, she said, almost to herself, is what it feels like not to hold alone. The vow mark that spread across Shinwuk this time ran in dark gold fault lines along the left side of his chest and down through his hip, like bedrock made visible through skin for one heartbeat before sinking inward. Then the clouds over the temple of Null convulsed. Not from the vow. From timing. Thunder rolled down the terraces in a sound less like weather than like an account being called due. The storm had not been gathering toward some distant event. It had already been summoned, and was now only waiting for the final internal condition to align. Shan looked up first. Those clouds aren't building. No, Jin said, standing. They were built. Ahead, the temple of Null remained perfectly still under the darkening sky. That stillness felt wrong now. Not peace. Preparation. And in the echo of the vow still settling through his bones, Shinwuk understood that the fourth bond had not arrived just in time for a siege or an assassination. It had arrived for a place where heaven itself had already chosen a target. Chapter 62. The Temple of Null had 7 monks and no guards. That should have made entry simpler. Instead, it made the place more difficult, because guarded spaces announced their expectations plainly. The temple relied on boundaries rather than force, and boundaries of the void variety tended to regard ordinary intrusion the way the sea regarded houses built too low on the shore. The monks met them at the first black stair. 7 figures in matte gray robes, each one so still that for a breath Xianxia's newly deepened perception mistook them for carved statues placed there to teach humility to the arriving. Then one blinked. Another shifted a sleeve in the wind. Life revealed itself reluctantly. Their cultivation did not flare. It thinned. Each monk carried the unnerving feel of someone who had spent years reducing his own spiritual footprint until the world had almost stopped registering him as a demand upon it. The eldest stepped forward. No entry. Not hostile. Final. The tribulation clouds ground above them in layered spirals. Far below, the terraces leading back toward the pass had begun carrying the first signs of pale dominion movement in the distance. Too orderly to be weather, too late to matter for negotiation unless negotiation happened now. You took one step forward, and Xianxia lifted a hand without looking at her. Not yet. The eldest monk's gaze settled on him. Then on the vow-laced resonance he no longer bothered trying to hide in full. Carrier. Yes. No entry. Lian's patience thinned visibly. You will repeat the phrase until heaven reaches the courtyard. If required, said the monk. That answer would have justified violence in many sections. Here it only proved they were dealing with people who had built their lives around a doctrine more rigid than manners. Xianxia stepped onto the first stair and stopped exactly at the threshold where the temple's boundary pressure met his skin. It felt like cool emptiness against the 4 active vows within him, not rejecting them so much as asking whether presence always had to insist on being real so aggressively. We came to speak to Nara Voidheart, he said. The monk said nothing. Good. Silence could be worked with. Refusal less so. Xianxia drew one breath, opened the vow of runes, and wrote directly into the boundary. Not a breach. A message. 3 lines of Qi inscription in the cleanest script he could manage under a sky that wanted to become a weapon. The Hollow Empress has moved against the 7th key. The tribulation is compromised. We ask speech, not surrender. The words hung in the null boundary for one breath, then sank through it like stones dropped into black water. The 7 monks remained motionless. Then the temple door opened. No creak. No outward push. One moment sealed black cedar under carved absence marks. The next an inward passage of shadow and pale lamplight. The youngest monk looked mildly disappointed, as if the universe had once again favored contingency over principle. The eldest stepped aside. One may enter. You made a sound low in her throat that translated roughly to rejection. No. The monk's eyes did not move to her. One. Xianxia considered the temple, the storm, the distant moving lines of enemy approach, and the fact that some places tested not courage, but willingness to be separated from one's own tactical preferences without immediately calling the separation an insult. I go, he said. Lian's face hardened. If the door closes, then you break whatever remains between us and the courtyard before the storm falls. Shan said, acceptable. Her voice was quiet, precise, and so free of wasted emotional force that it made most sect speech sound like men hauling furniture through paper walls. She wore plain black-gray temple robes with no ornament, except the way surrounding light seemed to fail politely before reaching the cloth. Her hair was cut shorter than custom favored in most regions. Her hands rested palm down on her knees with the composure of someone who had taught her own pulse to become optional background. Xianxia stopped at the hall's lower ring. You know who I am. Yes. How? Void Dao practitioners watch probability pressure the way weather watchers observe wind over grass. Only then did her gaze settle directly on him. You have been approaching this room for 2 years and some branches. This version is not the earliest. That answer should have sounded mad. In the Temple of Null, it only sounded local. He studied her more carefully. No visible combat rank declaration. No cultivated aura pushing outward for status. But the hall around her behaved as if she were the point from which its lack of demand learned coherence. The void monks outside had been disciplined. Nara was anchor. We came to warn you about the tribulation, he said. I know about the tribulation. She said it so plainly that his next words died before reaching his mouth. Nara tilted her head by a degree. You also came to urge departure. Yes. I chose to stay. That landed harder than the certainty of her foresight. Xianxia stepped one pace closer. The Hollow Empress has already moved against this sight. I know that as well. No alarm. No pride. Only statement. The hall behind her held 7 suspended bells made of black metal, each one unmoving despite the storm grinding outside. Xianxia found the arrangement unsettling because every object in the room felt like it had been placed according to laws he would need years to understand and one catastrophic afternoon to survive. Then why remain? He asked. Nara looked beyond him for one breath, following some thread of consequence he could not yet see. Because the tribulation is not aimed at me. That restructured the entire problem. Explain. She obliged with the same austere precision she brought to everything else. The Temple of Null sits over a boundary seam where void accumulation from 3 surrounding realms can be bled safely into controlled stillness. For centuries, the monastery has maintained that seam. For 3 years, I have served as its principal anchor because the prior anchor died and the region's cultivation traffic did not reduce with appropriate courtesy. It was almost a joke. Almost. The excess built anyway, she continued. Heaven responds to unresolved imbalances. This storm is a realm correction event. It is meant to strike the seam, purge excess void energy, and stabilize the surrounding territories through forced distribution across the local field. Xianxia understood enough of structures to hear the consequence before she named it. If you leave, the boundary destabilizes before the correction completes. Nara folded her hands once in her lap. Then the surrounding 3 realms experience a cascading chi vacuum as void pressure eats inward through every weaker meridian network it can find. Villages first, sect fringes next, inner cities last. So, she had chosen to stay because the storm belonged to the region, not to her. Leaving would not save her. Xianxia opened the vow of runes slightly and felt how the temple's boundary braided through the terrain beyond. Nara was telling the truth, not just by demeanor, by architecture. The whole valley leaned toward her stillness the way floodwater leaned toward a cut channel. Then what does the Hollow Empress want here? He asked. Now, for the first time, Nara's expression shifted. Not fear. Recognition of exactly how ugly another mind had become. She cannot steal this tribulation cleanly, Nara said. But she can alter where it lands. Outside. Thunder rolled so close the hall stones answered. And Xianxia understood in the same breath that the danger was not merely that heaven had chosen the Temple of Null for correction. It was that someone had already begun teaching heaven to miss on purpose. Chapter 64 Realm correction events were the sort of thing ordinary cultivation manuals mentioned only in footnotes, usually in the same tone used for flood cycles and celestial accounting disasters. Regrettable, infrequent, and safest when happening to provinces one did not personally inhabit. Nara Voidheart described this one with the flat patience of a woman forced to explain a structural failure to someone still emotionally attached to the word impossible. Void energy is not evil, she said as she led Xianxia from the central hall to an open northern balcony overlooking the terraces below. It is excess absence. The problem begins when absence accumulates faster than mortal systems can metabolize it. Seems thin. Meridians around the region overcorrect. Local techniques either fail to hold or become unstable under stress. Her gaze moved to the storm bands wheeling above the temple spire. Heaven notices eventually. The clouds above were no longer merely dark. They carried interior geometries, lines of pale lightning crawling inside them in repeating patterns too organized to call weather. Xianxia looked down over the temple grounds and finally saw what his first shocked arrival had missed. The 7 void monks outside were not waiting passively for the storm. They were maintaining dissipation channels through the terraces, preparing the correction to spread across the valley instead of driving into one point. So if it strikes correctly, he said, the force disperses across the seam and stabilizes the region. Yes, if it strikes you directly. Nara's silence lasted one thunder roll. Then the seam loses its anchor while under correction stress. The resulting collapse radius is mathematically unpleasant. There was an entire category of people who made apocalypse sound like accountancy. He almost respected it. Then he felt the other layer. An external geometry under the temple's own. Faint, hidden not in the halls, but below them. Xianxia closed his eyes and opened the vow of runes fully through the balcony floor. The temple's native structure looked clean despite its strangeness. The hidden one beneath carried a different signature. Not void, not null monk design. Something built to take a broad, distributed descent and teach it one hungry line. There is another array under the temple. Nara turned to him in a movement so small it was almost not visible. Yes. You knew. I knew there was interference in the lower seam. I could not leave anchor position long enough to map it. She looked back toward the courtyard. The monks know someone prepared a redirection framework below us. They do not know the full shape or the exact completion interval. That was enough to call the others in. The temple door opened at Xianxia's signal. Lian, Yu, Shan, Zhen, and Mira crossed the lower court in varying expressions of impatience with sacred architecture. No monk stopped them now. Whatever permission Nara had extended to one had become, for the moment, a concession to necessity rather than doctrine. Zhen took one look at the storm, and one look at Nara, and said, "You are far too calm for a woman standing under redirected heavenly punishment." "Panic has poor utility in this context," Nara replied. Jeanne accepted that as local temperament and dropped to one knee with her papers, already sketching over the temple's base plan from what she could infer. Nara explained the correction structure once, without rhetorical excess. Realm strike. Distributed dissipation. Anchor dependence. If redirected, the bulk force would no longer purge the region. It would collapse into a personal kill event. Use flames rose along her wrists. Then the pale dominion wants her dead. Not simply dead, Mira said from the edge of the stair, eyes on the terrace shadows. Targeted. Shinwuk looked at Nara. Why? Nara answered with unnerving simplicity. Because if I die under tribulation rather than by ordinary violence, the soul loss behaves differently. That thought hit the group in different ways. Jin's horror became immediate calculation. Lian's hand tightened on the sword hilt. Yu's expression turned fierce and personal, because fire hated the misuse of natural force almost as much as it hated cages. Shinwuk felt the line connect before anyone named it aloud. Tribulation death. Threshold severance. Retrievability. The Hollow Empress did not merely want the seventh key removed. She wanted the key killed in a way that interacted with Valor itself. Months, Jin said sharply, looking down through the floor geometry. This was prepared months ago. No field team installs a lower redirection lattice under a null temple in a week. Myra's gaze had gone to the lower terraces where pale Dominion scouts were now beginning to show in the rock shadows beyond the first weather line. Then they have been waiting for the storm window longer than we have been chasing the route. Nara folded her hands again, but now the stillness around her had changed. Not weaker, more costly. The array below us will complete in approximately 1 hour. That was the real hook, not a distant danger, not a conceptual sabotage, a timed mechanism already turning under the temple's feet. And when Shunwuk looked over the railing toward the lower courtyards, he could already see the first signs of pale Dominion movement tightening around the monastery, not to force entry, but to make sure no one else reached the true heart of the trap before it finished teaching heaven where to strike. Chapter 65. The redirection array sat 20 meters below the temple and 1 hour ahead of disaster. That was Jean's conclusion after 13 breaths of furious observation and one muttered insult directed at the concept of civilized enemies. Months of work, she said, crouched over a floor panel, while the vow of runes let Shunwuk project the buried geometry upward in pale lines only they could fully parse. Layered through the old tunnel network under the monk passages. It isn't feeding on chi. It's using soul power reservoirs to bias descent vectors. If it completes, the tribulation's main body no longer spreads over the seam. It narrows. Onto Nara, you said. Yes. Nara remained in the center of the outer courtyard, already assuming anchor position beneath the first low coils of the storm. The 7 void monks spread around her in measured triangles, maintaining the temple's natural dissipation field while understanding perfectly well that all their work might become the scaffold for a murder if the lower array was not cut in time. Lian looked from the courtyard to the lower terraces where pale Dominion soldiers had begun taking positions behind black stone ridges. Then we go underground. Through what? Sean asked. Jin tapped 3 faint routes branching from beneath the meditation halls. The monks maintain old tunnel lines for boundary work and undercroft access. The array nodes are buried beneath those. We need a map. Mira was gone before the sentence finished. No one else in the room bothered reacting loudly. One learned quickly not to waste alarm on an assassin moving within declared competence. Nara's gaze flicked once toward the southern outer stair, as if probability itself had briefly coughed. She will return in 9 minutes, she said. You looked at Shinwuk. I dislike how often this woman is right. It would be stranger if a void anchor weren't. The first tribulation pulse struck the upper sky then, not a bolt, but a pressure wave so immense that every bell in the Temple of Null rang, without anyone touching them. Shinwuk felt rank urgency, seize his meridians, and answer with force. The crisis bit at his cultivation like a blade looking for purchase. Spirit opening level 2 came through urgency and refusal. Not as clean as the mountain breakthrough. Hotter. More abrupt. The 4th vow's seismic stability held his body together while the first 3 realigned under stress. His inner sea widened by 1 harsh degree, enough that every existing bond sharpened and the vow of runes opened farther into the buried array than before. Useful timing, Jun said without looking up. Your standards remain inhuman. No, merely well prioritized. Mira returned in 8 minutes carrying a dead pale Dominion scout's satchel and very little visible concern about the means by which she had acquired it. Tunnel map, she said, tossing the rolled hide to Jun. Also 2 outer patrols neutralized and 1 officer now deeply confused about why his messenger never came back. Zhen unrolled the map at once. Crude but enough. The tunnel network spread beneath the temple in a set of maintenance passages, meditation shafts, and old void stabilization chambers now half abandoned, because most sane people preferred not to work that close to the seam unless paid in unusual categories. 3 main branches, she said. The central node chamber is here. 2 side stabilizers here and here. If we cut only the main body, the side reserves reroute and finish the job crookedly. Shenwuk made the assignment quickly. I go below with Zhen and Mira. You looked offended and unsurprised. Because the Vow of Runes reads the structure best. Zhen can actually dismantle what I read, and Mira is the fastest killer in enclosed paths. Lian accepted it first. Then we hold the surface. Sha nodded. The Pale Dominion soldiers will force the courtyard once they realize the lower array is under threat. Yu's flames burned hotter as she turned toward the open outer stair. Good. Nara spoke from the courtyard center without raising her voice. If the array is not disrupted before the 3rd descent band forms, the redirection becomes stable enough that removing it afterward will no longer matter. Zhen did the arithmetic. That gives us less than an hour. 52 minutes now, Nara corrected. Of course, she corrected the number. Shenwuk looked once at the small, still woman beneath the impossible storm and understood that every path from this point forward was being measured against whether he could prevent heaven from being taught to kill her specifically. No pressure then. The monks opened the tunnel entrance without ceremony. A black stone stair spiraled downward beneath the temple into cold air that smelled faintly of old minerals, and something worse below that, something sweet and exhausted and spiritual. Mira checked 2 blades. Zhen wrapped the map around her forearm. Shenwuk opened the Vow of Runes until the first lines of the buried array lit under his sight like veins in diseased rock. Behind them, on the surface, Lian's winter chi climbed the courtyard steps. Use fire answered. Shan Liuha rolled her shoulders once and took position where the first Pale Dominion line would break if the mountain had any sense of justice left in it. Ahead, the stair descended into engineered theft. 3 blade slits, 2 floor hollows, 1 wire set under lacquer powder. She dropped back without sound. Also a corpse in the ceiling pocket. How many days? Shen asked. 5 or 6. Zhen let out a short breath. Advance probe. They sacrificed someone to test whether the monks still monitored these halls. Which means the real traffic used another route, Shen said. They chose the east branch. The tunnel narrowed until Shen's shoulder brushed stone whenever the path turned. Twice the corridor bent where the map said it should run straight. The monk had been right. Direction here obeyed rules laid down by void practitioners who thought Euclidean certainty was a juvenile attachment. At the 3rd bend they found the first chamber. It had once stored ceremonial bells. Racks still lined the walls, each holding iron hooks and empty spaces. Now the room contained 6 black jars carved with seal scripts, so thin they resembled hairline cracks in glazed clay. Zhen stepped toward them and stopped hard enough that Myra's hand found a knife. Do not touch those. Shen did not need the warning. The Vow of Runes showed him what sat inside the jars. Not blood, not ordinary chi, soul light reduced to stored droplets. Every jar carried dozens of thin signatures folded over one another like pressed leaves. Children, elders, cultivators, servants. No clean distinction. The Hollow Empress's work had always blurred people into fuel the same way butchers blurred animals into meat. Myra's voice flattened. How many? Zhen counted fast, lips moving over the sealed density. This chamber alone? At least 80 lives. Shen's jaw tightened. Destroying the jars carelessly might discharge the power into the array and accelerate the redirection. Leaving them untouched meant passing stolen souls on the way to the mechanism they powered. He chose. Mark the chamber. We cut the core first. If we survive the timer, we come back and break every vessel with a release pattern instead of a strike. Mira studied him for 1 breath, measuring whether he had just postponed mercy or protected it. Then she nodded. Good. Indulgent heroics would have killed them twice. They moved on. The east branch opened into a circular junction room scored by fresh boot prints. Mira crouched, touched 1 print, and lifted 2 fingers. Heavy squat. For soldiers, 1 engineer, 1 overseer. How old? Shen asked. Less than an hour. Zhen leaned over the central floor disk and blanched. Not 1 hour. 11 minutes before completion, if the pressure rise is this steep. That stripped the tunnels of every remaining illusion of time. Then a bell sounded from far below. 1 note. Thin, metallic, and not temple-made. Zhen's face hardened as she followed the sound through the stone. That is the last relay waking up, she said. Can you stop it? Yes. She looked into the dark southern passage where the note had come from. If we reach the heart before the heart reaches us. Chapter 67. The southern passage descended in sharp cuts, each landing marked by a different seal pressed into the wall in faded null ink and newer soul lacquer. Old restraint, new desecration. The two systems sat on top of one another like a debate between monks and grave robbers. At the fifth landing they found the cache. The chamber beyond had no business existing under a temple. It was too large for the mountain section above it, shaped like an overturned bowl with shelves carved into the rock at every level. On those shelves sat bead caskets, glass cylinders, lacquer jars, rune-wrapped packets, and chains of cloudy pearls the size of fingernails. 100 lights floated inside them. 200. More. Each one faint. Each one moving with the tiny, persistent unrest of a human soul refusing reduction. For one breath, even Mira stopped looking dangerous and simply looked at the room. Jin whispered, "They built a reserve." Shin stepped forward until the vow of runes could taste the structure clearly. The entire cache was tied by braided script into the lower redirection lattice. These vessels were not trophies. They were ballast. Enough soul force, if burned in the right cadence, to bias a heavenly strike away from terrain and into a chosen life. He thought of Narao above, seated beneath a storm meant for a realm. You had once told him fire could forgive many things except people who believed the living world was raw material for elegance. This chamber was elegant in the way poison could be elegant. Mira had already moved to the far doorway. She returned dragging a half-dead pale Dominion engineer by the back of his collar. The man had been trying to crawl through a service slit hidden behind stacked soul jars. His hands were lacquer-stained. His left eye had clouded from some backlash wound. He objected to being interviewed, Mira said. I continue to object, the engineer spat. Jun knelt in front of him. Then shorten your objections. What is the relay schedule? He smiled through split lips. You are late. Shin did not strike him. He opened the vow of runes instead and laid 2 fingers against the soul lacquer stain on the engineer's wrist. The script there answered. Not willingly. Mechanically. He saw the chamber through construction memory. Saw laborers carrying caskets at night. Saw an overseer in a white mask correcting node spacing with cruel patience. Saw the final instruction written into the heart seal. When the correction descends, let 70% disperse. Feed 30 into the named target. Preserve soul pattern integrity at threshold breach. Preserve, not consume. That was the piece he had not yet wanted to say aloud. The Hollow Empress does not want Nara erased, he said. Jin looked up sharply. No. She wants Nara killed by tribulation with enough soul pattern left to retrieve. The engineer's smile widened despite the blood on his teeth. At last, the vow scholar catches up. Mira kicked the back of his knee hard enough to drive him down. Speak carefully. But he had already given them the truth they needed. Jin stood and turned in a circle, reading the chamber at speed. She means to claim the 7th key after death. If Shun never forges the 7th vow and Nara dies under a controlled heavenly strike, then her soul can be seized in transit before dispersal. It is not easy. It is not stable. But with enough stored power and someone monstrous enough to treat heaven as a drafting instrument. She did not finish. She did not need to. Shun looked at the cache again and saw not only the trap, but the scale of investment behind it. The Hollow Empress had spent hundreds of lives on a single attempt to force one woman's death into a collectible state. He crouched beside the engineer. Where is the heart relay? Below. How many guards? Enough. Mira drew a knife and placed it beside the man's ear. Not against him. Beside it. A promise, not a threat. Numbers. He swallowed. 2 soul platform overseers. 1 array master. For carriers. The relay has already begun narrowing. Jun went pale in an entirely professional way. 11 minutes was optimistic. We are under 9 now. Shin made the next choice without comfort. We split tasks. Jun, map the release pattern for these vessels while we move. If we cut the heart and live, we free as many as we can on the way back. That is not enough, she said. No, it is what time allows. Mira looked at the shelves and then at him. You are counting on the enemy wanting the cache intact. Yes. Good. Then we can use that. She crossed the chamber to the southern gate and studied the locking frame. The Hollow Empress's people had carved a sequence of control marks there, elegant and narrow, built to answer designated soul signatures. Mira smiled for the first time since entering the room. This gate can be taught panic. They looked at her. The carriers below will know the cache is unstable if they hear vessel fracture alarms, she said. If I falsify one line of the warning script, the relay team will have to choose between finishing the redirection and losing the stored reserve that makes the retrieval possible. Jun's eyes sharpened. Can you do that without triggering the actual breach? No. That answer was less useful than I hoped. I can do it if Shun holds the protective script in place while I cut. That meant committing his strongest runic control before reaching the heart chamber. It also meant forcing the enemy to defend two priorities at once. He chose again. Do it. Myra's blade entered the gate seam. Jin began counting down from 8 minutes. And deep below, through layers of temple stone and stolen soul power, something answered with a pulse like a giant hand closing around a throat. Chapter 68. The false breach alarm changed the tunnels. Every line in the gate frame lit at once, not in the hungry red of an actual collapse, but in a hard white sequence reserved for internal fault. Bells began ringing beneath the cache. Distant boots shifted direction. Someone shouted from below. The relay team had not abandoned the core, but they had been forced to acknowledge that one of their guarantees was no longer guaranteed. Move, Shin said. They drove south. The passage beyond the gate spiraled downward around a hollow shaft. At the center of the shaft ran a column of pale red light threaded with black lines. The redirection stream itself climbing upward toward the anchor court. Every third step a brass plate protruded from the wall, each one engraved with a release glyph for a portion of the stored soul force. Jin touched one as they passed and hissed. Don't strike the plates. If the sequence breaks out of order, the whole column lashes sideways. Which kills us, Mira said. If we are lucky. At the first lower platform, two carriers met them with hooked soul poles instead of swords. They wore pale gray armor marked with a single white spiral at the throat, the Hollow Empress's field sigil for men expected to work near unstable spiritual mechanisms. The first thrust for Shin's chest. He caught the pole under the fourth vow's resonance and did not give ground. Vow of unbreaking turned impact into argument the body could win. He stepped inside the carrier's reach, broke the shaft across his knee, and drove his elbow into the man's jaw hard enough to send him over the rail into the lower dark. The second swung for Jun. Mira intercepted halfway through the motion, not with strength, but with geometry. Her knife crossed the pole's control line, severed the runic thread feeding the hook tip, and the weapon discharged upward into the stone ceiling instead of through Jun's neck. Shin finished the carrier with a kick that sent him into the same shaft his partner had just discovered. No time to watch them fall. They descended 2 more levels and reached the relay vestibule. The chamber doors were already open. Inside, the heart array occupied the entire floor, concentric circles of soul lacquer and null stone. Temple foundation lines twisted into a targeting shape by thin black spines driven down through them like nails. At the far side stood the array master in white lacquer robes, fingers spread over a suspended control tablet. 2 soul platform overseers guarded him. Behind them, for carriers fed vessel lines from a side rack into the narrowing stream. Too late, the array master said. Jin took one look and answered with the sort of raw professional hatred only scholars reserved for vandalized systems. You vulgar parasite. The master smiled. I prefer revisionist. The fight broke in layers. One overseer came at Shun with a crescent guandao wrapped in drained script. The second lunged for Mira, having judged correctly that she was the least interested in honorable spacing. The carriers tried to hold formation around the vessel rack. The array master did not move from his platform, which told Shin he trusted the script more than the men. That trust was a mistake. Shin met the guandao head-on. Spirit opening level 2 surged through the first 4 vows and into his limbs. The vow of burning will gave speed to the opening exchange. Vow of runes showed the weak points in the drained script. Vow of unbreaking let him take a glancing cut across the ribs without losing the center line. He trapped the guandao shaft under his forearm, twisted, and drove his palm into the overseer's throat. The man staggered back only because soul platform cultivators were difficult to kill cleanly. Good. Staggering was enough. Shin pivoted, stamped the floor ring where the overseer's stance had just shifted, and sent runic feedback through the targeting line beneath him. The ring flashed. The overseer's right leg locked for half a breath. Mira used that half breath to end the second overseer across the chamber. She had taken a cut along the shoulder and did not appear to care. Her opponent had cared too much about her knife hand and not enough about the second blade she kept reversed along the inside of her wrist. When he dropped, she did not chase the body. She sprinted for the vessel rack instead. Jun was already there, riding with both hands directly across the nearest feed line. The array can still be broken, she snapped, but not by dismantling each node. We have to desynchronize the soul frequency carrying the narrowing command. How long? Long enough to ruin part of the vow of runes if you help me. That mattered. The vow of runes was not a decorative advantage. It was the architecture that let him engage systems at this level at all. If a third of its subchannels burned out, future formations, inscriptions, and live rewrites would all lose precision. The other option was Nara's death. He joined Jun without another breath wasted. Together, they traced counterscripts across the vessel feed, not severing the power, but forcing it out of the smooth harmonic the array master required. The master finally moved from his platform then, horror cracking his composure. No. He threw his control tablet like a blade. Mira intercepted with her own knife. The tablet shattered. Black sparks tore across the chamber. One carrier burst into ash where feedback hit his chest. The others panicked and reached for emergency stabilizers instead of their weapons. That gave Jin the last heartbeat she needed. Now Shan. He drove the vow of runes through the desynchronization pattern. Pain hit him behind the eyes first, then through the meridians, then through every fine branch of runic perception he had built since the third vow. It felt as if dozens of delicate channels inside his spirit were being torn from hooks one by one. He held anyway, forced the counter pattern deeper. The narrowing stream shuddered. One black spine cracked. A second split. 30% of the redirection line went jagged. So did his runic network. He dropped to one knee, tasting iron. The vow of runes remained, but a third of its subtle branches had burned out and would not answer the same way again. The array master stared at the collapsing precision of his work and spoke the one sentence that mattered. You have ruined the retrieval. Then heaven answered him. The first true tribulation bolt struck the temple above. Chapter 69. The mountain became sound. Not thunder, not even impact. A total statement of force delivered from sky to stone with so much authority that the heart changed.